Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7TM Chapter 225. Promise. Boom, with one fin smashing down, the ground of the entire street cracked instantly. The wooden door of the hat shop was directly shaken away, and the wall cracked to open a huge crack, and then gradually slid down and lay flat. Door panel. Damn it, still can't do it. The boss was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his face pale. The monster has gone crazy. Help. Laboon hopped into the store, his eyes locked on the boss, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. Sell your hats or die. Laboon was really angry now. If you call me a monster again, I'll kill you. The boss pointed to the shelf, trembling. Two customers. Take whatever you want. No money. Please don't kill me. Laboon nodded in satisfaction, turned around and waved to Chopper. Woo, come on, choose what you like. Chopper walked into the store tremblingly, looking at the hats on the wall, and finally his eyes fell on a hat with pink moderate dots and X-shaped stitching marks. He pointed cautiously. That. Laboon grabbed it and put it on Chopper's head. Woo, it suits you very well. Chopper touched his hat, tears finally falling. Thank you, Laboon-sama. Laboon-sama, let's go. Although these villagers call him a monster, Chopper is really very kind. A kind person will definitely become a doctor, Chopper. Laboon grinned and adjusted his little blue hat. Woo, we are brothers. Finally he took a handful of Baileys out of the bag and threw them on the table. It was more than enough to buy the hat. Laboon didn't want his younger brother to think that the hat he gave him was stolen. Laboon is such a sophisticated whale. As Chopper followed Laboon out of the hat shop, he glanced back anxiously at the trembling villagers. He tugged on Laboon's fin and whispered, Brother Laboon. Is this not a good thing? Those villagers are just scared. Laboon stopped and suddenly Red said to him in his mind, Listen up, little Laboon. Little Laboon, a direct one-to-one replica, suddenly assumed an air of sophistication. It cleared its throat and patted Chopper's shoulder with its fin. Woo. Listen up, Chopper. It first pointed at the Scarlet Pirates logo on its own cloth bag, then pointed at Chopper's new hat. Woo. We are the great pirates, the freest people on the sea. Advertisement as it said that, it took out a bottle of juice from its bag, originally prepared as a snack. Little Laboon held up the bottle of juice, wanting to throw it down but not wanting to. Just as he was about to drop it, he picked it up again. Finally, he gritted his teeth in. Laboon, you can't embarrass yourself in front of your brother. Laboon closed his eyes and slammed the bottle to the ground, imitating Rhett's cool bottle-smashing gesture. Woo, friends are coming and there's good wine. Then he raised his fin again and made a fierce chopping motion. Woo, the jackal is coming, there's a shotgun. Chopper was stunned by this series of actions, his eyes widened. Little Chopper had just eaten someone else's fruit not long ago. To put it in human terms, little Chopper had just started to be a human and was not very skilled yet. How could he have seen such a thing? Laboon got even more excited when he saw this. He raised his fins and paced around like a little old man. Woo, dare you call us monsters? Woo, when they harbor ill will towards us, they should be prepared to be killed by us. Finally, it pushed its non-existent glasses with its fins, posing as the ultimate senior. Wow, you're still young, you'll understand when you grow up. Hey, brother Laboon, I must be like you in the future. Chopper's eyes sparkled. You know, little Laboon is the most timid one in the two ships. Suddenly a little brother comes and calls him, Big Brother Laboon. All the time, he. Laboon suddenly turned around, pointing his fins to the sky. Woo, a real man protects those who matter to him. Chopper was stunned when he heard this. Even though he was too young to fully understand, this was what his big brother Laboon said. Laboon. Huh. This is a bolt from the blue. I feel like I'm going to die. What should I do? I'm waiting online. This is urgent. Laboon remembered when Red gave him the hat. This is what we agreed on before. This hat is for you. Laboon was stunned. Under the starlight, the shadows of a whale and a deer snuggled together, and their hats swayed gently in the night breeze. Chopper hugged the doll, tears welling up in his eyes. Everyone. Laboon blinked, suddenly remembering the agreement between Brook and the Rumba Pirates, and the agreement between himself and Rhett. Chopper smiled, his little hoof pointing to the starry sky. Well, when I grow up, I will definitely go out to sea and find Brother Laboon. I'll show you how much I've grown. By then, I'll be a mature and reliable reindeer. Perona floated over and handed Chopper a small ghost doll. Here, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the pirates. Looking at the Red he now recognized, the two figures began to overlap. Advertisement it suddenly squatted down again and slapped the ground with its flippers. Woo, but you can't just bully the weak. After the two lil guys ran for a distance, Chopper suddenly stopped and said, Brother Laboon. I have another question. In the dead of night, Chopper and Laboon sneaked to the roof to look at the stars. Laboon wiped his eyes, which were about to turn into tears, with his fins. Woo, we are recognized. Chopper quickly stepped forward and said, It's my fault, Laboon was trying to protect me. Red leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Hey, are the two big pirates back? Chopper touched his new hat and said, Brother Laboon, can I really become a doctor as great as Dr. Kulea? Woo. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. I can't cry. I'm the eldest brother, how can I cry in front of my younger brother? Rhett suddenly smiled, and a blood mist rolled up 2 cups of hot milk and handed them to them. Well done. I thought you two would be bullied if you went out. Laboon has grown up and become a capable pirate. Wow. When the 2 little guys returned to the castle, they found everyone gathered in the living room with serious expressions. Laboon. It nodded solemnly and stretched out its flippers. Woo, it's a deal. Laboon. Not good. Chopper lowered his head, his hooves poking each other nervously. If I become stronger in the future, can I protect brother Laboon too? I rubbed his head vigorously, and it felt surprisingly good. I rubbed it again. Woo, of course. Laboon patted his chest and said, Woo, of course. You are my boss Laboon's recognized little brother. It looked at the little reindeer in front of it, which was several times smaller than itself but had a serious face, and suddenly felt a little sour in its nose. Kuleha, cigarette in hand, asked, I heard you guys ripped up the floors of half the town? Chopper was rubbed until he was dizzy, but he smiled happily. Yeah, it's a deal. The little boy clapped his hands vigorously. Sri Lanka, brother Laboon knows a lot. Inner thoughts. Rhett said that those who kill people indiscriminately are small-time pirates. Chopper also stretched out his little hoof. Yeah, it's a deal. Shiluk burst into tears. It's so touching. Inner thoughts. This is what Roger taught me. Is that right? That should be right, right? Chapter 226 Guild Lahi Library. Inside the castle, outside the sterile room. Tezulo paced back and forth in the corridor, muttering to himself, why isn't it healed yet? Why isn't it healed yet? Captain, you have to keep an eye on it. Captain, are you familiar with this? Rhett also focused all his attention on the door of this house. If there was anything wrong, he would rush into the house with his huge vitality. I know, Boss Tai, if you keep turning, you'll wear through the floor, right? What do you mean I'm familiar? I've never been angry before. Tezulo's head whipped around, his blonde hair flaring up. Captain, it's been half an hour, is this normal? Kuleha's voice came from inside the sterile door. What are you arguing about? Giving birth is not that fast. If you keep arguing, get out. Stella wasn't nervous at first, but you two suddenly said you were nervous. Shut up, both of you. Tezulo and Rhett. Momentarily wilting. There's no way around it. The last time Rhett watched a TV show, the doctors were the only ones asking whether to save the big or small ones. This stuff is like a small advertisement. You can't remember it after a while, but when you encounter a similar thing, it pops into your mind. The solution was to look at the 3 little ones to divert their attention. Completion. It's better not to watch it, please watch the VCR. Perona hugged Laboon and Chopper tightly. The 3 little guys huddled together in the corner, shaking and trying to comfort each other incoherently. Perona's voice trembled. No, it's okay. Dr. Kureha is a witch. She can even fix Moria-sama's zombies. She'll definitely be able to deliver the baby, right? Laboon, Chopper. Chopper's eyes were filled with tears. But Stella's voice sounds so painful. Should I go and help? But I'm not a doctor. Laboon shook his head frantically. No, Kuleha will kill us. Perona's logic suddenly collapsed. That's right. We can pray. Who can we pray to? Oh, never mind. Lord Mist. Lord Rhett. Scarlet Mist. Blood Mist. Whoever it is, please bless me. Chopper chimed in confusedly. Also, there's Dr. Shiluk's panacea. It'll give you diarrhea, but it might be helpful. Laboon slapped the ground with his flipper. Ouch. Should we prepare an escape route first? What if the one that comes out is a bomber? Rhett in the room paused for a moment. What nonsense are these 3 little fools talking about? Moria squatted in front of the 3 little creatures, grinning. Ha. Don't worry, with so many strong people here, it'll be fine. 10,000 steps to the truth, if something really goes wrong, Lousy can turn people into zombies and resurrect them at any time. The 3 little ones' pupils trembled. Perona screamed, Stop it, Moria-sama. Stop it, Chopper collapsed. Newborn zombies and the like are so scary. Laboon immediately picked up the 2 of them and threw them on his head, then ran away with them on his shoulders. Woo, run for your life. Moria was very happy when she saw the 3 little ones were scared away. Little things are fun. Advertisement. This old thing of yours is also very interesting, X2. Phantom World. Rhett opened the Shizune key to the world. Moria turned his head stiffly and saw 2 JoJo faces staring at him. Golden Divine Punishment. Dragon God Prison. Mist God Style. 9 dragons carrying the coffin. Moria. A square blood-red box directly enveloped Moria. 9 blood dragons locked the blood-red box tightly. Then, Tezuro's golden dragon flew with the box on its head. If you don't know how to speak, shut up, Moria, fly, X2. Then Moria flew out and turned into a golden shooting star. The 3 little ones looked at the golden tail and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Brother Moria, the 3 of us ran away, doesn't that prove something? Light a candle for Brother Moria. X3 Enel scratched his ears, looking disgusted. Tisk, it's too noisy. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, snap. A tiny flash of lightning struck the ground in front of the 3 little ones. The 3 little ones stood at attention instantly. Enel snorted coldly, if you keep arguing, I'll turn you into roasted reindeer, roasted whales, and roasted ghosts. Perona chirped softly, we were so quiet. Chopper's tears froze at the child's fear. Brother Laboon. I smell something burning. Laboon said seriously. That's the only way to do it. 1.2.3. The third little one pulled down his left eyelid with one hand, stuck out his tongue and spat out saliva. Lululululu. Enel scratched his head and looked around the castle intently. When the baby's cry finally sounded, Tezulo froze in place, tears streaming down his face. It's born. Rhett stood up suddenly, and the blood mist exploded, but was suppressed by him forcefully. When Tessero heard this, he put on his golden armor and rushed in, but was stopped by Rhett. Advertisement. The door opened, and Kuleha came out, holding a baby wrapped in golden swaddling clothes. A rare gentle smile crossed her face. Congratulations, it's a healthy girl. Tezulo took the baby with trembling hands. That's great, that's great. Rhett leaned in, his scarlet eyes softening in a rare moment. It's pretty, but a little wrinkled. Kuleha tapped him on the head with her pipe. You were uglier when you were born. Rhett. Wrong guess. What? Oh, nothing, Rhett replied. Heart. Jojo Rui, Pirates King. I was never born, and I can defeat 100% of the original residents of Pirates King. Rhett poked the baby's face. Have you decided on a name? Tessero and Stella looked at each other and smiled. Let's call it Lottie, Guild Lottie, a combination of Tessero, Tesoro, and Stella, Sutera, is the fruit of our love. Moria smacked her lips. Shush. The three little ones were shocked to see Moria was fine. How fast? Rhett suddenly smiled. Yes, she will be the little princess of the Mist Lord Pirates from now on. He rolled up a blood mist, and a miniature blood-red captain's hat appeared, which he gently placed on Letty's head. A greeting gift. In a few days, when you grow plump, I will give you a big surprise. Tezulo. Captain, she's only 5 minutes old. So what? So what? I'm just born and I don't know anything. This is more advanced. Rhett said confidently. What's wrong? My niece is going to be a pirate. How can a marine be born out of a family of pirates? Besides, she doesn't have to be a marine. She can do whatever she wants. Kuleha. These idiots are beyond help. Perona burst into tears. Wow, so good it's not a zombie. Chopper sobbed. I want to be the best doctor in the world. I can't let anyone be scared anymore. Laboon collapsed like a whale pancake. I'm so tired. Rhett walked over, lifted the three little guys up in a blood mist, and shook them. All right, let's take a closer look. Tezulo also put the little guy in the crib he had prepared in advance. This joy must be shared by the whole family. The one Rhett prepared. I didn't forget, I have an interesting idea. The three little ones were leaning against the crib, looking at the sleeping Lottie, and suddenly felt. Perona whispered, it was worth it. Chopper was so happy that his face was filled with joy. She's so small and soft. Laboon gently touched Laddie's hand with the tip of his fin. Woo, Big Brother will protect you from now on. Chapter 227. Am I a very mean person? In the castle hall, Rhett lazily leaned on the throne, his crimson eyes scanning the crowd. It's decided. We'll hold a 100-day celebration for little Letty. Before crossing over, Rhett watched the seniors who had crossed over. Oh, the little ones who had crossed over, attending this tea party, attending that wedding. Auntie. Click me. Rhett is different. He wants to start his own business. He wants to see who dares not to give him face in this world. Tezulo immediately agreed. That's right, it has to be the grandest. Stella held the sleeping Letty in her arms, hesitant. Isn't it too extravagant? And she was just born. Rhett waved his hand. No need to be extravagant. This is my niece, the princess of a member of the world government, and one of the candidates for the succession to the Emperor of the Seas. Tezulo nodded rapidly. Right, and there's no need to start preparing now. We'll set it for 100 days from now, so there's plenty of time. As for the location, let's choose the Golden City in Tesoro. What do you think? It's big enough. Tezulo nodded seriously. It's indeed fine, but I think it's getting old. I need to renovate it. Yes, 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 give me more. The money I get back is what I will spend. Moria smacked her lips. Shish. How about a zombie circus to liven things up? Everyone. Golden Divine Punishment. Dragon God Prison. Mist God Style. 9 dragons carrying the coffin. Moria. Huh? The second time it turned into a golden shooting star. Perona raised her hand. I'm going to decorate the venue with ghosts. I'm going to fill the entire castle with cute little ghost balloons. Chopper raised his hand excitedly. I can prepare some medicine for fever and heatstroke. This is something I just learned. Laboon also raised his hand with a cheap look on his face. Woo, I want to perform Island Whale Fountain. Advertisement, Rhett. Dismissed. Do you want to flood the castle? Enel snorted coldly. Boring. But if anyone causes trouble, I can be responsible for cleaning up. Kuleha, cigarette between her lips, said, I'll take care of the medical team. By the way, Shiluk, put away your poisonous mushrooms. Shiluk. Hiding the mushroom. Ahaha. This is for decoration. Tezulo pulled out a stack of blueprints, his eyes sparkling. I've already thought of it. The venue will be made of pure gold, the carpet will be inlaid with diamonds, and the tableware will all be gold-plated. Rhett nodded. Sure, but don't be too corny. Tezulo. Then. Add a golden fountain? The kind that sprays gold? Ret. Approved. Stella held her forehead. You will spoil her like this. Ret grinned. Spoil her if you want, we'll take care of her. Ret once thought that the Pirates of the Caribbean was just a sailing adventure for the little ones. After watching more than 1,000 episodes of the Pirates of the Caribbean, Ret finally realized that this was not an adventure, but a world with a complex background. There is no way long stories all have a problem. At first, he was an unknown pawn, but later on, he became about bloodline and descendants. The rubber fruit became the Nika fruit, giving people the feeling that if your ancestors were not powerful, you are not worthy of saving the world. Ret Tessero has been working hard outside for many years, and the connections and reputation he has accumulated are all for the purpose of protecting the children. What's more, the Crimson Dawn pirates accompanied Stella during her childbirth and never avoided outsiders. If you are afraid of this or that, it means you are not strong enough. You should know that the black, blue, red and gold necklace on the little guy has Moria's shadow armor, Enel's thunder armor, and the inner layer is Ret's mist armor and Tesoro's gold powder armor. The shadow, thunder and mist are all transparent. They will only appear when there is danger, but the gold powder cannot. The gold powder must float around the child. This is why the little baby is glittering. As long as there is a little threat, these armors will instantly condense. If they can break these things that hurt the dolls, and the 4 of them haven't noticed yet, they can jump off the building. Don't worry, dear. When the child is older, we won't be so nervous. We know that the flowers in the greenhouse can withstand the changeable weather in the Grand Line. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing the details of the 100 Days banquet and preparing to leave, Shiluk suddenly stood up, his expression unusually serious. Lord Ret. He took a deep breath, took off his ridiculous hat, and bowed solemnly. I have a request. Ret raised his eyelids lazily. Ha ha ha, tell me, do you want to study my blood mist? Sure, I'll give you some later. Shiluk stood up, his eyes determined. Please, help this country. Advertisement. The hall fell silent in an instant. Tezulo frowned, Moria curled her lips, Enel snorted coldly, and even the 3 little ones stopped chattering and looked at Ret in unison. Ret was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Oh? Why? Shiluk clenched his fists and said, this country is sick. Wapol is a tyrant, and the people are ignorant, but they're not bad people, he cried. They're just blinded by fear. With someone to guide them, they can. Shiluk, Ret interrupted, his voice soft, yet it chilled the entire room. Did I make them miserable? Shiluk was stunned. What? Ret looked at Shiluk without any emotion. Did I say I made them unhappy? Ret slowly stood up, a blood mist swirling around him. His scarlet eyes were terrifyingly cold. Did I make them stupid? Did I make them call my family monster? He walked towards Shiluk step by step. With each step, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Don't tell me that. They are ignorant, and they have no vision. Stupidity is a kind of badness. If it was some time ago, Ret really wouldn't mind helping them. After all, he still admired Shiluk's character, but after Laboon came back from buying hats with Chopper, it was no longer possible. When reading the comics, I felt pity for Chopper being treated like this, and felt pity and sympathy for their ignorance. But when the same thing happened to him, Ret was only angry. Ret was not a good man. He could reach the position of Emperor of the Sea with countless corpses under his feet. The education he received did not allow him to kill innocent people, but the world, his experiences, and his strength also clearly told him that he should be respected and even feared by others. Your ignorance does not give you a free pass to do whatever you want. Gentlemen judge deeds rather than hearts, right? Besides, Ret is not a gentleman. He is the Emperor. Shiluk opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Ret stopped in front of him and looked down at him. Am I such a lowly person? I rush to save people when they scold me? Shiluk's shoulders slumped, but he still looked up stubbornly. But Ret stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly scoffed. Okay, then you go save him. He turned and walked back to the throne, a trail of blood mist in his wake. But don't drag me down with you, or my crew. Chapter 228. Old 7. Tesoro. Shiluk stood still. Kuleha sighed, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't you understand, idiot? This country still exists because this kid is pretty good, or because of Laddie's existence. This country escaped disaster. She pointed to her chest and said, they have to be willing to change themselves. In the corner, Chopper lowered his head, tears falling to the ground. Perona panicked. Joe, Chopper, what's wrong with you? Chopper sobbed, I want to be a doctor, but now. He looked up, tears blurring his vision. I actually think Uncle Red is right. Have I become bad? Am I no longer a doctor? Laboon hugged him gently with his fins. You. Ret's voice suddenly came from the throne. Chopper. Chopper shuddered in fear. Yes. Red propped up his chin, and a blood mist holding a cup of hot milk floated in front of Chopper. If you want to be a doctor, then be one. If you want to save people, then go save them. But remember one thing, his eyes were sharp as knives, kindness has its claws. Those doctors who see patients must heal them, or who see hungry people must feed them. These kinds of things will only cause trouble for themselves. Don't do them. Bad people should watch them die, because you're healing future victims. As long as they die, countless families will be spared, and countless orphans will starve to death in the streets. This, too, is healing. Chopper took the milk blankly and nodded as if he understood. In the dead of night, Shiluk stood alone on the terrace of the castle, looking at the drum kingdom shrouded in snow and wind in the distance. Have you decided? Kuleha's voice came from behind. Shiluk smiled and put on the funny hat, and the cross hairstyle finally had a corner. Ah, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. He turned and bowed deeply to Kuleha. Thank you for your care during this time. Kuleha snorted and tossed him a package. It contains emergency medicine, don't die. Shiluk laughed heartily. Don't worry. I'm the man who wants sakura flowers to bloom all over the country. Meanwhile, in the castle corridor, Chopper tiptoed into the pharmacy and secretly filled his small backpack with herbs. Perona floated at the door and whispered, Are you really leaving? Advertisement. Chopper nodded, his eyes determined. I want to go with Dr. Shiluk. Laboon stepped out of the shadows, a small bundle in his mouth. Woo, here's some goodies too. Perona's eyes were red. You. Chopper suddenly ran over and hugged her tightly. We will be back. We will definitely heal this country. Laboon also patted Perona's head with his fin. Woo, brother Laboon, I believe in you. Perona wiped her tears and suddenly took out a mini ghost doll and stuffed it into Chopper's bag. Take it with you. If you get into danger, I'll ask Moria-sama to rescue you. Moria, thousands of miles away. Ichu, who's talking about lousy again? The next morning, when Shiluk pushed open the castle gate, he found Rhett leaning against the door, with blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Lord Rhett. Shiluk was a little nervous. Rhett glanced at him and tossed a Den-Den-mushi over. Here, if you ever get sick and die in the future, call this Den-Den-mushi. This is mine. I've already had Enel notify the Drum Kingdom that the flag of the Scarlet Dawn pirates cannot be flown. Shiluk was stunned. You. Rhett turned and left, leaving only one sentence. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want Chopper to die outside, and this is a warm help as a friend. However, if you use this Den-Den-mushi to tell me anything about the Drum Kingdom, we will no longer be friends. Shiluk looked at his back, suddenly smiled, and shouted loudly, Thank you. She conjured up a small, round ghost and swayed it in front of Letty. Perona floated over and teased Lottie with a smile. Little Lottie, look here. Look at me, I'm the daddy, Tezulo. Covering his chest. Oh, that's cute, Lena. Tezulo. 7th, who's ahead? Tezulo. Completely loses color. Chopper, although he followed Shiluk, he left a recording behind. Lady, grow up healthy. Rhett. She's looking at the gold chandelier behind you. The Golden Emperor of New World was now lying beside the crib in a completely unrefined manner, his hair meticulously combed, his eyes fixed on little Letty, and he kept muttering. Advertisement. Red patted him on the shoulder. Just accept your fate. You're already 7th in the family. A crazy doctor and a blue-nosed reindeer set out on a journey to become Pokemon and save the country. Will they succeed? Lottie. She blew bubbles calmly. Laboon poked his head out of the door. Woo? Can I come in? Lady, Daddy is here. Rhett raised his lip with pride. It seems she likes Uncle more. Rhett leaned against the doorframe, a look of disgust on his face. Boss Tai, you look like a pervert right now. Besides, you have to call little Lottie Daddy for about a year before little Lottie can call you Daddy. If you want to be a father, be a son first. Ha 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 ha. Sister Stella, what do you think of this? Tezulo, kneeling. Letty's eyes lit up, she waved her little hands and giggled. Ever since Lottie came into this world, Tesoro opened his eyes 5 days later and was completely conquered. Lottie suddenly turns and looks at Rhett. Smile, smile at Daddy. As the recording played, Letty's little feet kicked happily. On the top of the castle, Kuleha looks at their backs and whispers to herself, idiots. Rhett counted on his fingers. Stella, Lena, me, Perona, Chopper's recording, Laboon. Tezulo rushed to the crib and said in a trembling voice, Letty, look at Daddy again. Just one look. Tezulo said without turning his head, Captain, even though what you said is not wrong, why are you saying it so strangely? A-hole, whispering, you don't understand. She just looked at me, she recognized me. In the snow, the figures of a man and a deer gradually walked away. When Letty heard the sound, she suddenly let out a yaw and stretched out her little hand towards the door. Tezulo. Impossible, my daughter loves me the most. Laddie's eyes lit up. Ah, Tezulo, petrified. Tezuro. Tears streaming down the face. Just like that, Shui Linlin was shattered. Chapter 229. Hello, my name is. On the morning of the 5th day, Letty opened her emerald green and gold eyes and looked at the world curiously. Rhett squatted beside the crib and grinned. Little one, Uncle has prepared a gift for you. Looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too, he, Rhett said as he pushed the stroller. It's time to let the little one see the sun. The morning sun shone on the open space outside the castle. Rhett came out pushing a seemingly ordinary baby carriage. Letty lay inside, kicking her little hands and feet from time to time, her big round eyes curiously observing everything around her. Rhett rolled up a blood mist and dragged out a strangely shaped baby carriage from the depths of the castle. A golden, streamlined, baby carriage slowly descended to the ground. It looked ordinary at first glance, but Rhett's expression clearly read, this thing is definitely not simple. Tezulo raised his eyebrows. Captain, could this be? Tezuro, Stella, Kuleha and others followed behind. Perona was floating in the air, and Laboon was clinging to the edge of the stroller, his face full of anticipation. Master Rhett, What exactly is this surprise you're talking about? Perona asked, blinking. Red grinned, and Red turned into a sunny boy. Look, it's very, very powerful. He gently pressed a hidden button on the stroller's armrest. Crack. Boom. The stroller disassembled and reassembled in an instant, its metal parts flipping and snapping together, the hydraulic system humming softly. Within 3 seconds, a 6-meter-tall Titan mecha stood before them, its red and gold paint scheme visible, its mechanical eyes flashing a calm blue light. I'm BT 7275, a Vanguard-class Titan. A low, gentle, mechanical voice rang out. You can call me BT. Letty's eyes widened, her little hands scratched in the air, and she made an ah sound from her mouth. BT lowered his head slightly, his mechanical eyes locked onto the baby. New pilot detected. Guild Ratty. Data scan initiated. Protocol 3, protect Ratty. Tezulo's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Was this done by the judge? Red crossed his arms proudly. I provided the design, and he realized it. Kuleha, cigarette in hand, showed a rare look of surprise. You little brat, you gave a baby less than a week old a war machine? How can this be called a crib? Red said confidently, sister, you don't understand. This is a crib. BT has a fully automatic baby rearing mode. BT duly added. The lullaby database, diaper changing guide, and milk powder preparation program have been loaded. Little Perona was shocked. Shush, Perona floated over and poked BT's armor curiously. Will it fight? Advertisement, hee. Shei Rui, you finally asked. BT opens the combat analysis module. BT, tactical analysis module activated. Threat assessment, Perona Mononoke, combat capability. Red covered BT's speaker with his hand. No need to analyze this. Laboon excitedly circled around BT. Woo, can I get in? BT. Sorry, Laboon. Access to the cockpit is restricted to pilot, laddie, only. Laboon. Lost? Moria looked the Titan in the eye. Wow, that's impressive. It's pretty lethal, isn't it? It's the same height as me, after all. Can you heal it? BT. Medical module not loaded, but basic first aid advice available. How old is Lahi? This height is enough, Red said to BT. BT, turn on driving mode. BT knelt on one knee, and the cockpit slowly opened. The interior was transformed into a comfortable baby cabin with soft cushions, a constant temperature system, and even a small bottle holder. Red carefully put Lahi in. Try it? As soon as Lahi entered the cockpit, she waved her hands excitedly. BT's mechanical eyes flickered gently. Pilot status. Happy. Activating safety lock sequence. BT sheathed his weapon in due time. Rest assured, all weapon systems require manual authorization to activate, except in extreme circumstances. Current mode. Baby care first. Its shoulder armor suddenly flipped open, revealing 2 rows of miniature missile launchers. Its mechanical arm ejected a high-speed spinning chainsaw sword, and its eye laser sight locked onto a distant rock with a beep. Lahi sat in the cockpit, excitedly tapping the console, completely unaware that he was about to become the core of this battle. Red crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. Moria, want to try? Tezulo was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. It's perfect. Moria, be gentle, don't tear it down for me. If you do, go to North Blue and fix it for me. Your level doesn't require the children to intervene. Red raised an eyebrow. The rules are simple, no use of armament hockey, no fruit abilities, and only minimal taijutsu allowed. Bang, Moria dodged sideways and hit BT's joints with a backhand elbow strike. Go and try, otherwise I won't be at ease. Red pushed Moria, go quickly, go quickly. BT's right arm hesitated slightly, but he immediately adjusted his posture and swept his left arm, forcing Moria back. Advertisement, crack. Red suddenly gave a dangerous smile. By the way, BT, show us self-defense mode. Moria grinned, took a step forward, and hit BT's chest with his right fist with a whistling sound. Threat marked. Recommendation. Prioritize protecting the pilot. It began to sway gently from side to side, and Letty laughed even louder. BT. Pilot command analysis. Request for swing. BT's robotic arm suddenly popped out, and he counterattacked with a precise uppercut. Moria narrowed his eyes, sizing up the red and gold Titan before him. All right, good for stretching my legs. Stella. Lord Red, this is too dangerous. BT's mechanical eyes turned to Moria, calmly analyzing. Challenger detected. Gecko Moria, combat power level assessed as very high. Recommended tactics. Escape immediately. If necessary, BT can fight autonomously to buy time for the pilot's retreat. Red threw his hands up innocently. What's wrong? You have to be careful of those who don't know the truth, right? Letty giggled and reached out to catch the twinkling stars with her little hands. The dull sound of metal colliding echoed in the open space. BT was knocked back half a step by the punch. Although the armor was dented, the memory metal quickly restored the dent. Red. I don't think so. Stella held her forehead. Don't you really think this is a bit exaggerated? Captain, just declare him the winner. Several soft robotic arms gently secured Lahi, ensuring she wouldn't move around and get hurt. Everyone. BT slowly stood up, his movements so smooth that he couldn't even spill a glass of water. He raised his arm, and a hologram of the starry sky appeared in his palm, and a soft lullaby began to play. Moria flicked her wrist. Ha, 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 it's pretty hard. Moria was stunned and pointed at himself. Shish. Captain, you want me to fight a machine? To put it bluntly, I can dismantle it in less than a second. Yes, yes, Captain. Lahi was not frightened at all. Instead, she excitedly slapped the console and babbled instructions. BT. Confirm command. Start demonstration mode. Chapter 230 full display. Moria felt that if he didn't improve his strength, he would not be able to win. He suddenly sped up, moved behind BT, and kicked it towards its knee joint with a whip kick. BT seemed to have predicted his movements, and the armor on its back instantly unfolded, spewing out high-pressure airflow. Boom. Moria stared motionlessly at BT adjusting its posture in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Interesting. Captain, this isn't observation hockey? This thing should be quite expensive. Rhett looked at Moria with a look of confusion. He's a mecha, how can he have observation hockey? Did you know there's something called radar? You look so uneducated. Moria, you should read more books. BT's mechanical eyes flickered. Tactical update. Opponent Moria has no killing intent. We are trying to determine Moria's hidden strength. The nature of the battle has been updated. Let's spar. It suddenly activated its foot thrusters, sprinted in front of Moria in an instant, and pressed down with its arms crossed. Moria blocked with both hands, but was forced to kneel on one knee by the huge force, and the ground cracked with a spiderweb-like crack. Tisk. Moria gritted her teeth. You're quite strong. Just as Moria was about to burst free, BT's chest suddenly opened, revealing a miniature speaker. Moria-sama is a big idiot, Perona-sama is the cutest. Moria. Rhett. Now you know why I chose you to test, hee. His movements froze instantly, veins popping out on his forehead. Shish. BT calmly responded. Tactical rationality. 87%. According to data analysis, the sound may distract attention to a certain extent. Furthermore, this phrase has the highest lethality in the database, with a kill rate of 89% and a 100% chance of collateral damage. However, this is an urgent matter and I must mention it. I apologize to Ms. Perona. Taking advantage of Moria's distraction, BT hit Moria with a shoulder. Boom. Moria held down BT. Hey, not bad. Let's stop here. BT retracted its weapon system, its mechanical eyes returning to a calm blue glow. Simulation battle concluded. Win rate analysis. 98%. Advertisement. Your name is BT, right? Yes, Mr. Moria. I am BT 7275, a Vanguard class Titan. You can also call me BT. Where did you get that 98% win rate, a-hole? Analysis shows that if Pilot Lahi were to cry and lash out due to my negligence, the chances of winning this battle would be as high as 98%. Lahi was giggling in the cockpit, clapping the console with her little hands as if she was applauding BT. Moria dusted himself off. He glanced around at Rhett, Tessero, and Enel, who were staring at him eagerly, and muttered unhappily, hiss, hiss, hiss. It seems like what they said is indeed true. Rhett, a bloody mist, brought him back. I accept the loss, Moria. Moria suddenly remembered something. Hey, B************** D Captain, what you just said is not 10 years old. Rhett touched Perona's head as she floated in the air. The little girl, who was cosplaying as Steam Girl, said to them, live forever, brothers. Oh, Lord Rhett, I was still a kid back then, Perona couldn't help but complain. Hee ha hee. Shiete just laughed and didn't answer. Tezulo stroked his chin. Can this thing be mass-produced? Rhett. Not much. Understood. BT gently lifted the cockpit so that Letty could see everyone clearly. Protocol 3. Protect the pilot. Executing. The sunlight shone on the red and gold armor, and in Letty's emerald green and gold eyes, she reflected the steel giant who fought for her. Rhett put his hands in his pockets, a blood mist slowly flowing around him. Moria, release those small zombies of yours. I want to see the limits of BT. Moria grinned, shadows spreading from beneath his feet. Shish. Finally some fun. He waved his hands, and dozens of shadowy cracks appeared on the ground. Zombie army. Zombie soldiers, appear. Crack, crack. These are the bodies of ordinary pirates that Moria picked up in the paradise. They were used to mop the floor and clean the toilet. Rhett is not sure about their strength. Even Moria himself is not sure. He can only feel that they are very pleasant to the ears, but they are not much different from ordinary marines. BT's mechanical eyes quickly scanned the battlefield. Hostile units detected. Zombie soldiers, number 37. Threat level low. Combat mode activated. Advertisement. It gently moved Laddie's cockpit to a safe position on his chest, and covered the cockpit with layers of armor. Go, BT. Rhett ordered. BT's arms ejected rapidly spinning chainsaw swords, and the mechanical voice was calm and efficient. Tactical advice. Clear the area quickly. It rushed into the zombie group, and the chainsaw sword swept wildly. Although BT has no way to use armament color, it can still deal with these miscellaneous soldiers by cutting them until they cannot regroup. Tezulo whistled. That's efficient, the damage is still sufficient. Zombies rushed in from all directions. BT's back armor unfolded, and the micro-missile launcher locked onto the target. Boom. 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 In the light of the explosion, more than a dozen zombies were blown away, and their limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground. Moria watched with interest. Shush. Moria snapped his fingers, and the zombies began to move towards BT in a regular pattern. Spread out and surround, attempting a surprise attack from a blind spot. BT's mechanical eyes flickered, and the tactical system quickly updated. Encirclement tactics detected, tactical judgment immediately disengage, large-scale coverage attack. It leapt up suddenly, its foot thrusters fully activated, spinning its body in midair, its chainsaw swords on both arms drawing a perfect arc. Swish. The last batch of zombies were cut in half and the battle ended. BT retracted his weapon, his mechanical eyes returning to a calm blue glow. Battle duration: 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Enemy destroyed. Self-damage: 0%. Recommendation: increase strategies to counter high mobility units. Rhett's eyes almost sparkled. Wow, 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 this is so cool, this is so cool. When Rhett saw, believe me, and threw the pilot out, he was really excited. Which little lousy doesn't have a dream of owning a mecha? Not to mention little lousy, even Rhett thinks it's cool now. The roar of the thrusters and the pressure of the shells, my god, it's too little. Rhett thought back to the cartoons he watched as a child. A pig, a few sheep, a cat, a rabbit, dozens of suits of armor, and no pink hair dryer at all. Moria looked at the zombie remains on the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lousy zombies. BT turned to Moria and spoke sincerely. Thank you for your cooperation in the test, Mr. Moria. Your zombie soldier data has been recorded. It will increase efficiency by 23% when dealing with similar threats in the future. Thank you very much for providing this data. Since TU is still unable to communicate normally, BT and the pilot would like to express their gratitude to Mr. Moria. Moria, you're welcome. Chapter 231 Professional Team. Of course, preparations for Laddie's 100 days must be in full swing. The Pirates King has a very authoritative group, and they are basically the authority in terms of tea parties and weddings. Although Rhett's relationship with Charlotte Linlin is not as close as with 5 elders. But Rhett made so many of her ex-husband's brothers disappear, and solved the potential threat of her ex-husband coming with his children to divide the property. In a sense, Rhett and Charlotte Linlin are in cahoots. Before going to Kaido's place, Rhett was not well prepared because Kaido was just a street vendor. No, 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 brothers. This time Rhett wants everyone to go. Wakakaka. Although I killed your ex-husband, accidentally put many of your children to sleep, and followed Captain Roger on many trips to visit, we are still good friends. As Rhett's fleet entered the waters of Cake Island, the Big Mom Pirates flag appeared on the distant horizon. Katakuri and Perospero stood at the bow of the main ship, with a massive fleet behind them. It looks like we're going to have a tough battle, everyone, Rhett said to the crowd. The bloody fog spreads, Katakuri folded his arms, his scarf fluttering in the wind, and gazed steadily at the approaching Rhett. Perospero licked his candy cane and gave a meaningful smile. What a rare visitor, Captain Rhett. Rhett stood on the deck, blood mist slowly flowing under his feet, a playful smile on his lips. Hey, isn't this Katakuri and Puro? What? Linlin sent you to welcome me? Do you think you two can stop my crimson pirates? Perospero chuckled. Mom said that since it's an old friend visiting, we should treat her with the highest standards. Rhett thought they would be met with a tense confrontation, but he didn't expect that. But think about it, if there is no interest in fighting a war, no leader would start a meaningless war. Katakuri nodded slightly, his tone calm but with a hint of caution. Captain Rhett, please follow us to Cake Island. Rhett tilted his head, a hint of amusement flashing in his scarlet eyes. So enthusiastic? Could this be a Hanmen banquet? Perospero spread his hands and said, how could that be? Mom has specially prepared the finest desserts for you. Rhett laughed. Okay, I'd love to try it, but I'd be mad if there were anything else mixed into the dessert. Katakuri's observation hockey fluctuated slightly, but his expression remained calm. Don't worry, Mom is always hospitable. Advertisement. Rhett waved his hand, and the blood mist swirled into a breeze. Then lead the way. Let me see what surprise Linlin has prepared this time. I grabbed your island. You guys can't get any of mine. Don't act like you're so high and mighty. As the Bruma Jackson docked, Rhett stood at the bow, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, a hint of amusement flashing in his scarlet eyes. Along the way, the residents of Cake Island hid behind buildings, secretly observing these uninvited guests. The notoriety of the Bloody Dawn pirates had long spread across the sea, not to mention that they had just defeated the combined forces of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Tezulo stood behind Rhett and whispered, Captain, this atmosphere isn't right. But for now, both sides tacitly agreed not to mention past grievances. After all, profit is the eternal theme of New World. Katakuri jumped onto Cake Island and said, Welcome to Cake Island, Lord Rhett. What a coincidence. My mother is having a wedding today, Puro Puro. Translate, Charlotte Linlin's pupils shrank slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Mama. Of course. Rhett shrugged. I'm a very fair person. Yes, Captain. The wedding was lavishly decorated, with mountains of desserts and lively music played by homies. Charlotte Linlin sat at the main seat, next to her was a burly, unfamiliar man, her new husband. Remember to send some to Katakuri and Perospero, they should smell familiar. Fairness? The fairness of Bloody Dawn has always been, I have the final say? Rhett grinned. That's right, old friends should help each other. Yes, Captain, we accidentally discovered this uninhabited island. Red raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, then strode towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin, long time no see. Is your injury healed? Mama, isn't this little Red? Charlotte Linlin's voice came from a distance. Although she was smiling, the coldness in her eyes could not be hidden. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin stared at Red for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ma, you're really good at picking the right time, kid. She gulped down a bucket of wine, wiped her mouth, and said, sure. It's just a 100-day banquet, right? Wait, Red seems to remember something. Linlin narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger in her smile. But, Red, you have to remember, this is cooperation, not charity. Red raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Oh, a wedding? Looks like I'm here just in time. Yeah, why else would I look for you? Come and eat cake. The Lilliputian appeared, the pirate's king, the man who can compete with my supreme Jabba brother. Red shrugged, the blood mist forming a red carpet beneath his feet. Lead the way. I'm also curious about who is so lucky to marry Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri and Parasparrow looked unhappy. Thank you, Captain Red. Boss Tai, do we also have a territory that can produce delicious food that day? Parasparrow quickly tried to smooth things over. Lord Red, Mom specially asked us to come and greet you. Please follow us to the wedding venue, Parasparrow. He sneered in his heart, but remained expressionless on the surface. Congratulations, Linlin. However, I'm only attending the wedding this time. Please prepare some cakes for me. I want to hold a 100-day banquet for my niece in 3 months. Red glanced at the groom, and found that his eyes were dull, and he was obviously a puppet controlled by the soul fruit. Moria poked the dark ground with his shadow, and a chocolate bar was immediately peeled off. Shish. It's quite delicious. Linlin's smile instantly turned cold. Oh, everyone came to my Wangguo just to ask for our help? Mama, Red, you're just in time. Linlin laughed and raised his glass. Come and have a drink to celebrate my wedding. As the fleet slowly sailed into the port of Cake Island, the people of Bloody Dawn finally got a clear view of the entire island, which was so sweet to the point of being outrageous. Wow. Perona spun around in the air. These buildings are actually made of cookies and cream. We're here to hire people. Chapter 232 Motherly Love Mode. When Red appeared at the wedding holding the newly born baby Lahi, the atmosphere on the entire Cake Island suddenly became subtle. Charlotte Linlin was still stuffing her cake with her big eyes, but when they fell on Letty, her pupils suddenly shrank. Mama. Her voice suddenly became soft, even a little sweet. Whose little cutie is this? Prometheus floated into her ear and whispered, Mom, this is Red's niece, Guild Lahi. Oh, little Lahi. Linlin bent down, carefully extended her huge palm to the baby, and said in an unspeakably gentle tone, let Andy see you. Red raised his eyebrows, a blood mist floating slightly, ready to strike at any time. He was not sure if Linlin would suddenly go crazy. Of course, it was not a big problem. In just a moment, Red could make Big Mom fall into endless fear and fantasy. However, to everyone's surprise, Linlin had no intention of attacking. Instead, he gently touched Laddie's little face with his fingertips as if she were his own son. Ah, Laddie blinked her emerald green and gold eyes and actually smiled at Linlin. Mama, she likes me. Linlin clapped her hands excitedly, and the entire Cake Island shook twice. Everyone in Bloody Dawn looked at each other in confusion. Tezulo lowered his voice. Captain, what is going on? Moria smacked her lips. S's. Enel snorted coldly. If the three of them made any unusual movement, they would rush out. However, Katakuri calmly said, don't worry, this is Mom's mother mode, and it only appears occasionally with children under 10 years old. Mother mode? Perona floated over curiously. A mother does this with any child under 10, Parasparrow explained. With babies, she becomes especially gentle. Red narrowed his eyes. Really? Katakuri nodded. Really? When Pudding was little, her mother coaxed her in the same way. Sure enough, Linlin was not aggressive at all. Instead, she acted like a real loving mother, letting the homies conjure up all kinds of cute dessert toys to make Lahi happy. Little Lahi, do you want some marshmallows? Linlin pinched a small piece of cloud-like marshmallow with her fingertips and gently handed it to Lahi. Letty stretched out her little hand and scratched it curiously. Mama. So cute. Linlin smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Everyone at Bloody Dawn. Advertisement Red stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, I see. The reason Pirates King Red changed his opinion of Big Mom was because of that sentence. Pirates should also learn to be kind and righteous. Shut up, Katakuri, Parasparrow. Linlin didn't even turn around, still staring at Lahi, a rare, genuine smile on her lips. This brat reminds me of Lola when she was little. Everyone in Bloody Dawn looked at each other in confusion. Perona floated beside Tezulo and whispered, did she get switched? Moria smacked her lips. Shish. Red suddenly smiled, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. It seems that our cooperation this time will go smoothly. Linlin raised her head, her eyes still gentle, but her tone had returned to its usual domineering tone. Red, leave the 100 days banquet to me. Mama. I want the entire new world to know. This banquet is personally organized by me, Charlotte Linlin. Red shrugged. Sure, you owe me a favor anyway. Linlin's smile froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. Little devil, don't push your luck. Letty made an sound at the right time, breaking the delicate atmosphere. Linlin immediately turned back into that strange, gentle mother mode, even pulling out a piece of exquisite candy from her bosom and handing it to Letty. Come on, little one, try it. Tezulo was about to stop him, but Rhett raised his hand to signal him not to move. Letty grabbed the candy curiously and put it in her mouth, then her eyes lit up and she waved her little hands happily. Mama, as long as you like it. Linlin laughed triumphantly, turned around and yelled at Perisparrow. Go. Call all the top pastry chefs. I want to design the menu for the 100 Days banquet myself. Perisparrow. Yes, mother. Perisparrow stood in the corner of the banquet hall, tapping the ground lightly with his candy cane, his eyes scanning the members of Crimson Dawn thoughtfully. Marriage, he murmured softly, a shrewd smile on his lips. The Big Mom pirates have always been good at using marriage to consolidate their power, and Scarlet Dawn is now at its peak. If they can be won over through marriage, it would naturally be the best, and the Rets also have a good reputation. He raised his hand and waved, and several unmarried daughters of the Charlotte family immediately understood. They carried exquisite desserts and walked slowly towards the people at Bloody Dawn. Beauty trap, start, however, the reality was somewhat different from what Perisparrow had expected. Enel was leaning against the window, eating grapes with a look of disdain on his face. Enel didn't want to pay any attention to these women until... HMPH. Lena puffed up her face and glared at him angrily. Advertisement. Enel raised his eyebrows and wanted to retort, but his body uncontrollably teleported to her side, his tone still arrogant. Don't get so close to me, little one. Lena. Then why did you come here? Enel, passing by. Everyone. Moria was even more direct. As soon as a daughter of Charlotte approached, he hissed and laughed strangely. Little girl, I'm not interested in living people. Why don't you consider becoming a zombie? I guarantee eternal youth. The girl turned pale and ran away. Tesoro hugged Stella, and they naturally would not ask for trouble. Everyone on the scene knew that Stella was Tesoro's life. Laboon was too young and was simply ignored. As for Rhett, a hot girl from the Charlotte family came up to him with a glass of red wine in her hand. She said with a charming look, Lord Rhett, I wonder if you like sweet wine. Rhett raised his eyes lazily, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, and smiled. Sweet wine is good, but compared to this. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin, his scarlet eyes narrowed dangerously. What I want to know more is, who asked you to come? The girl froze instantly, cold sweat pouring down her face. Katakuri stood not far away, his brows furrowed. Of course he knew the importance of marriage, but seeing his sisters forcing smiles, he felt inexplicably irritated. That's enough. His deep voice suddenly rang out, and he strode over and pulled the woman over. You are clumsy. Mr. Red is beyond your reach. Step aside. I will personally receive Mr. Red. Perisparrow was stunned. Katakuri. Katakuri glanced at him coldly. Mom only said that we should cooperate, she didn't say that she would sell my sister. Red looked at him with interest, and suddenly laughed. Kaji, you are more interesting than I thought. Katakuri didn't respond, but turned to his sisters and said, Go do what you want to do, don't force yourself. The girls felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Perisparrow smacked his lips, but didn't insist. Lena secretly glanced at Enel and muttered softly. I didn't expect that expressionless man to be so humane. Enel snorted coldly. Not only that. That big-tongued guy is also feeling guilty. Chapter 234 Soraya. Rhett held Lati in his arms and lazily leaned against the long table covered with desserts, watching Charlotte Linlin being surrounded by a group of homies as she walked towards the wedding platform. What a happy wedding, Rhett said jokingly as he took a bite of the cream puff. As Tezulo piled cakes onto his plate, he whispered, Captain, are we really just going to watch? What else? Rhett shrugged. Do you still want to grab the bouquet? Moria smacked her lips as a shadow quietly swept away an entire chocolate fountain. Shish. Enel snorted coldly, tiny lightning flashes dancing on his fingertips. Boring. Lena puffed her cheeks, obviously still angry. Then don't eat other people's desserts. Enel. I am just trying it. Everyone. The wedding march sounded. Linlin walked with heavy steps, holding the groom, and looked back at Lati from time to time. Rhett watched this scene and suddenly chuckled. It seems that not all the nations are crazy. Tezulo raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Rhett pointed around. The residents of Cake Island were dancing happily, children were chasing and playing, and the homies were playing cheerful music. Although all this is built under Linlin's reign of terror, it is undeniable that the civilians here do live a more stable life than the weak in other sea areas. Rhett took a bite of cake and said casually, at least here, they can still live a normal life. Rhett is not talking nonsense here. Of course, he has to have a big premise at this time, New World, and then the weak. Living in the New World requires sacrificing 2 months of life each year, which means that people who can live to 80 can only live to their 70s. It seems like just 10 years, but there is a big premise. The weak in the New World cannot live to 70. In fact, Rhett sighed when he saw the Cake Island. Because the concept is really a peaceful country, there is no brutal ruling class, there is only one psychopath, that is the ant. Although Big Mom's food cravings may not distinguish between friend and foe, and they are few and far between in a long life, it is better than having pirates pierce your heart at the next second. The character of Ant is actually quite complex. She is extremely innocent and idealistic, and wants to build a country where everyone is happy. Her ideas are good, and she has kindness deep in her heart. Everyone in the Pirates King animation has their own shining points. Even the Blackbeard, who is despised by everyone, said something to Luffy when Luffy and Zoro were beaten half to death by Bellamy. Advertisement. People's dreams will never end. Apart from anything else, Blackbeard is the real pirates. It was this sentence that made the fans have a new view of Blackbeard, and then there was Big Mom's. Pirates also need kindness and righteousness. To the weak in the New World, Big Mom's Bangkoku can indeed be called a benevolent and righteous country. We can't say that Big Mom is great, but we can't completely classify her as a villain or a bad person either. Many times, for many people, good and evil are not absolute. Just when the wedding was at its climax, something strange happened. Charlotte Linlin's smile suddenly froze, her pupils constricted violently, and saliva began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. Her fingers began to tremble, and her breathing became heavy and disordered. Caramel. Caramel puff. She muttered, her voice gradually distorted. Why? There is no caramel puff. The entire wedding scene fell silent in an instant. Everyone of Blood Dawn was immediately alert. Tessero's golden armor instantly covered his entire body, Moria's shadow frantically crawled on the ground, and Enel's lightning crackled. Rhett still held Letty, but the blood mist floated slightly, wrapping the baby tighter. Oh? Is this the legendary food craving? Linlin's body began to swell, and Conqueror's hockey erupted uncontrollably. The terrifying pressure made the entire cake island tremble. Caramel puff. She suddenly raised her hand and punched the wedding cake. Boom! The huge cake tower shattered in an instant, and cream and icing rained down everywhere. The guests screamed and fled, and the homies trembled with fear. Parasparrow trembled all over, but the next second, he gritted his teeth, rushed to his brothers and sisters, and opened his arms to stop his crazy mother. Mom! Calm down. His voice was shaking, and his eyes were almost fried in the shape of eggs, but his body was firmly fixed between his mother and his younger siblings. The caramel puffs will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Katakori's observation hockey gave a frantic warning, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he stood next to Parasparrow and said in a deep voice, Mom, the caramel puffs are on the way. Linlin's huge fist was suspended in midair, his chaotic eyes fixed on them. Caramel, puff. Parasparrow's back was soaked with sweat, but he still forced a smile. Yes, yes. The chefs are making it, your favorite caramel puffs. He turned and yelled to his brothers and sisters behind him, go get the spare dessert, quick. Advertisement Charlotte's children finally reacted and ran away in all directions to find dessert. Everyone in Bloody Dawn stood there, each with a different look on their face. Tezulo frowned. This guy. He's obviously scared to death, yet he still dares to stand in front of us? Moria smacked her lips. Shish. Enel snorted coldly, stupid. The original soothing to this extent is actually considered to be back to normal. But don't forget Red is still there. Charlotte Linlin normally needs to grit her teeth to talk to Red, let alone now that she is sick. Red suddenly stuffed Lottie into Tezuro's arms, and blood mist erupted instantly. Hey, Linlin, you're so excited to see me. Red's figure loomed in the blood mist, his scarlet eyes flashing dangerously. If you want to go crazy, why not fight me? Linlin stared at Red intently, then turned her confused eyes to Red. Mama. Red, little devil. Red waved his hand without looking back. Take Letty away. Tessero carried Lottie and retreated to a distant battlefield. As for worry, that was non-existent. The captain could not lose. Parasparrow looked at Red in shock. You, don't get me wrong, Red grinned. I just thought it would be nice to stretch my legs before the 100 days party. I'm going to give it my all later. Linlin's Conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted. Die, little devil. Widewhoa. The terrifying slash instantly tore through the wedding scene, but Red had already dodged it by turning into mist. The blood mist condensed in the air into dozens of ferocious blood dragons, rushing towards Linlin. Mist god style. Blood dragon dance. Katakori immediately pulled Parasparrow back. Everyone retreat. Chapter 235. But as children, we cannot watch our mother get hurt. On the battlefield filled with blood mist, Charlotte Linlin's greatsword and Red's black-tied greatsword collided violently, and the black and red lightning formed by Conqueror's hockey exploded wildly between the two. Mama, little devil, die, caramel puff, Linlin grinned, and Napoleon's giant sword, wrapped in the dark blue soulfire, slashed down fiercely. Red hit one. What the hell? Fighting with me, you still have the mood to think about other food, the rat? Red's figure instantly turned into mist, and his giant sword slashed through the blood mist, but only caused ripples. His voice came from all directions. Really? How about this move? Mist god style. Blood dragon bite. Dozens of ferocious blood dragons rushed out from the mist and bit Linlin's limbs fiercely. Blood oozed from her skin and was greedily devoured by the blood mist. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but this is the same move Red used during the Wanokuni fight. Ah! Linlin was furious. Conqueror's power exploded, shattering the blood dragon, but the next second, Red's figure gathered behind her, and the black-tied sword pierced her back. Laugh. Charlotte Linlin remembered the shame in Wanokuni. The tip of the black-tied greatsword pierced Linlin's back, and her blood was instantly swallowed by the blood mist. Charlotte Linlin's pupils suddenly contracted, and the humiliating defeat on the Wanokuni battlefield flashed through her mind. the same moves, the same pain. I don't mean anything else, it's just Rhett's bad taste. Rhett can easily kill Charlotte Linlin as long as he is still a psychopath. In other words, no matter whether it is the Emperor or the Overlord on the sea, they can fight back and forth with Rhett. Including Kaido, but Charlotte Linlin is not doing well. What's the matter? Charlotte Linlin left a shadow on the young Rhett. He tried his best but couldn't even get a scratch. Now Rhett can get a scratch whenever he wants. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the weak. Mamama. Her laughter became distorted, and Napoleon's greatsword spun violently. You think you can defeat me twice with the same move? Advertisement Rhett's figure had already retreated into the mist, the blood mist condensing into his outline in the air. So what? Just use it. Why not use it if it works? Rhett even deliberately stabbed him again, without even using his inner arousal, and snapped his fingers. Blood prison scroll. Final scene. In an instant, Linlin's vision was engulfed in blood. She stood in a void of crimson, surrounded by countless mirrors, each reflecting her most horrifying memories. The betrayal of the nun, the death of her children, the destruction of the nations. No. This is not true. Linlin's greatsword dropped limply. We won't describe the thoughts in the illusion, that's all there is to it. Outside the illusion, everyone saw Charlotte Linlin standing there in front of them in a daze. In the real world, her body was frozen in place, her eyes empty, like a sculpture. Just as Rhett's black-tied greatsword was about to strike Charlotte Linlin, who stood motionless. Please wait a moment. A petite pink figure suddenly rushed out, blocking Linlin's way. Pudding trembled and opened her arms, tears welling in all three eyes. Lord Rhett, please, let Mom go this time. At the same time, Katakuri and Parasparrow also flashed over, protecting Linlin on the left and right. Shish. Parasparrow slammed his candy cane into the ground, and the syrup quickly formed a barrier. Everyone of the Bloody Dawn, this is enough for today, Parasparrow. Katakuri didn't say anything, but the trident, Earth Dragon, was already across his chest, and his eyes under the scarf were extremely determined. Rhett's sword tip stopped an inch from Pudding's nose, a faint mist of blood rising. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Tezulo's golden armor made a clacking sound. Captain, do you want to take action? Enel's lightning was already dancing at his fingertips. Humph, you're courting death. Moria smacked her lips. Shish. A bloody mist suddenly surged, and Rhett's conqueror's hockey pressed down like a mountain. Katakuri's knees buckled slightly, and Parasparrow's candy barrier crackled under the strain. Pudding's face paled, but her three eyes remained stubbornly wide open. Advertisement, interesting. Rhett narrowed his scarlet eyes, and slowly retracted the black-tied greatsword. The blood mist dissipated, and with it the terrifying pressure. He had just remembered that he wanted them to help with the 100-day banquet. He couldn't be too awkward, they were supposed to be attending a wedding, so he didn't want to ruin it. He wasn't some overly masculine kid, Rhett, was just that particular. Katakuri took a deep breath, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth under his scarf. Thank you. Rhett suddenly smiled, slowly retracting the black-tied greatsword. You're thanking me too soon. Charlotte Linlin's cravings haven't recovered yet. She's simply been suppressed by my strength. You'll be in trouble once I'm gone. Katakuri said solemnly, although it's dangerous when Mom has food cravings. As her children, we can't bear to see her get hurt. Parasparrow wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, we will be fully responsible for the preparations for today's wedding. No, the 100-day banquet. Parasparrow, we will definitely satisfy you. Everyone in Bloody Dawn looked at each other in confusion. Rhett stared at Katakuri for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around. All right, I'm tired of fighting too. He waved his hand. Pudding, right? Lead the way. Tezulo was stunned. Captain, just let it go like that? Rhett walked on without looking back, a trail of blood mist trailing behind him. Why bother with a madman? Besides. He glanced at Linlin, who was still immersed in the dream. She's had enough. Katakuri bowed slightly. Thank you. Watching the Bloody Dawn's members leave, Parasparrow breathed a sigh of relief. The candy barrier melted with a crash. I almost thought it was over, Parasparrow. Pudding's little hands were still tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. Katakuri-san, Mommy. Katakuri gently patted his sister's head. It'll be fine. He turned to the dazed Linlin, his eyes complicated. After all, she's our mother. Go take care of the Crimson Dawn pirates. I leave it to you, Little Bryn. Little Bryn was completely stunned. He had just acted purely on instinct and had never thought that he would have to receive the Mist Lord of the Sea himself. This was a huge shock to her little girl. When Pudding first appeared in front of the ant, she disliked her because her third eye made her look disgusting. Pudding looked for friends to play with, but because of her third eye, they were either afraid of her or bullied her. Anyway, she was alone. This is very similar to Sanji's childhood. Oda likes to play with this kind of symmetry. Later, the thing that made him a little stronger than Sanji was that Pudding couldn't hold on and she turned evil. Chapter 236 left in a hurry. Pudding lowered his head and carefully led Red and his group through the candy corridor. He was not nervous. No way, this child was followed by the power to destroy this country. Pudding was already questioning himself frantically in his mind. Pudding, what are you doing? Why did you run away at that time? Now it's okay? Bryn glanced back at Red and smiled at him. Red also returned a very kind smile, at least that's what Red thought. He smiled at me. I heard he eats children, 10 children in one meal. He wouldn't want to eat me, would he? Woo woo woo. When Pudding thought of this, he started to shed tears. But I'm so brave, everyone shouldn't hate me so much. Maybe even my mother will approve of me, he. Happy again, Rhett watched the little girl, who went from being terrified to crying, and finally laughing inexplicably. Rhett could only say that children's thoughts diverge quickly. Her third eye moved restlessly, and her fingers twisted the hem of her skirt tightly. The homies on both sides of the corridor looked at the uninvited guests curiously, but when they saw Rhett's scarlet eyes, they shrank back into the walls in fear. Right here. Pudding pushed open a chocolate door, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. This is the best room in the world. Rhett stepped in, the blood mist slowly gathering behind him. The room was indeed luxurious, a marshmallow cloud chandelier, a chocolate fountain gurgling in the corner, even the bed curtains woven from sugar threads. It reminded Rhett of the movie Gourmet Hunter. Not bad. Rhett sat down casually on a toffee sofa, which creaked in protest. Pudding stood at the door, hesitating for a moment, and suddenly took out an exquisite chocolate box from her apron pocket. This is the chocolate I made. If Master Red doesn't mind. Her voice trailed off, and her third eye closed nervously. The room suddenly fell silent. Tezulo raised an eyebrow. Moria smacked her lips and tried to say something, but Enel glared back at her. Rhett looked at the slightly trembling chocolate box and reached out to take it. He opened the box and found 6 cute chocolates inside, each carefully decorated with different dried fruits. You made this? Rhett picked up one. Advertisement. Pudding lowered her head, her voice tearing up as she said, yes, it might not taste very good. Rhett popped the chocolate into his mouth. The rich sweetness melted on his tongue, with the slightly sour raspberry jam in the middle, perfectly neutralizing the sweetness. It tasted really good. Not bad, he commented lightly, thank you, cute little Pudding. With just these 2 simple sentences, Pudding's 3 eyes suddenly opened wide and tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. Woo woo woo. She wiped her eyes desperately with the back of her hand, but she couldn't stop crying. Thank you. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Why are you crying? Rhett was pretending. Of course, Rhett knew how to talk to this kind girl, and it worked best. That's right, Rhett was such a despicable person. But it's strange that a person who is committed to building a country where all species can live happily would discriminate against a person with 3 eyes. I really have no words to complain about Oda's setting. Because. Pudding sobbed, except for Katakuri ni, no one has ever said that the chocolate I make is delicious. No one has ever said I'm cute. Her third eye drooped in grievance. Everyone says, it's disgusting. The room was silent. Rhett looked at the crying girl and suddenly reached out to rub her head. What's wrong with the third eye? It's pretty cool. Besides, you have so many sisters with strange looks. Why do you feel inferior? They are not any better than you. Pudding was stunned and even forgot to cry. A completely new perspective suddenly exploded in Pudding's little head. This one is much easier to persuade than the one in Sanji's family. The one with 3 members is not strong enough, while the one in Wan Guo is because he looks weird, or even just has an extra eye. However, the thing that Wan Guo has the most is people with weird looks, so this problem is very easy to solve. Really? Rhett picked up another chocolate. I believe you will become an excellent chocolate shop manager in the future. Pudding burst into laughter, her 3 eyes curved into crescents. I'll go get some snacks for you all. Advertisement. She ran out the door happily, almost bumping into the door frame, then quickly turned back and bowed before leaving. Tezulo stroked his chin and said, Captain, when did you become so gentle? Rhett lazily leaned back on the sofa. I've always been reasonable, okay? The little girl isn't a bad person by nature. Enel sneered. Huh? You dare? Rhett's voice suddenly turned cold. Outside the window, the night sky on Cake Island was gentle. Pudding hummed a song as she ran towards the kitchen, her 3 eyes gleaming in the moonlight. And deep in the castle, Charlotte Linlin finally broke free from the blood prison scroll and let out a deafening roar. Rhett. As the morning sun streamed into the room through the frosted windows, Rhett lay on his large marshmallow bed, nibbling on the last chocolate Pudding had sent him last night. Suddenly, the golden Den Mushi in his arms began to chirp. Hello, Odin, what happened to you to call me? Rhett answered lazily. Rhett. Den Mushi instantly transformed into Odin's anxious face. Her fruit ability suddenly awakened. She said she saw a terrifying future. Rhett sat up suddenly, a blood mist swirling around him. What exactly is going on? She said. She saw a blood-red sun devouring Wanokuni. Odin's voice was more serious than ever before. She's very weak now and keeps saying she must see you. Got it. Rhett hung up. Get ready to sail to Wanokuni. Yes, Captain. Tesoro frowned and strode forward. In the hallway, Pudding, carrying a freshly baked chocolate cake, nearly bumped into Rhett. She looked in surprise at the Scarlet Dawn crew, all ready to go. Rhett. This is. I have something urgent to tell your brother. The banquet should be postponed. Rhett walked past her and suddenly stopped. He conjured a miniature blood-red captain's hat from the blood mist and gently placed it on Pudding's head. We agreed to come and eat your chocolate next time. Chapter 237. Bloody Sun. Pudding's 3 eyes instantly welled up with tears, but this time they were happy. Yeah. 10 minutes later, the Bruma Jackson set sail. Katakuri and Parasparrow stood at the harbor, watching the notorious pirate ship sail away. You're just leaving like that? Perospero licked his candy cane. I thought there would be a big scene, Peropero. Katakuri looked at the distant horizon, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly under his scarf. Pudding seems very happy. Perospero's expression was grave. I can't believe what kind of event could have caused this Emperor of the Sea to leave in such a hurry. Notice that all our islands should be on high alert and enter a state of emergency preparedness. Meanwhile, at the top of the cake castle, Charlotte Linlin, who had regained her consciousness, was furiously destroying the room. Ret, little brat. How dare you? She suddenly stopped moving, clutching the spot on her back where the black-tied sword had pierced her. A wisp of blood mist, impervious to dissipation, silently seeped into her veins. As the Bruma Jackson passed through the Wanokuni Falls, Ret stood at the bow, blood mist billowing behind him like a cloak. His scarlet eyes swept across the flower city below. The streets were clean, shops lined up, and children played in the alleys. At least he had seen this scene in the Wanokuni kingdom, which showed that Odin did a good job. It seems Odin is managing well, Tezulo commented as he leaned against the side of the ship. Ret chuckled. Much better than that drunk Kaido. As soon as the ship docked, Kazuki Odin and the 9 red scabbards hurried over. The Wanokuni general had dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that he hadn't slept for a long time. Ret. You're finally here. Odin stepped forward quickly. Go and save my wife. She's in very poor health. Ret jumped off the boat, a blood mist forming a red carpet beneath his feet. Where is Madame Shi? Inside the castle tower, Kazuki leaned weakly against the tatami. When Ret walked into the room, a hint of color appeared on her pale face. Lord Ret. She struggled to her feet. I saw the bloody sun devouring Wanokuni. Her voice was weak. 20 years from now, his successors will come to Wanokuni, but by then, this place will have already. Advertisement. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly coughed up blood. Odin hurried to support his wife, while Ret's blood mist had already wrapped around Madame Shi's wrist. Life force was continuously flowing into her body through the blood mist. Fortunately, it was only the most basic loss of life force, which Ret could easily replenish. A large amount of vitality poured into Mrs. Shi's body, and her condition began to change visibly, and her emaciated body began to gradually return to normal. Go on, Ret said, trying to keep his voice calm. Kazuki caught his breath and tremblingly grabbed Ret's sleeve. Someone wants to rewrite that Dawn. What is that Dawn? Ret felt very confused. Mrs. Shi shook her head. I don't know, I only heard this sentence. Ret, when you left before, didn't you tell me to understand the meaning of time? You said that time is a manifestation of Tao. Through the flow of time, we can observe the operation and manifestation of Tao in all things. You said there's a realm called Xiaoyao, which means breaking free from worldly constraints and the limitations of time, achieving a state of mind that's free and unfettered. But before I could reach that state, my fruit ability awakened. Then I saw the scene from before and heard these words. When I tried to listen carefully, I woke up. I understand, ma'am, don't worry, I understand. You can rest now. Ret led everyone out of the house, and Odin followed him out, breathing a sigh of relief. Well, Odin scratched his head when she. It's fine, Ret interrupted. My vitality has been replenished. I just need a few days of rest. Actually, there's nothing wrong with me physically. I'm just mentally exhausted. A good night's sleep will be enough. Captain. Tesoro had stood behind him at some point. What Madame Shi saw. Ret cleared the blood mist. It doesn't matter. But, Tesoro. Ret turned around, his scarlet eyes looking particularly deep in the moonlight. Some things, knowing too much is not good. Tezulo was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. I understand. Advertisement. Everyone then tacitly agreed not to mention the prophecy that Madame Shi had seen. Gurgle. Suddenly, Odin's stomach protested loudly. He smiled sheepishly. Come to think of it, now that things have come to a head, I'm already feeling hungry. Guys, I asked the kitchen to prepare some sukiyaki. Ret's lips curled up slightly. Just right. I'm hungry too. The boys are having a party. At the dinner, everyone gathered around a huge low table. The 9 red scabbards took turns toasting. Denjiro recounted anecdotes about the Wanokuni reconstruction, and Kowamatsu's fishman karate demonstrations brought laughter to the table. It was as if the solemnity of the moment had never existed. Uncle Ret, a clear, childish voice suddenly pierced the quiet of the courtyard. 2 small figures came running from the gate, their wooden clogs clattering against the flagstones. Hiyori, running so fast, stumbled and nearly fell, only to be grabbed by her sister, Raquan, by the collar. Slow down. Raquan scolded his sister, but he ran even faster, and half of his bun was loose. The moment Red turned, the 2 little balls slammed into his arms like cannonballs. The blood mist automatically cushioned the impact, but it still made him take a half step back. Hey, our little swordsmen are back. Ret squatted down and picked them up, one in each hand. Let me see if they've grown taller. Hiyori's hands tightly grasped Ret's collar, her eyes red. Uncle Ret lied. He said he would come to see us in 3 months. Raquan's face was stern, but her blinking eyes betrayed her emotions. It's been 2 years. My sister and I practice swordplay every day. We'll definitely become great swordsmen like Uncle one day. Ret was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. It's my fault. He gently wiped the dust off Hiyori's face, but it seems you didn't slack off. Wow, The calluses on the hands of the two little swordsmen are thicker than last time. It seems that both of you little swordsmen are working very hard. Odin stood beside him, hands on his hips, laughing. Ha ha ha. These two girls really give me a hard time, waking me up early every day to practice sword fighting. Red, let me tell you something. My precious daughter, Raquan, beat a kid 3 years her senior last month. This point doesn't need to be emphasized. Chapter 238. Pirates King. King of Children. Raquan immediately puffed out her chest with pride, but then seemed to remember something and glared at Red angrily. Uncle hasn't told me why you've been away for so long. The blood mist circled around Red's fingertips, turned into 2 fluttering butterflies, and gently landed on the girl's shoulders. Because. He lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. Uncle is going to find the best gift in the world for you. The 2 little girls suddenly opened their eyes wide and even breathed softly. What is it? Red snapped his fingers. The blood mist suddenly expanded, coalescing into a miniature Bruma Jackson in the center of the courtyard. On the deck, a chibi Moria was fighting a miniature Enel, while Tesoro sat on a golden throne, counting money, a lifelike sight. Wow. Hiyori was stunned. Raquan frowned and said, but, you can't eat this or play with it. What's the rush? Ret smiled and poked her forehead. The blood mist ship suddenly popped apart, transforming into a rain of candies. Each candy was filled with a different fruit filling, the special snacks they had collected from various islands. It is Ret's habit to prepare some gifts for the little ones on each island. Look, this is used. Even though they came in a hurry, Rick still had gifts. When Ret went out to fight, he could buy gifts, but you didn't even reply to her messages. Stop licking her. Kid, she, he, it, him, doesn't love you at all. Strawberries from New World. Cloud candies from Sky Island. Coral preserves from the Fishman Island. Ret caught a candy, and Tessero's special gold foil chocolate, but you can only eat one a day. The 2 little ones cheered and went to pick up the candy, completely forgetting about the accusation. Raquan even generously gave a handful to the page boy hiding behind the pillar. Try it. This is what my Uncle Red brought. Tezulo leaned over and whispered, Captain, you look just like. Like what? Ret's forehead rested on Tessero's head, his eyes fixed on Tessero. Nothing. The Golden Emperor wisely swallowed the 3 words, Kindergarten Teacher King. As the sun set, the aroma of food wafted through the courtyard. Ret watched as the 2 little girls distributed candy to everyone as if it were a treasure. Even the most serious Denjiro joined in with exaggerated admiration. Hiyori was tiptoeing to stuff candy into his mouth, while Hizen was pestering Enel to see his flirtation. Wow, Hiyori and Hiyazumi exclaimed almost simultaneously, their large eyes instantly lighting up as they stared intently at the little creature in Stella's arms. Letty, blinking her emerald green eyes, curiously appraised the 2 young ladies who had suddenly approached her. So small. So cute. Hiyori stood on tiptoe, carefully stretched out her fingers, and gently touched Letty's little hand. Advertisement Raquan came closer with a serious face, staring at Ret for a long time, then suddenly looked up and asked, Uncle Ret, is this your child? Poof. Ret and Tezulo, who were drinking tea, almost spit it out. Ret raised an eyebrow. No, this is Tezulo and Stella's daughter, Letty. Oh. Raquan suddenly realized, then frowned again, then why is Letty's hat the same color as Uncle Ret's cloak? Hiyori also reacted and tilted her head and asked, yes, yes. Ret's blood mist pulled the 2 little guys into his arms, clenched his fists and drilled them on the heads frantically. Gritting his teeth, he said to the 2 little ones, you said I'm not married yet? And is it possible that I was the one who gave you the nightcap? You 2 little idiots. Oh, it hurts, Uncle Red, I'm wrong. Stella couldn't help but chuckle, because Lord Red is Letty's uncle. Uncle? Raquan counted on his fingers, what would Lati call us? Hiyori's eyes lit up. Sister. We are sisters. Lati seemed to be infected by their enthusiasm, waving her hands and making a yay sound, which made the 2 little girls giggle. Raquan immediately pulled out a treasured candy from his pocket and handed it to Lati like a treasure. Here you go, it's super delicious. Stella gently reminded. Lati is still young, she can't eat sweets. Hiyori had an idea, then we can teach her swordsmanship. Raquan nodded vigorously, yes. When she grows up a little, we'll take her to the dojo. Perona has also become the Pirates King of Children's, the same pronunciation, it really makes people laugh. Perona floated in midair, her pink umbrella spinning around and around as she looked down at the 3 little ones. From today on, you must call me Perona-sama. Hiyori tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling. Perona-san can fly. That's amazing. Raquan held his wooden sword in disbelief. I'll be able to fly someday. I'll use my sword energy to fly. Advertisement Letty sat in the stroller, her little hands reaching towards Perona, babbling. Perona proudly descended and produced 3 mini ghost dolls. Here, this is a gift for you. Wow, the 3 little guys exclaimed at the same time. Moria squatted in the corridor and hissed, little Perona finally has a follower. Enel snorted coldly. Childish. The next second, Perona's negative ghost pierced through his chest, and he collapsed in the corner, drawing circles. Ret leaned against the sakura tree, holding a glass of sake in his blood mist. Tezulo leaned over and whispered, Captain, are we going to open a kindergarten on this ship? What? Ret took a sip of his wine. Any ideas? I wouldn't dare. Tezulo raised his hands in surrender. I'm just reminding you, next time you pick up a child, remember to notify the finance department ahead of time to budget. At this moment, Perona floated over and complained, Master Rhett, Raquan said he wanted to be my second in command. Raquan chased after him and shouted, I want to be the boss. My swordsmanship is better than yours. Hiyori, holding the ghost doll, whispered, but Perona-san can fly. Lahi suddenly screamed, ah, and the BT mecha in the stroller's eyes lit up. The mechanical arm gently lifted her up so that she could also float. Wow. The three little girls were instantly attracted and chattered around little Lahi and BT. Rhett looked at the rioting little creatures, his lips curling up unconsciously. The blood mist quietly spread, creating a simple playground in the courtyard, complete with swings and slides. Uncle Rhett is the best. Hiyori cheered and rushed forward first. Raquan ran back and shouted, when I become the second captain, I will increase your pocket money. Perona angrily chased after him, I'm the captain. Stella walked over to Rhett holding Letty and chuckled, it looks like Letty's future adventures are going to be quite exciting. Rhett raised his glass and said, isn't this good? Chapter 239 The Possibility of Returning to the Past. The laughter and chatter in the courtyard gradually quieted down, and Rhett's gaze returned to Mrs. Shi's room. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a mixture of anticipation and worry. After resting for a few days, Mrs. Shi wanted to chat with everyone when she woke up, but everyone was worried about her health and let her lie down for a few more days. Today, the lady personally told Rhett. Rhett sat opposite her, blood mist slowly flowing around him, as if silently telling of the turmoil in his heart. Rhett gave a wry smile and didn't answer. No, Rhett found the highlight. Life force. Haha, vitality. I can replenish my vitality. He stood up, and blood mist surged like a wave. Madam Shi, the thing I have the most is vitality. The blood mist suddenly surged violently, and Rhett began to feel visibly happy. Rhett held out his hand, the blood mist forming into thin strands that gently wrapped around Kazuki's wrist. Begin now. I'll ensure your safety. Odin scratched his head and laughed, as expected of the Red brothers. They really have a way. Can I understand it as if I told Tessero yesterday that I ate an apple, and then I traveled back to yesterday and didn't eat it, but I still told Tessero that I ate one? Is this possible? Before Kazuki could react, Rhett had already knelt on one knee and solemnly said, please allow me to go with you to the past. I will replenish your vitality throughout the journey. No matter how much it consumes, I will bear it. Mrs. Shi said to Rhett very seriously, after returning to the past, Lord Rhett, you must minimize the impact on the past and make the ending as consistent as possible with the development of the original storyline. At least make people believe that this incident happened and had a real impact. Those who play with time will eventually be punished by time. Advertisement, then let me extrapolate this a little further. Yesterday I told Tessero that I ate an apple. I traveled back to yesterday and didn't eat the apple or tell Tessero. But because eating the apple was such an ordinary thing, so ordinary that it wouldn't have any impact on the future, then I did it myself. Is that right? Rhett nodded. This is already very powerful. Time is the supreme domain in comparative novels. Time is king after space, and it is not just talk that time ranks before space. Rhett chuckled. Don't worry, the last thing I lack is vitality. He turned to look at Odin, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Odin, it looks like I've won this time. Fate isn't always so accurate, is it? I've succeeded this time, and I'm going to slap all of you in the face. Really loud slaps, ha ha ha. Rhett quickly understood. Kazuki nodded slightly, folding his hands on his knees. Yes, but reversing time requires a huge amount of vitality. In my current state, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sustain. It will be a great burden on my body. Then let me add one thing. Can I add it until I'm 18? What do you think? Mrs. Shi was a little shy. I'm so old, but I have to go back to 18. I'm a little shy. After all, I'm a mother of 2 children. Madam Shi nodded. Big things cannot be changed, but small things can be changed. This is the limit of what my fruit can do at the moment. Madam Shi, please use my life force. Rhett handed the light ball to Madam Shi, his tone firm, as much as you want, I will give you. The time will be around year 1 ***** of the sea circle calendar. Before anyone could react, Rhett's blood mist suddenly surged like a tide, rapidly spreading across the entire courtyard. Within the crimson mist, a rich life force practically materialized, even the air felt warm. Tessero and the others sensed this power and expressed surprise. Rhett rarely imbued his mist with such a concentration of life force, his mist primarily destroyed and absorbed life. Rhett is not bragging. Not to mention the distant past, just take the Wanokuni War as an example. How many people died in Rhett's fog? Plus, Rhett didn't use it much, so he basically saved it all. The time when Rhett used his vitality the most was actually when he was extending Roger's life. At that time, he was extremely poor. His voice was firm and powerful, like a ray of light in the darkness. Kazuki stared at him blankly, and after a moment, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. If that's the case, maybe we can really give it a try. The corners of Rhett's mouth slowly lifted. The Dragon King's mouth was crooked, and Rhett felt sorry for himself. He praised the great river god once again, and the scarlet light in his eyes grew even more intense. Advertisement. He suddenly looked up, and the blood mist suddenly became active. Wait, you just said, it only needs to consume vitality? To put it bluntly, It means to kill yourself and then return to the past, right? The fruit has awakened, and it is indeed possible to return to the original time. Mrs. Shi, you just said that we can go back to the past? Rhett's voice was low and trembling with a barely perceptible tremor. How could he not be excited? Rhett's eyes dimmed instantly, he clenched his fists, and his voice was hoarse. It's a heavy burden on the body, forget it, forget it, forget it, I can't put you in danger because of my wish. Hiyori and Hiyazumi looked up from the candy pile and looked over here curiously. Hiyori pulled Rhett's cloak and said, Uncle Rhett, what are you talking about? Brother Rhett, please, this is really important to me. Kazuki was surprised by his reaction and nodded subconsciously. Yes, this is the most crucial condition. I was wondering just now. I thought you would be very happy after I told you the condition, because I know that you seem to be able to help others replenish their vitality. Mrs. Shi's face turned even redder. Odin knelt down in front of Rhett and banged his head several times. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the occasional crackle of the candlelight. Kazuki gazed at Rhett, a tenderness flickering in his eyes. Rhett-sama, you always think of others. Rhett's replenishment of vitality comes at a cost, about a ratio of 1 to 500. Basically, if a person wants to live one more year, he needs more than 500 lives. But Rhett doesn't care. After all, he is the king of pirates. As long as the Great Pirate Era does not end, Rhett will have plenty of places to uphold justice. Mrs. Shi was stunned. Besides the overwhelming vitality she'd never experienced before, she also felt the time Rhett had mentioned. She hesitated, but this might put a considerable burden on you. Captain, what are you doing? Before Tessero could finish his words, Rhett had already raised his hand, and the blood mist condensed into a bright ball of light in his palm. It was pure life energy. Chapter 240. Let's have a party together. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp air, blew across the harbor. The light gate opened at this point, and Rhett and Madame Shi stepped out onto the beach. Rhett stood on the unfamiliar street, his gaze scanning the surrounding buildings. Although he had been on this island for a long time, some corners still felt familiar to him. Mrs. Rhett asked, how does it feel during this time? I don't feel anything. The speed of consumption is even less than the vitality you provide. Mrs. Shi closed her eyes and felt it. It's been so long since I've been here, I don't know if I can even remember. Rhett murmured softly, his fingers gently stroking the edge of his cloak. If I remember correctly, there should be a tavern at the end of this street. Madame Shi tilted her head slightly and looked at him. Do you still remember? Yeah. Rhett nodded, a faint smile on his face, and jokingly said, we were anchored here for over a year. Roger always said the alcohol on this island was the strongest in the entire Grand Line. Apparently, Roger had never tasted any good alcohol. He walked forward, his pace unconsciously quickening, as if drawn by some long-lost nostalgia. The shops lining the street were not much different from what Rhett remembered, yet very different. Finally, they stopped in front of a tavern with a wooden sign. The paint was peeling, but the words, Old Whale, were faintly visible. Rhett stared at the sign, his eyes slightly dazed. Right here, he said softly. Outside the tavern, the night wind blew petals across the eaves. Lady Shi, draped in a dark cloak, gently held back her blown hair and turned to look at Rhett, who lay silent beside her, the man who had returned from the future, a man who had experienced many hardships. Rhett did not enter the tavern directly at first, but listened at the door. Through the window, Rhett could see. The lights in the tavern were bright, and the noise was almost blowing the roof off. Roger held the barrel in one hand, and with the other hand he was fighting with Rhett for the last piece of golden roasted leg meat. The two of them were competing like children, which made the crew laugh. You little brat. This piece of meat is mine. Roger grinned, his straw hat tilted to one side, but his feet had already quietly slipped under Rhett's legs. Advertisement. Let's take a look at Lil Rhett, who is no slouch either. Captain, do you understand the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young? 16-year-old Rhett clenched his bones tightly, and a blood mist quietly wrapped around Roger's wrist. It was obvious that this kid Rhett was going to use a dirty trick. As a result, the two idiots exerted force at the same time and fell to the ground. The meat was thrown into the air and was caught by Rayleigh. Rayleigh took a bite of the meat and looked at the two people still struggling on the ground. Roger pulled Rhett's long hair and Rhett pulled Roger's long nose hair. For a while, they were fighting hard. Rayleigh held his forehead with his hand. Two idiots. Rhett's gaze penetrated the cracks in the wooden window and fell on the boy who was fighting with Roger for meat. The boy smiled wantonly, and the black-tied great sword leaned casually on the edge of the table. Is that who you used to be? Mrs. Shi asked softly. Rhett nodded. Why'd I look so unreliable now? I felt that I was quite calm and thoughtful at that time. As he spoke, Rhett's fingertips unconsciously stroked the scars hidden under his cloak. Those were the marks left by countless deadly battles in the future. B************* D Captain, you broke my hair, it can still grow back, but if I cut your nose hair, it will be asymmetrical. Nose hair is hard to take care of. You D, you actually threaten me so viciously. He, Roger, you don't want anything to happen to your beard, do you? I'm the future pirates, Scarlet Mist. In the tavern, the young boy Rhett shouted triumphantly. I won, followed by Roger's exaggerated wails and Jabba's booing laughter. Rhett's face was filled with black lines. How could you proudly shout out such a shameful title? What were you thinking at the time? It's weird, really weird. It feels like I'm looking back at my QQ space from over a decade ago, accompanied by the hit song, I love you, I leu, I love you, Amida. Mrs. She saw Rhett's Adam's apple roll. Are you going to see them? She asked. The blood mist surged and subsided in Rhett's palm. Finally, he shook his head. Wait a little longer. Advertisement. The door to the tavern suddenly burst open, and the young boy Red rushed out, clutching the loot, nearly bumping into the two men. He stopped abruptly, looking at the cloaked stranger in front of him in confusion. Who are you? Future Red yanked his hood down, and a wolf fang mask covered Red's face. Madame She also took a half step forward wearing a ghost mask. Her voice, shrouded by mist, was gentle, yet completely different from Madame She's. I'm just a traveler passing by. What are you celebrating, little brother? Of course, it's to celebrate getting rid of old Marine Garp. The boy puffed out his chest and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Wait, your voice sounds familiar. Red. The meat is getting cold. Roger's voice came from the tavern. The boy hesitated for a second, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, so he turned around and ran back into the lights. Red madly complained to little Red in his mind. Hey, why don't you ask more questions? You really seem so unreliable like this, hey? Before entering the door, he suddenly turned around and shouted, if you haven't eaten yet, come in. We're having a party. Come on, come on, how can pirates not have a party? The moment the wooden door closed, Mrs. She heard a very light sigh coming from beside her, as if squeezed out from the deepest part of time. The wooden door gently opened, and the clamor of the tavern surged in. Under the warm light, the young boy, Rhett, held up a barbecue and excitedly called out to the crowd, hey, we have new friends coming to the party. Roger was the first to jump up from his seat, his straw hat nearly slipping off. Ha ha ha. Welcome. Pirates' parties are always more lively when there are more people. He strode over and enthusiastically put his arm around the future Rhett's shoulders. Come on, have a drink first. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his gaze resting on the two cloaked strangers for a moment. Jabba had already poured 2 glasses of rum and handed them over with a grin. Try it. This is some good stuff we just borrowed from the Marine. Future Rhett's fingers trembled slightly. He took the glass, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up beneath his mask. 13 years seemed to overlap in this moment. He remembered the taste, the scene, and everyone's smiling face. Hey, why are you still wearing masks? The young boy Red approached curiously, blood mist dancing playfully at his fingertips. Are you some great pirate going undercover? Don't worry, I'm the future great pirate, Scarlet Mist, Rhett. Don't be so rude, kid. Rayleigh scolded lightly, but with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 241. The unreliable captain. The noise of the tavern gradually faded into a blur, and the lights glowed a warm amber under the reflection of rum. In the future, Rhett held a glass of wine, his eyes from behind the mask scanning every familiar face. Rayleigh was drinking with Jabba. The young Rhett was bragging to the crew about how he would dominate the entire ocean in the future, and Roger. Rayleigh and Jabba were drinking together, and a row of empty bottles were placed in front of them. Raylaigh's second brother took off his glasses, and his golden hair fell down in front of his forehead. Rhett in the heart. Tisk, that arrogant Rayleigh, x3. Jabba. Young Rhett curled his lips, and young Rhett stood on the table. Again. This time I bet Jabba falls first, 1,000 Baileys. Jabba laughed and wiped the wine stain from his beard. Bullshit. Lousy can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I bet 1,000 Baileys on myself. Kid, do you want to join a battle between men? I hope the future pirates won't be afraid. Rhett's black-tied greatsword was stuck in the wooden floor beside him, and he was gesticulating excitedly. Who's afraid of who? Just wait and see. When I become the great pirate, I'm going to make my name resound throughout the Grand Line. His blood mist condensed into an exaggerated crown shape above his head, and then condensed into a very thin stool on the table. Everyone will have to address me as Lord Rhett. Rhett knew that was the prototype of his blood mist throne. Peefed. What a shabby stool, Sunbel said, making a noise. Whole Sambra, what are you doing? I may not be able to beat you in actual combat, but when it comes to physical skills, fishman karate. Can you handle it if I throw you directly into the sea? He did an exaggerated fishman karate starting posture, but ended up drinking too much and nearly fell down after a stumble, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Sunbel is such a loser. Elio swirled the wine glass gracefully, his long blue hair gleaming in the light. Lil Rhett, do you want to learn how to mix cocktails? He tapped his fingers and added a lot of strange things into it. It was amazing that the rum could become colorful. Shish. In the future, Rhett watched this scene, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up beneath his mask. He remembered this moment. Elliot did teach him this trick later, and 3 months later, at a party, he used it to dye Rayleigh's favorite rum a strange pink. Rayleigh was so angry that he chased him all day. He couldn't bear to think about it anymore, his eyes were about to swell. In the corner, Beaumoline was secretly pouring wine into a potted plant when Rayleigh caught her red-handed. Kid, wasting wine will get you thrown overboard, Rayleigh said sternly. Longyun retorted. Go away, go sit at the table with the kids. Advertisement. Beaumoline stuck out her tongue. I just thought the plant looked thirsty. Drinking with Red is no fun. Beaumoline. How can you hold your liquor any better than me? You, a drunkard, what right do you have to criticize me? Want to fight? Red. Come on, who's afraid of who? It's open, it's open. Roger had sat down next to him without him knowing, his straw hat pulled low, revealing only the corners of his smiling mouth. Isn't this a good wine? Roger suddenly said, his voice audible only to the two of them. Red poked him in the kidney. The party was completely over, and those who had drunk too much, such as Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, etc., who had gone to bed early, were put on the same table by everyone. Then he fell headfirst onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. You bunch of drunks. Rayleigh sighed helplessly, tapping the rim of his glass with his fingers, as if waiting for something. The entire tavern fell silent for a second before erupting into even louder cheers. The young boy, Red, excitedly leapt off the table, a trail of blood trailing behind him. Captain, what are you waiting for? Wow, come on, let's become pirates with you, Captain. Let the whole world remember our names. Roger grinned, lifted the barrel and took a swig. Ha ha ha, I told you so. Hey, kid, I'm much bigger than you, Future Red said with a grin. Tisk. Everyone booed in disappointment. He saw Rayleigh's slightly raised eyebrow, Jabba's beard twitching with laughter, the pure anticipation in the boy's own eyes. All of this was too familiar, yet too distant. Huh. ZZZZ. Red knew it was almost time for him to leave the party. Passing by the store entrance, Red glanced at the three people sleeping on the table and whispered softly, Sweet dreams, Rayleigh and Jabba. In the future, Red looks at his high-spirited self and suddenly wants to tell him. You will experience more pain than you can imagine, you will lose important people, and you will question yourself on countless nights whether it is worth it. But in the end, you will understand the meaning of it all. Hey, kid. Rayleigh suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a rare gentleness. Don't be too disappointed. Some things. Advertisement. The young Red shook his head like an old man, obviously not fully understanding the meaning of this sentence. But the next second, he was dragged over by Jabba to drink, and soon he was immersed in the joy of the party. Future Red's fingers gently stroked the rim of the glass. It's a very strong drink. Burp. He burped loudly, and a big snot bubble emerged from his nose hair. Beaumoulin hung drunkenly on Sunbelle's shoulder. I vote for it. This guy can hold his liquor quite well. I approve of him. But Roger just blinked, and then, the young boy, Red, was already drunk, his cheeks flushed, but he still stood on the table, staggering with his glass in hand. Hey, masked uncle. You seem very familiar with our group. We really get along. Amidst the noise of the crowd, Roger suddenly fell silent. His gaze passed through the clamor and looked straight at the future Red. Of course, he said, gently touching the boy's glass. No matter what happens, they will always be your partners. Rayleigh was slightly stunned. Ha ha ha, I can't tell. I thought she was only in her 20s or 30s. Sorry, I'll drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. The corners of Future Red's mouth curled up slightly beneath his mask. Hey, masked uncle. The young boy Red suddenly came over, with a slightly drunken blush. Do you think I can really become such a powerful pirate in the future? After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. Future Red tilted his head and looked at Roger. Roger looked at Red and Beaumoulin fighting each other. After the farce ended, Roger Pirates started eating Hess again. Kuhahaha. Roger burst into laughter, his eyes brightening surprisingly beneath his straw hat. It's like this kid was born to be our partner. Jabba laughed and opened another barrel of wine. Who cares? Let's drink to our heart's content. We'll deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. Another guy who likes to preach. So annoying. He really thinks I'm a child, huh? Yeah. Jabba drunkenly slammed the table. We just happen to be in need of. What was it? Beaumoulin bite him, ha ha ha. The young Red curled his lips. Stinky Captain, you failed at the crucial moment. I really don't know if you inherited it from Garp, or if Garp inherited it from you. I don't believe you two are okay. It's really getting more and more confusing. He turned to Future Red, but it's okay. I'll formally invite you once the captain wakes up. He's always like this. There's no poison in the food, don't worry, he's just asleep. Chapter 242. Don't say I bullied you. Red took Mrs. She to the back of the mountain. After they reached the deep forest, Red sat on a rock as if waiting for someone. Kuhahaha. This place is so hard to find. Roger's voice suddenly came from the woods, with his usual cheerful voice. He strode forward, pushing aside the bushes, with a few leaves stuck to his straw hat, obviously having rushed all the way here. Red's mouth curled up slightly beneath his mask. What's wrong? Did you regret not inviting me aboard? Are you chasing me? Roger laughed and dusted off the leaves, then plopped down on the rock next to Red. How can I invite the guys who are already on board again, Red? He blinked. Aren't you going to ask me why there are 2 Reds? Roger picked his nose carelessly. But Red is Red. If you want to tell me, you tell me. If you don't want to tell me, there's no point asking, isn't that what you told me? Mrs. She stood not far away, watching the scene in amazement. She had expected the secret of time travel to raise more questions, but Roger's reaction was so natural. Don't you want to know what happened in the future? Red couldn't help but ask. Roger looked up at the starry sky. Ha ha ha. Knowing too much is boring. I remember you asked me this when we first met. He turned to look at Red, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. But, if there's anything I can do to help right now, just let me know. Rhett shook his head. Nothing special. Roger, let's fight. You've been bullying me since I was weak, and I'm going to avenge that. This is true. Rhett came back just to give Roger a beating. When Rhett's strength reached its peak, Roger's strength had already declined significantly. At this time, Roger, even if he has not yet reached the peak of his strength, is already very close to the peak period of his life. If he continues any longer, Roger will be sick. Fantasy world. Thick fog filled the surroundings, cutting off the battlefield from the real world. Kuhahaha. Roger laughed and stood up. I knew you were up to no good. The ace on his waist made a sharp sound in the air. Come on, let me see how much the future little devil has grown. Advertisement. Having said that, Roger stared at Rhett intently, because in Rhett's mist, he felt that his observation haki was affected to a certain extent. The ace in his hand was wrapped in armament haki and shone with a black light. Rhett suddenly pulled back, his black-tied greatsword slicing a perfect, blood-red arc before him. 9 blood-red dragons roared out from the blade, whiskers flying, scales and claws ferocious, leaping towards Roger with a uniquely Eastern majesty and haki. Rhett. God's avoidance is really classic. God avoids me but I don't. I am better than God. You're classic, so I am classic too. The two swords collided fiercely and continued in a stalemate. 2 scarlet haki burst out, but Rhett's was more blood-red. It was like 2 suns colliding with each other. The terrifying shockwave instantly uprooted the surrounding trees and swept them into the sky. The moment the black tide and ace collided, the 2 men's eyes, burning with fighting spirit, were illuminated. The 2 strongest men standing at the top of the pirates are no longer competing in simple strength or swordsmanship. The skills of using strength, the indestructible belief in victory, and even the strength of the sword in their hands may become the key move to end the battle. Using branches as swords is only possible under the conditions of crushing. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Come again. Roger laughed wildly, and his body moved suddenly. He appeared beside Rhett like a ghost and swept his sword across. Boom, divine punishment. Mist god style. Blood prison dragon soars. Hey, you're going too far. The fantasy world is about to shatter. Of course, Rhett didn't expect to end the battle with one move, so he hid closely behind the blood dragon. The blood dragon let out a deafening roar, and Rhett's conqueror's haki also pressed towards Roger. When strong men fight, they naturally have to gain the upper hand in momentum. The blood dragon and the sword energy collided in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. The blood dragon's scales shattered, and it let out a series of mournful cries, while the sword energy dissipated. The blade flashed like the rising sun, and the moment it collided with the blood dragon, a deafening dragon roar erupted. The blast shattered all the rocks within 100 meters. A flash of madness flashed in Rhett's eyes, and the blood mist around him grew thicker, as if threatening to engulf him. He roared, and the black-tied greatsword erupted in a dazzling burst of blood. With unparalleled killing intent, it slashed down at Roger's head. Roger concentrated all his haki on Ace, and the sword burst into an unprecedented light, as if it was about to split the sky and the earth apart. He roared, swung the sword, and an invisible sword energy rushed towards the blood dragon. Advertisement. Roger's eyes burned with fighting spirit. The once naive kid in front of him had grown to such a level, which really made him excited and gratified. Rhett felt the immense power emanating from Ace, surging like a tsunami, leaving his palms numb. Roger's power far exceeded his imagination, truly a man at the pinnacle of the pirate's world. But Rhett knew Roger must be feeling it too, because he, too, was at the pinnacle of the pirate's world. He was no longer the little kid hiding in the mist, ready to be snatched away by Roger. Roger's eyes narrowed as he felt the terrifying power emanating from the blood dragon and the pressure from Rhett conquerors. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Rhett let out a low cry, and blood mist surged all over his body, instantly condensing into a huge blood-red dragon, entwining itself around the black-tied greatsword. A heart-pounding aura instantly spread. A bloody mist swirled around Rhett, and he slowly unsheathed his black-tied greatsword. Don't regret this, Captain. Kuhahaha. This is interesting. Rhett's figure flashed strangely, and the mist condensed again. Good timing. Roger's eyes gleamed, and Ace was wrapped in black and red lightning. God descends. Mist god style. 9 dragons devouring. The 2 figures crossed again, sword light rained down like raindrops, and the black tide and Ace collided wildly, sparks flying everywhere. Every collision seemed to tear the air apart. A shockwave erupted from Roger's body, meeting the blood dragon's pressure. The 2 streams of haki collided violently in midair, emitting a deafening roar that seemed to tear the entire illusion apart. Mist god style. Ghost attack. Clang. Rhett, don't let me down. Take it, God dodge. Roger was equally unwilling to be outdone. Ace glowed red, and he roared, swinging his sword to meet the attack. Mist god style. Blood sacrifice. Before he finished speaking, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time. Chapter 243. Be serious. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Roger laughed and drew his sword back. Kid, let me show you my true strength. If you can't bear it anymore, just say so. What's the point of talking about true strength? Rhett's mouth curled up in a furious arc. Mist God style. Blood dragon roar. The blood mist on the black-tied greatsword suddenly boiled, transforming into a ferocious blood dragon that coiled around the blade. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the illusion, and the blood-red sword energy and the scarlet blade light collided once again. Boom, the shockwave tore a crack dozens of meters long in the canyon. Someone is going to ask, hey, wasn't Lahi just in the forest? How did it become a canyon? Wasn't it just cut into a canyon? The shockwave tore the forest into a crack dozens of meters long. Roger's straw hat was nearly blown off by the gust of air, and Roger held it firmly against his head. Good boy. That's a powerful move. It's not over yet. Ret spun around and slashed again, missed God style, twin dragons playing with the pearl. Two blood dragons roared out from the blade, one on each side, lunging at Roger. Scarlet flames danced in their eyes, their whiskers sharp as blades. Roger's eyes gleamed brightly, and Ace shone with dazzling golden light, severing the two dragons' heads with one strike. However, the shattered blood mist suddenly reorganized, transforming into countless blood needles that shot out. Ding ding ding. Roger's sword danced into a screen of light, blocking all the blood needles. He took the opportunity to rush forward, and Ace went straight for Ret's throat. My turn. God's fall. Even before the blade reached him, Ret felt a horrible pressure that made his skin tingle. He quickly retreated 3 steps, and the black tide blocked his way. Missed God style. Dragon scale shield. Blood mist condensed into blood-red dragon scales in front of the sword, blocking the heavy blow head-on. The moment the shield shattered, Ret used the momentum to flip backward, and the black tide drew a perfect arc. Missed God style. Blood moon slash. The crimson crescent-shaped sword energy tore through the earth. Roger laughed and slashed it open. Not good enough, broken sea. Madame She had to raise her hands to shield her eyes, and through her fingers she saw that the two men had already leapt into the air. Missed God style. 9 dragons devouring the sky. Ret descended from the sky. This was a sword technique that descended from the sky. 9 blood dragons emerged from the mist, each one was lifelike, and the dragon scales shone with a metallic luster. Advertisement. Roger's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Great, Guanri. Ace radiated a rainbow of light, and a sword energy pierced the sky, meeting the 9 blood dragons. Dragon roars and the clang of swords resounded through the sky, and the blast of air shattered the clouds in the illusion. 2 living fathers, there is not enough life for you on earth, so go to heaven. Bang. They both landed simultaneously, the ground cracking beneath their feet. Roger's shirt was ripped by the blood mist, and Ret's black robe was ripped by the sword energy. But their eyes were equally fiery. Deep in the fog, he sensed a faint, fleeting force. He closed his eyes again and raised his observation hockey to ultimate. It was the first time since he and Ret had sparred that he fully activated his ability to listen to the sounds of all things, trying to sense everything around him. Found it. Roger's eyes focused. He suddenly opened his eyes, and swung his sword in the direction where the blood came from. Huh. A-hole. What are you doing? We are fighting. Pay attention. Ret twisted out a misty clone around Roger, pointed at Roger and started cursing. However, the blade pierced through the phantoms, but it cut nothing. Those phantoms were like ghosts, untouchable. The fog around him grew thicker, gradually engulfing Roger. He felt as if he were in an infinite maze, where no matter which direction he went, he would only return to the starting point. Countless faces appeared and disappeared in the mist. They were the enemies he had defeated. All the memories were infinitely magnified and came flooding back like a tide. Kid. Roger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You haven't lived in vain these years, but if this is all you have, you're going to lose miserably, little Ret. Broken sea. Roger found himself still standing in the canyon. Private Marseille, Ret, you step back and we'll start over. But Ret seemed to have disappeared. Sue, I have to let little Ret try it too. Roger's eyes were shining with gold. It's too early to defeat me this way. Roger took a deep breath. Advertisement, what is this? Roger frowned, and Conqueror's hockey instantly erupted, trying to dispel the strange phenomenon around him. However, Conqueror's hockey was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no effect. This bag can expose Roger's flaws, but the key is that this thing makes Ret uncomfortable. This can also expose his own flaws. This is equivalent to not only stabbing Roger, but also stabbing himself. Is he feeding the knife to himself? It's interesting. HMPH. Ret's misty clone gradually disappeared. Ret frowned. Captain, how did you find out? I'm pretty sure you can pinpoint my location, even if you listen to the sounds of all things. Ret hid in the fog and dared not speak. He knew what would make Roger collapse. It was the crew members he had lost in the tragic scene of the destruction of Roger Pirates. As expected, it's impossible to defeat you with just illusions. Ret shrugged. However, being able to let you experience the pain of the past is a good reward. Roger realized that he wasn't fighting a simple illusion. Of course you didn't live in vain. You just vomited blood, right? Ret looked at the blood at the corner of Roger's mouth. Oh my god, after fighting for a long time, Roger was finally injured. Ret wiped the red saliva from the corner of his mouth. The two knives collided and Roger vomited blood and Ret spit. Ret didn't say what his strength was. Boom. Kid, your illusion is really powerful. It almost made me lose myself. This time, he finally discovered something. However, what he saw was an even stranger sight. He knew that Ret must be hiding in the fog. If he wanted to break the illusion, he had to find the source of the illusion and the real power that controlled the fog. With a loud bang, the fog dissipated instantly and the surrounding scenery returned to normal. The surrounding scenery began to distort. The once solid canyon floor became soft as water. Roger's feet were covered in mist, and he kept sinking down. He swung his sword, but the blade seemed to be stuck in the mud, unable to break free. If that's all, I'm going to swing my sword. Roger swung his sword at the illusion in front of him. Roger closed his eyes again, focused, and tried to see through the illusion for what it was. A dazzling sword energy tore through the fog and headed straight for the source of the blood. Oh, I only saw a glimpse, and it was fleeting. I couldn't accurately determine your position. Roger scratched his head. But you have a habit of dodging to the right when dodging attacks. I guessed it. Besides, if you're not sure, just chop a few more times, kuhahaha. Isn't at the end? Roger was stunned. Based on this situation, shouldn't this be a very bad fantasy? Chapter 244 Tai. Kuhahaha. Roger suddenly sheathed his sword, his eyes flashing with cunning under his straw hat. Kid, your swordsmanship is indeed good, but... Rhett's pupils suddenly shrank, and Roger's figure in front of him suddenly distorted. That was the afterimage left by the ultimate speed. Bang. The real ace attacked from behind, striking Rhett's shoulder hard. Blood splattered, and Rhett stumbled forward, steadying himself only after the black tide plunged into the ground. But Roger frowned, feeling something was wrong. Rhett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a blood mist swirling around him. It seems the captain has also learned to play dirty tricks. How can he attack without warning? Roger's figure moved at high speed. I learned this from you, brat. Hallucinations. Tangible hallucinations. Rhett suddenly chuckled, his laughter echoing in the blood mist. Then, I should get serious too. He slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at Roger, as if he had never been hurt. His figure gradually disappeared. There are tangible hallucinations lurking within hallucinations. The blood dragon pattern on the black tide greatsword suddenly lit up, swimming across the blade. The surrounding blood mist began to distort and transform into countless afterimages of Rhett. Roger's observation hockey gave off a frantic warning, but each afterimage exuded a genuine murderous aura. Interesting. An illusion born from a tangible illusion. All the Rhett spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping. Dozens of blood dragon sword energies attacked from all directions. Sky curtain. The sword light formed an impenetrable net, but a blood dragon still broke through the defense and left deep scars on Roger. The truth contains lies. Rhett's true form suddenly appeared behind Roger, and the black tide silently pierced his vest. At the critical moment, Roger turned around suddenly. I got you. Ace collided with the black tide, but only hit a ball of blood mist. The truth is hidden in the lies. Rhett's voice came from above his head, and the real black tide came down with tremendous force. Boom! Roger was slammed into the ground, sending smoke and dust billowing, but the next second, a blade blazed through the mist. Divine punishment. This strike, embodying Conqueror's ultimate technique, actually cleaved a hole through the blood mist illusion. Red groaned, and blood began to flow from his left eye. Kuhahaha. Roger jumped out of the pit, wounded but more determined than ever. What's the name of this move? Rhett wiped the blood from his eyes. Mist God style, 6 paths reincarnation. Advertisement, what a name. Roger laughed and raised ace, last move. Just what I want. The two of them leapt up at the same time, and Kuroshio and Ace collided in midair. Mist God style. Blood Prison Dragon Emperor, Ha God. The blood dragon and sword energy intertwined, and the terrifying shockwave completely razed the entire canyon to the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, the two men stood back to back. Crack. Rhett's mask completely shattered. Roger's straw hat finally couldn't bear the weight and had a big hole in it. Draw? Roger turned around with a familiar smile on his face. Fantasy world, humph. Is it because I'm consuming too much energy? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. Rhett struggled to push Roger away. At your age, you should call me Big Brother, now, okay? A-hole, Captain. Rhett didn't answer, but simply raised his hand and waved. As the space-time portal completely closed, he seemed to hear the sounds of a festive banquet in the distance, along with the energetic shout of the young Rhett. Ha 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 ha. Hello everyone, I'm a beach girls, remember my CP. Rhett retracted the black tide, the scarlet in his eyes gradually fading. Captain, some things are better left unsaid. Huh? What did you say? Roger let go of Rhett and started picking his nose to act stupid. FK. Who could have chopped you into pieces like this? Especially the younger version of you, right? Roger waved without turning back. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Hey, Captain, what are you doing? Do you know how to respect your elders? Those 3 simple words made Rhett's fingers tremble slightly. He turned his face away, the blood mist swirling around him uneasily. Not bad. Captain. Rhett was dragged away helplessly. I should go back. Phantom World. Advertisement. The night wind blew the shreds of the straw hat between them. Roger's smile faded as he stared at the scars on Rhett's face that didn't belong to this era. It was tough, wasn't it? Rhett casually dispersed the Rhett looked at the cracked black tide in his hand and chuckled. I win, Captain. A-hole, Captain. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed and patted Rhett's shoulder. You little b************************************ D. Now you even dare to lie to the captain? He reached out and ruffled Rhett's hair frantically. Rhett nodded, taking one last look in the direction Roger had left. A blood mist began to condense into a portal beneath their feet. We have more important things to do. Rhett. Roger's voice suddenly came from the woods. We'll see each other again, right? Red. Say goodbye to your Oro Jackson. Hee hee hee. Hi everyone, I'm a beach. My mother told me since I was little that I would become an ancient, dangerous, and vibrant forest. I firmly believe this and have been working hard for it. Kuhahaha. Let's go drink. Roger put his arm around his shoulders. This time I want to hear your story about the future. Roger suddenly grabbed his neck again, his strength surprisingly strong. Ha ha ha. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it, let's go back and have a drink. Rayleigh and the others must be waiting anxiously. Wait. Rhett stopped him. Don't tell anyone I was here, especially not. Roger felt the black tide sword on his neck from behind, and Rhett in front of him began to slowly break into pieces and turn into blood mist. Roger's smile widened, and he turned and strode towards the woods. That's enough. Remember, kid, no matter what era, the Oro Jackson will always be your home. Kuhahaha, you got tricked. Kuhahaha, Rhett, grow up. Hey, don't just laugh. Who are you talking about? Even though I can't beat him now, I'll help you get revenge later. A few days ago, my beautiful hair was combed into a Mediterranean style. This was a huge blow to me, a kid who was hundreds of years old. How would other ancient forests see me like this? Just when I tried so hard to convince myself, my hair was gone. Captain, where have you been? We've been looking for you for days. Really, he had used the fantasy world so many times, but this was the first time he felt that the fantasy world had consumed so much of his energy. So soon? Roger released his hand, his eyes glittering cunningly beneath his straw hat. At least tell me, will my future self still be a competent captain? Mrs. Shi stepped out from the shadows and looked at Rhett worriedly. Are you leaving? Rhett looked at the high-spirited man before him, remembering the man laughing on his sickbed. He nodded slightly. He's the best captain ever. Chapter 245. You beat me and I'll watch. Mrs. Shi, are you feeling okay now? Do you need us to go back and rest for a while? Mrs. Shi shook her head. No need. I feel very good now. Because of your vitality, I feel like I can take you to any time in the past. When Rhett heard Mrs. Rhett's answer, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Any time? He repeated in a low voice, with undisguised anticipation in his voice. That means we can even go back to an earlier time. Mrs. Shi nodded slightly, her eyes gentle but firm. Yes, as long as you can provide enough vitality to support us, we can accurately locate any time point in your memory, and it will not cause too much burden to me. You can rest assured about this, as long as Mr. Rhett's vitality continues. Rhett was silent for a moment, then asked, so, once we go back in time, how long can we stay there? Madam Shi thought for a moment and replied, how long we can stay here depends on how quickly our vitality is consumed. Theoretically, as long as your vitality is constantly flowing, we can stay in the past forever. But every action, every change, will accelerate the consumption. Especially when there is a large deviation from the original timeline, the consumption will increase exponentially. Therefore, when Mr. Red takes action, he must try his best to keep the events unchanged, at least to make people subconsciously believe that the events have already happened, just as I told you before. Red nodded. No problem, Madam Shi, don't worry, I have more than enough vitality. Red didn't even know how many people he had killed. You know, even though Red was very weak before, he was still a killer in team battles. He couldn't beat the strong, but when he beat the weak, his efficiency was terrifyingly high. Madam Shi smiled softly, that's right. With your abilities, it should be more than enough to support a short trip. Red took a deep breath, and the blood mist condensed into a brilliant ball of light in his palm, pure life energy. He looked at Madam Shi and said firmly and solemnly, let us begin. I want to return to the day when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford. Ahem. The slash just now? Sakazuki wiped the blood off his face. The scene in my memory overlaps with the scene before my eyes. Yes, it's exactly right. The taste is exactly right. Ice frozen moment. Advertisement, Mist God style. Final slash. Done. Future Red retracted his finger. Library, huh. Suddenly, a golden laser streaked across the sky, heading straight for the back of young Red. Not to mention that he was indeed handsome at that time, no matter how you looked at him, this made the future Red less eager to slap himself in the face when he was young. Kazaru, you still love sneak attacks, he snorted coldly. Meteor Volcano. Red was waiting. He was waiting for his younger self to fight with him for the final move. He wanted to leave something on the bodies of the three admirals, because Red knew that the Pirates King was the one they were escorting closely. Garp was the backup, but the three admirals were the closest to Roger. He couldn't let them notice anything unusual, he had to make some preparations for the next action. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view, 16-year-old Red, crouched on the warehouse rooftop, his black-tied greatsword casually slung across his shoulder, a bloody mist swirling around him. Future Red's lips curled up unconsciously. Here he is, indeed. What happened next is what everyone already knows. In the distance, his younger self was carrying the black-tied greatsword and swearing. 3 admirals, that's it. The next time we meet, it won't be so easy. After that, Red ran away with a handful of seastone powder. Red came to a small island near Marineford and scanned the island with conquerors. There was no danger. Red then cast a whole circle of blood mist around Mrs. Shi to ensure her personal safety. The Marine's alarm blared through the air. Sengoku's roar, Garp's fists, Kong's roars. Everything unfolded according to the trajectory of history. Rhett's gaze pierced through the smoke, locking onto the distant figure wielding the Kuroshio greatsword, his younger self, locked in a fierce battle with the three admirals, blood mist and hockey mingling, a surge of fighting spirit. For Rhett now, it doesn't take much effort to cast an illusion on the three admirals. It's just a roadside trap, and leaving something behind is just for extra insurance. Hijishio, you're still so irritable. I'll tell Captain Roger how much you miss him when I have a chance, Wakakaka. Rhett's voice rarely became relaxed. In his youth, he once fought alongside Golden Lion, wreaking havoc at Marineford. Back then, he was full of vigor and ambition, his sword unstoppable. He pointed it directly at the three future admirals, trembling in fear. They dared not step forward, helplessly watching the marshal being entangled by Golden Lion. This paragraph is for reference only. Please refer to the facts. Advertisement, as you wish, Mr. Rhett. And now, he was just a bystander, quietly waiting for that familiar moment. Yasukani no Magatama. He watched the Golden Lion's floating sky island crash into the naval headquarters in the distance. The explosion lit up half the sky red, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's almost time, he muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping across the marine fleet waiting in the harbor. In his memory, his younger self must have been lurking somewhere, waiting for the moment when the Golden Lion unleashed chaos. The moment young Rhett's Mist God style final slash collided with the combined attack of the three admirals, the air in the entire Marineford stagnated. It's really exciting, Rhett chuckled and shook his head. Right now. Sakazuki felt a sudden sharp pain in his molten left shoulder, and blood oozed from a wound that shouldn't have existed. Blood-colored ice crystals seeped into the cracks in the ice armor on Kuzan's back, and a thin bloodstain inexplicably appeared next to Borsellino's temple. He flicked his fingertips, and three hair-thin blood mists followed the blast's airflow and quietly penetrated the smoke. These mists precisely wrapped around the wounds of the three admirals. Thinking back to when Aokiji suddenly grabbed the back of his neck and said, "No, I didn't expect the damage to be so high." Relying on illusion and swordsmanship, he escaped from the siege of three admirals, and cooperated with Golden Lion to humiliate naval headquarters. Then, when Golden Lion was caught and jailed, he escaped. This is strength. Mrs. Shi, please rest here for a while. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Rhett turned and rushed towards Marineford. Below, the Golden Lion's wild laughter shook the sky. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, Garp. Today I'll show you what true pirates are. Rhett stood on a high cliff outside Marineford, the fog covering him to achieve the effect of invisibility. Chapter 246. It's time to meet the captain. Rhett moved silently through the ruins of Marineford. Inside, there were only three admirals. A bloody mist swirled around his feet, completely obscuring his presence. A faint white mist drifted gently into every room of Marineford. In the distance, marine soldiers were busy treating the wounded and clearing the battlefield. No one noticed a crimson figure quietly infiltrating the depths of the naval headquarters. Thanks to the fact that Little Red likes to create a thick fog when fighting, and taking advantage of the fog before it dissipates, it really saves old Red a lot of effort. His goal was clear, to find the two Marines responsible for executing Roger. I remember your faces. Rhett's pupils shrank in the shadows, and the image of Roger kneeling on the execution platform flashed through his mind. The two Marines holding long knives, they stabbed with guns, but I wrote it that way. I feel it would be more impactful that way. Rhett will never forget the faces of these two people until his death. He was just angry at them. Rhett didn't find a chance to kill them. It was a blessing to them. Don't tell me that a soldier can choose. Didn't you kill them? Blood mist surged at his fingertips, as if sensing his master's murderous intent. In the logistics area of the naval headquarters, two Marines were leaning against the wall smoking. Hey, have you heard? I wonder who will be tasked with executing the Pirate's King this time. That's the Pirate's King. One of the Marines was lying on a stretcher and had just been brought back from the Battle of Marineford. Hey, that's a great feat. The other face rubbed his hands. But this arrival was really interesting. I was injured by their aftermath. Oh, it's a bit embarrassing. But then again, if we go and execute the Pirate King, maybe we can get a promotion. Promotion? Haha, I'm afraid you won't have that chance. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the shadows. The two men turned their heads, only to see a crimson mist silently spreading. The next second, their throats felt as if being strangled by invisible hands. Their pupils constricted, yet they couldn't utter a single sound. Rhett slowly walked out of the fog, looking down at them with bloodshot eyes. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, at least not now. His voice was gentle, but it made the two of them feel like they were falling into an icy cave. You are still useful. The blood mist penetrated into their bodies through their mouths and noses. Their eyes gradually became blurred, but then became clear again in an instant, except for a barely noticeable hint of blood in the depths of their pupils. Remember, on the day of the execution. Rhett leaned close to their ears and whispered a few words. The two Marines nodded mechanically, as if they were puppets being controlled. Advertisement. His body completely dissolved into mist, blending into the still clear battlefield smoke. Marine cordons, surveillance denmushi, patrolling soldiers. All of it rendered useless under the cover of the blood mist. Rhett had experienced this once, but seeing a captain like this still made him feel very uncomfortable. Rhett waited for the others to leave and walk away. You can talk. Magellan sighed. Hanayabal, you again. Rhett sneered silently as the mist quietly receded along the ventilation duct. Magellan's intuition is sharp, but unfortunately, I'm the director. Hey, don't make that face. I volunteered, you should know that. Shiryu's hand was already on the hilt of the knife, and observation hockey quietly spread. It's time to see the captain. I'm sorry, Deputy Director, I always talk so much. Hanayabal waved his hands in panic, but didn't notice a wisp of blood mist passing by his feet. Rhett waved his hand to reassure Roger. Golden Lion will be brought in tomorrow. Magellan's voice echoed through the empty prison. The marshal has ordered him to be imprisoned in the deepest part of the 6th level. I know. Rhett's head shot up, bloodshot eyes threatening to burst. But those Marines, those idiots don't understand. Do they think executing you will end this era? This breath. Roger's mouth curled up slightly. Little ghost, you are finally here? We meet again, little Rhett. His figure reassembled in the darkness of level 6 and stood in front of a certain cell. Advertisement Rhett's mist drifted silently through the dark corridors of Impel down, like a scarlet ghost. Magellan was standing at the entrance to the 6th floor, giving instructions to Deputy Director Hanayabal, venom dripping slowly at his feet. Roger's smile faded. Impel down, this prison known for its iron walls, was nothing but a joke in Rhett's eyes. He stood outside the gate of justice and turned into mist to pass through. To put it bluntly, as long as Impel down was not completely sealed, Rhett had plenty of ways to get in. Magellan frowned suddenly and turned to look at the shadows where Rhett was hiding. Strange. I feel like something is watching us. Captain Roger, this time. His voice disappeared in the wind. Roger laughed and slapped his knees. Ha ha ha. That expression isn't like you. What, my future self's death was too ugly? 6th floor. Here I come. Rhett laughed silently. These two were still the same. One obsessed with promotion, the other unable to control his own poison. He took advantage of their conversation to spread the blood mist through the ventilation ducts deeper into the 6th floor. Fog silently spread through the darkness of level 6, a thin, transparent mist quietly covering the camera monitoring the Den Mushi. To the soldiers in the monitoring room, Roger still had his head lowered, a lifeless shell. Little did they know that the real Roger was now looking up, his eyes gleaming with surprise. A bloody mist gathered in the cell, and Rhett's figure slowly emerged. He knelt on one knee, his voice low and restrained. Captain. Golden Lion Shiki will be brought here tomorrow at noon. Magellan's voice echoed through the empty prison. Marshal Sengoku has personally ordered him imprisoned in the deepest reaches of the 6th floor, along with the legendary monsters. Red didn't answer, but clenched his fists tightly. The blood mist swirled around him restlessly, as if it would get out of control at any moment. Hanayabal's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, this is a great achievement. When I become the director. He suddenly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Rhett retracted the blood mist with satisfaction, and his figure merged into the shadows again. Hanayabal glanced around nervously. Could it be that a level 6 prisoner has escaped? Okay, director. Rhett's figure gradually faded amidst the ruins of Marineford, the blood mist receding like the tide. He took one last look at the two Marines he was controlling, a cold smile curling his lips. Hanayabal rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Don't worry, director. I will definitely entertain this legendary pirates. Chapter 247. This is done inside the holding cell on level 6. Rhett stared into Roger's still bright eyes, his throat constricting. I can take you right now. The walls of Impel down can't keep out my fog, and Marine headquarters can't hold you back. I'm telling you. Roger sat cross-legged on the cold ground, his shackles rattling. He suddenly reached out and ruffled Rhett's hair, just like he had in the tavern many years ago. Ha ha ha. You're still such a worrywart, kid. I'm serious. Rhett slapped his hand away, and I have a very complete plan. The biggest difficulty with this plan is your agreement. Rhett. Roger interrupted abruptly. You know what? Going up to the raftel, where I saw the sunset over the raftel, also took my breath away. Rhett was stunned. That golden ocean. Roger's fingertips drew an arc in the dim cell, as if describing some magnificent scene. When the sunset sinks below the sea level, the entire sky will turn into the color of burning wine. His smile faded into something Rhett had never seen before. We heard the world breathing. So heavy, so painful. Like a giant in chains. It's so oppressive. The last time we felt this way was in the Valley of the Gods. I think you know what I mean. The sound of Jailer's footsteps could be heard in the distance, and Rhett's misty illusion surged, the illusion intensifying. That's enough. Roger held his hand. What I need is not a prison break, but an opportunity for the giant to break his chains and give the world a gap to breathe. Captain. Listen up, kid. Roger suddenly became serious, his voice stirring a silent storm in the small cell. The Marine needs a public execution to deter the pirates, and the world needs a shocking death to ignite the flames. He pointed at Rhett's heart. You know as well as I do what this corrupt world government fears most. Rhett didn't answer. The jailer's footsteps paused around the corner, and the beam of his flashlight swept across the corridor. Roger suddenly lowered his voice. Now tell me, when I was executing you, was I successful? It worked. Roger slapped his thigh with laughter, then suddenly broke out into a violent coughing fit. Rhett immediately reached out to steady him, and blood mist flowed into his body from the contact point. Still, Roger's body was like a leaky bucket, unable to hold any water. Advertisement. It's no use. Roger waved his hand. My body has reached its limit. The blood mist began to stir restlessly. Rhett stared at Roger. At least let me. Rhett. Roger shook his head. Remember that night in Raftel? What kind of pirates did you say you were going to be? The image of my younger self holding the black-tied greatsword and shouting in front of the campfire, I want to become a legend that the whole world will remember, flashed through my mind. Red gritted his teeth. Remember. Then watch for me. Roger's smile was particularly bright in the shadows. Watch how this era is torn apart, watch the flames ignited by us. Roger was shocked by Red's calm expression. Captain, you don't think your persuasion has any effect on me, do you? You're not listening to the old man and you're suffering now. Okay, what you said is so touching, I'm so excited, I'm so moved and grateful that I'm crying. Let's get down to business. Red is not young anymore. What if I have a way to not only achieve the effect you want, but also make you immortal? Roger laughed and didn't care. You don't want to see your wife Roger and your children again? Children? I have more than one. Brother Ace and sister Anne. You don't really think that Red came here without preparing dozens of excuses, do you? I was convinced by you when I was young. I can only say that your persuasion is better than mine. Now I am convinced by you. From now on, he will be called Roth. We should not use life and death to persuade people like Roger. It is a mess. If Roger is determined to die and is not afraid of life and death, then his guilt towards his wife and children will be his only weakness. No father does not want to see his children grow up with his own eyes. Advertisement at this time, Roger's guilt towards his family will reach its peak. This thing is like sadness and despair. You know everything you have arranged and you trust your partner, but this kind of thing will not disappear just because you have figured it out. Rhett looked at Roger's suddenly frozen smile and knew that his words were like a blunt knife, finally prying open the iron curtain of determination. Little Roger, I have eaten more salt than you have walked. Sister Rouge stares blankly at South Blue every morning. Rhett said softly, a blood mist forming in his palms, a blurry image of a blonde woman standing on the shore of Windmill Village. She never cries, but Anne would secretly tell me that mommy always looks through an empty photo album in the middle of the night. As for why it's an empty album, I have to complain about you. You've wasted these past 2 years without even a single photo. Roger's fingers unconsciously tightened around the shackles, causing the sea stone to rub against his skin and bleed. The image changed, and Ace was running on the beach with a wooden sword in his hand. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Dad, watch out," and slashed at the enemy that did not exist. I'm a handsome, reliable, and knowledgeable uncle that the children admire, but I can't replace you, Captain. This kid always talks about surpassing the Pirate King, Red grinned. But the only bedtime story I hear is your Battle of the Valley of the Gods. I've told it over and over again, and I never get tired of it. The temperature in the cell seemed to drop suddenly. Roger's Adam's apple rolled, and shadows fell over his eyes. They shouldn't. Shouldn't what? Rhett suddenly grabbed his shoulders. Shouldn't live? Or shouldn't I remember you? You gave up your family for your ideals. Now there's a chance for ideals and family to coexist. Why not give it a try? The blood mist exploded violently, then gently wrapped around Roger the moment it touched him. Listen, Captain, I have 2 plans. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand, just follow my instructions. Roger. Rhett's voice was full of bewitching words. The great era you long for will also begin. All you need to do is nod your head, and you can hold Ace and Anne and watch the sunrise. Roger suddenly burst out laughing. He grabbed Rhett by the collar and put his forehead against his. Ha ha ha. When did you learn to use your family as a bargaining chip, little brat? From when I knew you'd be scared too. Rhett looked him straight in the eye. But it works great, doesn't it, Captain? Roger looked at Rhett and smiled without answering. Rhett knew that the deal was done. Chapter 248. Isn't he quite interesting? The day before Roger was executed, Garp personally escorted him to the 6th floor. Garp put one hand in his pocket, the other casually dragging a bag of senbei, rice crackers, with him. His fingers were hooked around the necks of 2 bottles of rum, which clinked softly with his steps, making a dull clink. Hey, Roger. Garp stopped in front of the cell door, his voice rough, picking his nose casually. It's the last day, I'll give you something to drink. Roger looked up, the shackles rattling. He grinned. Kuhahaha. The Marine hero personally saw me off, what a great honor. Garp snorted and gestured for the jailer to open the cell door. The jailer looked hesitantly at Magellan, who frowned and finally waved his hand. Vice Admiral Garp, you can only stay here for 5 minutes, or Marshal Kong will come to call you. Oh, I know, let's go. The moment the cell door opened, Garp strode in, threw the bottle and rice crackers on the ground, and sat down cross-legged. Roger didn't hesitate, grabbing the bottle, biting off the cork, and taking a large gulp. I want to eat meat. Roger smacked his lips. I'm almost dying, and you won't even give me some meat? Stop nagging. I want to eat too. Garp glared at the direction Magellan left. Hey, he's following the rules and regulations and won't let me bring any. You know how much trouble it took me to bring these senbei. Garp also took a sip. There was a moment of silence between the two, and then Garp suddenly said, Rhett, went to South Blue. Roger's fingers paused slightly, then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that brat finally listened to my advice? Hey, Roger. He suddenly spoke, his voice sounding particularly muffled in the closed prison. The kid went to South Blue. The shackles stopped for a moment. Roger threw his head back and laughed, the chain around his neck rattling. Ha ha ha. I knew that Brad couldn't sit still. He turned his head to look at Garp. How's it going? Did he make Sengoku jump up and down? He's not going there for fun. Garp lowered his voice. Sengoku has people watching him. If he dares to make any rash moves. Advertisement, he won't, Roger interrupted, his tone firm. That kid knows better than anyone what to do and what not to do. Garp glanced at him sideways. You trust him? Of course, Roger grinned, he's my little devil on the ship. Garp snorted coldly. Don't be so proud, they're just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Shut up. Garp yelled without even turning his head. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Roger slapped his thigh and laughed so hard he fell backwards. Ha ha ha. Seeing you like this is really funny. Garp paused at the door for a moment without looking back. See you tomorrow, Roger. Garp spat out a mouthful of wine, his face flushed red as he roared. You be asterisk 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 D. You're about to die and you still care about such nonsense? Garp's beard bristled with anger, but he eventually joined in the laughter. Their shadows overlapped on the cell wall, as if returning to their youthful days of chasing each other on the sea. Kuhahaha, who knows what will happen in the future? Roger breathed a long sigh of relief, and the shackles made crisp sounds as he moved. Roger nodded, his eyes fixed on the endless darkness outside the cell. He'll definitely do what he promised. Garp. Roger's voice suddenly dropped. Ace and Anne. What? Hey, Garp. Roger looked at his old rival with a grin. You look like you're sad, aren't you? Roger nodded and put the empty bottle aside. See you tomorrow. Kuhahaha, it seems that I have a good relationship with people. Brothers, I'll go first. Kuhahaha. Roger grinned. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Roger blinked. Garp turned his face away, his Adam's apple rolling. Don't be so conceited, I just came to make sure you wouldn't desert the battlefield. Is there any possibility of escape? Advertisement, don't be so self-indulgent. I just regret that I can't defeat you personally and throw you into Impel down, humph. Garp suddenly realized what was happening. Shark Teeth yelled at Roger, see you tomorrow. I'm here to take you away. Follow me. You be asterisk 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 D Roger. Red often tells me about our relationship. It's been rumored a lot in Marine, like a 10-year abusive relationship. Is that true? Roger shrugged, his eyes sweeping across the gazes from the cells on both sides. Those vicious criminals imprisoned were now staring at them silently. Really? Roger tilted his head and looked deep into a cell, where a pair of crimson eyes were staring at him intently. I think he's quite interesting, isn't he? A transom window let in pale moonlight, creating a blurred line between the two people. On one side was the Marine Vice Admiral's straight coat of justice, on the other was the Pirate's King's tattered shirt. After a long moment, Garp stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his pants. It's almost time for me to leave. I'll naturally take good care of my grandson. And you be asterisk 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 D. How did you know you were twins? Tisk, Garp interrupted him rudely, but turned his face away as Roger smiled at him. They will both be excellent Marines. HMPH, he's not an easy person to deal with. Garp took a sip of his wine, his tone somewhat helpless. But, you told me Red promised not to interfere with the execution. Roger burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the cell. Regret? Ha ha ha. Garp, when did you become so hypocritical? He raised his bottle and clinked it against Garp's. I've lived a fulfilling life. Roger put away his smile and sighed, a rare occurrence. Garp, we are Marines and pirates. We were destined to stand on the same side from the day we met. But, he raised the bottle, a soft glint in his eyes. It's not bad to have one last drink with a guy like you. Him? Are you crazy? Thanks, old friend. Garp dragged Roger's shackles and strode through the dark corridors of Impel down. Roger stumbled a few steps, but still laughed heartlessly. Hey, Garp, be gentle, I'm a patient. Roger blinked, then suddenly leaned closer to Garp and lowered his voice. Hey, Garp, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Garp stared at Roger's smile with a look of disdain. A-hole, can't you just be a little scared like a normal person? Even if it's just fake? Garp didn't care and just pulled him to quicken his pace. Garp's fist slammed down on Roger's head. The air between them suddenly froze, leaving only the sound of wine swishing down his throat. Garp's fingers unconsciously stroked the bottle, and he finally whispered, Roger, you really don't regret it. Chapter 249. Hole, I drill hard outside the main entrance of Impel Down. The gate of justice slowly opened, and dazzling sunlight streamed down. Roger squinted his eyes and took a deep breath. The air of freedom. Stop talking nonsense and get on board, Garp pushed him. On the deck of the warship, 3 admirals had been waiting for a long time. Kizaru sat on the railing with his legs crossed, holding a den mushi in his hand, glancing lazily. Oh, how scary. The legendary Pirate King is so embarrassed. Then Kizaru showed a look of regret, put away the lounge chair that no one knew who had put there, drank a glass of wild juice, and took a parasol that fell from the sky. I thought Mr. Garp would chat for a while, but I didn't expect Mr. Garp to be so serious. Aokiji leaned aside, his hands in his pockets, his hat pulled low, his expression unclear. Mr. Garp, thank you for your hard work. Akainu stood at the bow, arms folded across his chest. Finally here. Roger glanced around, his smile undiminished. Wow, so many of the Marines' top fighters are here. You're really giving me face. Akainu's eyes sternly said, the world's greatest sin will end tomorrow. All right, Alright, Garp interrupted impatiently, pushing Roger to the center of the warship. I've got the people here, let's get going. I don't want to hear old man Kong and Sengoku nagging me. Kizaru shrugged and dialed the Den Mushi. Moshi Moshi, this is Kizaru, the prisoner has been received, preparing to return. Aokiji sighed and turned to the cabin. I'll go check the route. Akainu stared at Roger coldly and finally turned and left. Only Garp and Roger were left on deck. Roger flexed his wrists, the shackles rattling. Hey, Garp. Could you at least loosen them for me? They're so tight, they're cutting off my blood circulation. Garp glared at him. You wish? Roger curled his lips. Stingy. The sea breeze blew past, ruffling their hair. Garp was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. You really don't plan to escape? Roger laughed. Why, you want me to run away? Garp didn't answer, but clenched his fists. Roger looked up at the sky, where white clouds floated and seagulls circled. Garp, you know what? He whispered. This ocean has never belonged to anyone. Garp frowned. What do you want to say? Roger turned around and smiled brightly. So, even if I die, there will be new idiots rushing up one after another. Kuhahaha. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Advertisement. Garp stared at him for a few seconds, then scoffed, mad. Roger laughed. Same here. The warship slowly sailed away from Impel down, and the gate of justice slowly closed behind it. In the distance, on the horizon, the setting sun gradually sank into the sea, dyeing the entire sky blood red. Roger looked at the afterglow outside the cell, the firelight reflected in his eyes. How beautiful. Garp followed his gaze and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he pulled out a bag of senbei from his pocket and tossed it to him. Eat it. This is your last meal. Roger caught it and smiled like a child. Thanks, old friend. Maybe it was because of his reluctance or something else. Garp stayed on the deck and never entered the cell where Roger was imprisoned. As night fell, the three admirals came to relieve Garp. Garp guarded Roger during the day, and the three admirals guarded him at night. Garp needed to conserve his energy to prevent the remnants of Roger's pirates from retaliating tomorrow. After all, the news had been sent out nearly a month ago. The enemy was in the dark, and they were in the light. Kizaru fiddled with her nails idly. Really? I have to be on duty so late at night. What a horrible workload. Aokiji leaned against the wall, his eyes slightly open from beneath the brim of his hat. Stop complaining. Everything will be easy after tomorrow. Akainu snorted coldly. Don't be careless, the remnants of the Roger Pirates group may be. The three of them were completely unaware that the air was already filled with a very light blood mist. The seeds that Rhett had quietly left in their wounds during the battle at Marineford. At this moment, the mist was silently seeping into their senses, weaving the illusion of reality. In their eyes, Roger, in the cell, was still locked in seastone shackles, dozing with his head down. The illusion suddenly shattered, and the three people came back to their senses, only to find that everything around them was normal. Aokiji stared at him for a few seconds, then finally turned around. It's okay. Inside the cell, Rhett, no, now, Roger, was sitting in the corner, eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled a familiar smile. Hey, three admirals visiting late at night. What brings you here? Akainu snorted coldly and walked away. Kizaru yawned and stretched lazily. Ah, so boring. In fact, Rhett stood up, blood mist swirling around him, and his body gradually twisted and changed. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into Roger's appearance. Even the shackles were perfectly replicated. Roger stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter and patted Rhett's shoulder vigorously. Good boy, you got it. Roger nodded, his figure transformed into a dark shadow, and he dived silently into the sea. Kizaru shrugged. Really, such a wasted trip. Advertisement. Akainu followed closely behind, his face gloomy. Something strange. Kizaru tilted his head. Huh? Did you just fall asleep? Aokiji rubbed his temples. Something feels wrong. Captain, now it's up to me to perform. Roger flexed his wrist, his smile undiminished. Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't stay still. Aokiji frowned and walked quickly towards the cell. I'll go check on Roger. Akainu snorted coldly, and the magma suddenly erupted. Break. It is worth mentioning that after using the mist seed, Red took the initiative to dissolve it, and his body began to slowly repair itself, which gave Red a deeper understanding of the saying that if you play with time, you will eventually be played with by time. Red didn't respond, then took out a sea chart from his arms. There is an uninhabited island in the southeast. I have prepared a ship and supplies there. You can stay there. You can go directly to Logue Town. You must hide well around Logue Town that day. After all, I am rewriting history. After the three people left, Rhett let out a breath and looked through the narrow air vent at the distant horizon. Rhett watched as cracks began to appear on his hands. But before he could finish his words, the pace suddenly accelerated again, and Rhett immediately understood that Roger must be in Logue Town that day. The mist gathered, and Rhett's figure quietly emerged. He knelt on one knee and whispered, Captain, I'm here to pick you up. Roger nodded and looked back at Rhett. Thanks, kid. Hey, kid. Roger grinned. You finally decided to show up? Roger raised an eyebrow. What about you? Rhett's lips curled up slightly. Let's go. The illusion won't last long. On the deck, the three admirals were still immersed in the illusion. The crack stopped disappearing. In fact, This crack had already begun to appear when he planted the mist seed into the three admirals' bodies, slowly breaking his body apart. I'll stay here for you. Roger took the device and suddenly reached out to ruffle Rhett's hair. Thanks, kid. Rhett slapped his hand away, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly under his mask. Let's go, the illusion won't last long. Roger was resting his eyes when he heard the soft click of his shackles. He opened his eyes. Although Rhett couldn't directly form a key with blood mist, it could, like the wax fruit, use the blood mist to sense the shape of the hole and melt a piece of wood to make a key. There is a loophole that can be exploited. Roger must be in the cell during this period of time, and the real Roger must be in Logue Town when Logue Town is executing him. As long as the time is right, Rhett can exploit it however he wants. Chapter 250. Immersive Experience. Interesting. The port of Logue Town was packed with people, and a noise rose and fell like waves. That's right, the time has come for Roger to be executed. Rhett, or, at this moment, Roger, stood on the execution platform, his wrists heavy with seastone shackles, but his back remained straight. He lowered his head slightly, only the familiar smile on the corner of his mouth remained. Wow, immersive role-playing. Interesting. Rhett thought to himself, and now, the person standing here is actually me. In the distance, a scarlet light suddenly appeared on the horizon. What is that? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Rhett raised his head and looked through the crowd towards the port. A huge black ship broke through the waves. The dragon-head statue on the bow had bloodshot eyes, and the hull was wrapped in blood-red lightning, like a ferocious beast rushing out of hell. Bruma Jackson. Rhett's mouth curled up slightly. Even though so many years have passed, I still think that I am incredibly handsome now. How could I have made such a handsome debut back then? What kind of genius award-winning debut was this? It was too cool. Red Dawn Pirates, join us. Young Red stood at the bow, his blood-red cloak fluttering in the wind. He raised his hand suddenly, and the blood mist gathered in his palm into a dazzling ball of light. Dragon God's Wrath, launch. Boom, a crimson beam tore through the air, hurtling towards the execution platform. Buildings from the port to the center of Logue Town instantly collapsed under the terrifying shockwave, sending smoke and dust billowing and rubble flying. However, the beam mysteriously dissipated just before reaching the execution platform, leaving only a straight path, like a blood-red road leading to the throne. On the execution platform, Rhett clearly saw his younger self through the smoke and dust. Tisk, this angle, so, I was like, this temperament is innate. How can others live with it? In this world where Pirate King men are generally deformed, my existence is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Looking at myself pretending to be a fool, I feel gratified. I was so successful when I was young. Look at those people who were shocked by me. At this time, the young Rhett happened to take a fancy to him, and Roger smiled at him with relief. Good job, you didn't embarrass me. Advertisement. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack, the marine soldiers shouted in panic. Sengoku's face darkened. You must be joking, that ship is. Kong immediately ordered. Execute immediately. Buggy, on the distant rooftop, nearly rushed out. No, we can't just. Shanks put his hand on his shoulder and said in a low voice, Buggy, don't move. But, this is the captain's will. Buggy froze, pounding his fist on the roof. Yes, it's absolutely right, the taste is absolutely right. Cry your heart out, no one else will cry just by watching the execution. On the execution platform, Rhett waited quietly. Next, is it time to ask that question? Come on, hurry up and shout. Sure enough, when the atmosphere reached its peak, someone in the crowd shouted. Hey, King Pirates, where did you put the treasure? The world stopped at this moment. At this time, the two Marines who were to execute the execution were about to drop their swords. Roger's head rolled to the edge of the execution platform, tumbling several times. Really? I miss them. Oh no, I don't miss a thing. After finishing this job, I'll go back and have hot pot with them. Is it because I'm getting old that I like to reminisce? Oh no, I haven't even married yet. Who said that a man over 25 is 60? Slander. Tisk, being a corpse is more tiring than fighting. My face is itchy, I'm a bit far away. In the heavy rain, Shanks pulled his straw hat down low, and Buggy's tears flowed down with the rain. For every celestial dragon that steps out of Mariajoy, young Rhett flicked his finger, and the mist in the scene suddenly tightened. I'll chop off a head. Then he controlled the mist seeds, making the two Marines look shocked by the Pirate's King's aura. Controlling the three admirals took him some effort, but he could control these miscellaneous soldiers with ease. Yes. That's the vibe. Old Rhett, who plays the corpse, applauded inwardly. I was certainly a show-off when I was younger. Young Rhett stood at the bow, blood-red mist swirling around him, staring intently at the execution platform, his fists clenched white. Advertisement. He slowly raised his hand. Captain, this time, it's my turn to do the performance for you. It's awesome, family. And no one noticed that the corner of the mouth of the flying head was slightly raised. Roger quickly condensed the mist and began to spray it out. Fortunately, it was blood mist. If it was green, he would be finished. Hey, the Pirate's King, the king of the sea spraying green blood, it's very abstract to think about it. Blood mist quietly wriggled around the wound, perfectly simulating the physiological changes after death. Rhett was now leisurely, lying, under the execution platform, like a dedicated corpse. The whole audience was silent. Young Red leapt from the bow, his Kuroshio sword slamming into the ground. He looked Sengoku in the eye and said in a cold voice, "Give me back my captain." Perona's negative ghost hovered in the sky, and Moria's zombie army saluted collectively. The entire Logue town was shrouded in blood-red fog, like a ridiculous funeral. Red knelt on the execution platform, rain running down his cheeks. He looked at his younger self in the distance, at the flag of the Crimson Dawn, fluttering in the rain, at Perona and Moria standing on the deck, at the little hat on Laboon's head. The Crimson Dawn pirates, his voice resonated throughout the island through the blood mist, farewell to the Pirate King. Don't move, wait until I finish installing this bee. Blood splattered. Thunder exploded in the sky and heavy rain poured down. The knife flashed down. Boom, Red closed his eyes. If you want it, go find it. I've put everything in the world there. It's not a threat. Young Red grinned, revealing his white teeth. It's a deal. Before Sengoku could speak, a Den Den Mushi suddenly chimed. The blonde Five Elders' voice echoed throughout the room. Ghost Red. Are you threatening the world government? Red. Now. Roger slowly looked up, a maniacal grin spreading across his lips. On the execution platform, Roger's body slowly fell down. On the deck of the Dawn Nirvana, young Red suddenly drew out the black-tied greatsword, and blood-red lightning wrapped around the blade. Do you want my treasure? The rain was pouring down, and the blood on the execution platform was washed away by the rain and flowed through the gaps in the wooden boards. The marine soldier carrying out the execution raised his long sword tremblingly. Chapter 251. A total of 10 billion Bailey's fires burned on the pyre, the blue flames of the afterlife engulfing Roger's remains. Ashes drifted in the heavy rain, like a grand curtain call. Yes, that's it. Old Red, who was playing the corpse, breathed a sigh of relief. Hold on a little longer, and when the flames die down, I can retreat. In the flames, Roger's body gradually turned into ashes, but at a moment when no one noticed, a very light blood mist quietly merged into the flames and seeped into the ground along with the rain. Young Red stood at the harbor, slowly watching the body of Old Red burn. It was so strange and weird. What should he do? Captain, he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood mixed with rainwater flowed. Young Red was feeling sad, but he didn't know that Old Red, who was lying in the fire, had already dug out a 3-bedroom apartment and a living room, and he could even carve out a statue for himself. Roger's body completely disappeared. In the corner of the harbor, where the ashes had dispersed, blood mist seeped from the ground and slowly condensed into a human shape. Red shook his wet hair and walked towards the dark alley, cursing. It's finally over, but ha 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 ha. When Xie Rui thought about going back and having to hug Sister Rouge and cry, he wanted to laugh. It was funny to cry for yourself. Ha ha. When people are so despicable, they even despise themselves. Deep in the alley, a man was squatting on a wooden box, chewing an apple. Seeing him approach, he immediately put on a funny face. Ha ha ha, little Red, you cry worse than Buggy. FK. I forgot about this old dish. The embarrassment came unexpectedly. Red pause. Who's crying? That's the rain. Rain. You know what it is. Captain B asterisk 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 D. What are you focusing on? Roger jumped off the box, his nose almost touching Red's face. I clearly saw. Bullshit. Red slapped him in the face. That's acting, you know. Besides, the rain got in my eyes, and it hurt. Alright, stop saying things that are detrimental to unity. It's time for us to leave. Roger suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair. Thank you for your hard work. Red was about to explode. Today I'll show you flowers. Before Red could finish, he heard a whisper with a smile from above his head. Thank you, kid. Advertisement. The sea breeze blew the unburned embers across the alley. Red was silent for a moment. Let's go. Get you out of here. Kuhahaha. Wait for me. Roger jumped up and caught up. What are we going to do next? Of course, back to my time. Now that you're dead, it won't affect anything. Two figures disappeared in the rain one after the other, and behind them was Logue Town, which gradually returned to its bustle. Hey, kid, Roger suddenly leaned closer. You're not going to sell me to the Marine for the bounty, are you? Kuhahaha. Red rolled his eyes. Shut up. Your head is worth 5 billion Baileys right now. I'm thinking of doing it myself. Besides, I'm worth 5 billion. You might not be worth as much as me. What? You have 5 billion too? Roger's jaw dropped to the ground when he heard that. Of course not. There are only 2 emperors on the sea, one is me and the other is Newgate. I won't tell you what level we are. You can figure it out yourself, Captain. Let's go. Don't let Madame Xi wait anxiously. After turning the last corner, Mrs. Xi was waiting quietly behind the rocks on the coast. She saw the 2 people appear, and her eyes widened slightly. Mr. Red, you really succeeded. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Red shook his head. Even his body didn't break apart, proving that he had exploited this loophole very well. But then again, Roger's death was mainly to usher in the Great Pirates era. After the start of the Great Pirates era, Roger's death or not actually has little effect, and the storyline is not disrupted by Red. It can be said to be a satisfying exploitation of loopholes. Red suddenly remembered something and threw a piece of pure gold at Roger. Cracks began to appear on Red's body. Red. Wrong guess. That shouldn't be the case. Red decided to go back and try. It might be that during this period, Roger must have a terminal illness because he wanted to start the Age of Discovery, and the Age of Discovery had not yet started during this period. This might be the reason. Rhett wiped the rain from his face, the blood mist condensing into a ball of light in his palm. Mrs. She, prepare to return. Roger poked the ball of light curiously. Oh, this is what can travel through time. Don't touch it. Rhett slapped his hand away. This thing will burn 10 years of your life, believe it or not. Madame She chuckled softly, her hands clasped together. Pale blue ripples of time spread from beneath her feet, interweaving with Rhett's blood mist to form a dazzling gate of light. The sea breeze suddenly stilled, and raindrops froze in midair. Advertisement. Hold on tight. Old B****************** D. Rhett grabbed Roger by the collar. I won't let you fall through the cracks in time. Roger laughed and put his arm around his shoulders. Ha ha ha, I'm here with you. The moment the light gate closed, Mrs. She heard Rhett's roar. Let go. Your snot is on my cloak. The blood mist exploded, and the three people stumbled out of the light gate. Lord Rhett. Perona's ghost swooped down from the sky and landed in the man's arms. You finally came back. She suddenly froze, and the teddy bear fell to the ground. Luo, 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 Luo. Moria's scissor hand gesture snapped and stopped. Jay? Rhett patted his robe and stood up, a look of disgust on his face. It's genuine. Roger jumped up with his arms wide open. Ha ha ha. Surprise, I've seen you two before. Do you miss me, little Laboon? Oh, this is Odin, sassy Buladana, Odin. Bang. Perona's negative spirit pierced through him. Roger instantly fell to his knees. I'm sorry for being born a human. Rhett folded his arms and sneered, serves you right. Mrs. She leaned weakly against the side of the boat. Rhett immediately stepped forward to support her. Rest first. I'll replenish my vitality later. That's not necessary. She shook her head gently, her eyes sweeping across the chaotic scene on deck. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. It seems. Time has been kind to you, Mr. Rhett. Brother Roger. Ah. Odin rushed over like a tiger, tears and snot all over Roger. Zaxi is ignoring Dana. Roger laughed. Kuhahaha. You've gotten so much older. Laboon did a whale-like collision, knocking both of them down. Woo, rubbing his face like crazy. Rhett looked at the three men with a grin. Three idiots. Tessero's gold dust quietly formed a computer, frantically calculating. If we kidnap the Pirate King and hand him over to the Marine now, plus the captain's reward, the total would be 10 billion berries, minus the handling fee. Stella gently twisted his ear. Honey, what dangerous things are you thinking about? Chapter 252. The knot is completely resolved. At the banquet, the air was filled with laughter and joy. Roger, his face flushed, raised his glass and clinked it with Laboon's. It looked like Laboon was planning to use his juice to have a hearty drinking contest with Roger. Today, either you get drunk, or I go to the bathroom. Rhett leaned against the cushion, and the Q-version little blood dragon transformed from blood mist poured juice for the little ones. After all, except for Laboon and the half-obtained Perona, the other little ones did not have the right to drink as much as they wanted. After all, they were still teething and needed to pay attention to oral hygiene. But it is worth mentioning Lil Perona, as the leader of the children. As the big sister, she must lead by example. Although she really wants to drink, seeing the two little ones staring at her, how can she bear this pain alone? Just like adult Rhett, she should lead by example. However, amidst the bustle, Odin seemed somewhat absent-minded. He held onto his wineglass, his eyes occasionally glancing at Roger, his brow furrowed slightly. Rhett keenly sensed his abnormality, and the blood mist silently spread to Odin's side, transforming into a small hand that poked his cheek. Hey, Odin, Rhett said lazily, you look like someone stuffed a mouthful of rotten fish. Is it that Mrs. She's cooking isn't to your liking? Odin came back to his senses and forced a smile. No, the food is delicious, but... He hesitated and finally put down the glass. Rhett glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Hey, Odin, what's with that expression? You're the one throwing the party, don't spoil the fun. Odin took a deep breath and stood up suddenly. He strode to Roger and, under everyone's puzzled gaze. Bang. He dropped to his knees, resting his forehead on the wooden board. Captain Roger. I'm sorry. Odin's voice was hoarse and heavy. I have brought shame to the Roger pirates. The party instantly fell silent, and even Roger's smile faded slightly. Roger was stunned, and the wineglass in his hand fell to the ground with a clack. He quickly reached out to help Odin. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. Odin stubbornly knelt, refusing to stand. I brought shame upon the Roger pirates. I failed you and betrayed the trust of my companions. His fists clenched, his knuckles turning white from the effort. I naively believed the enemy's lies, danced like a coward, and plunged Wanokuni into dire straits. I don't deserve it. Roger didn't even wait for Odin to finish. He grabbed Odin's collar, lifted him up from the ground, and patted his shoulder hard. Odin, stand up, the child is still here, and what are you talking about? What's with all this dancing and nonsense? Come and have a drink. Odin continued, I have tarnished the name of the Roger pirates. Advertisement. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. I am not worthy of calling myself your crew member anymore. The air froze for a moment. Roger stared at Odin and suddenly. Kuhahaha. He burst into laughter. Odin, you idiot, Roger grabbed Odin's collar and forced him to look him in the eye. There was no reproach in his eyes, only burning heroism. How can a man of the sea be bound by the past? Odin was stunned. Roger released his hand and patted his shoulder vigorously. What's the big deal about making mistakes? I was chased by Garp back then. The important thing is, he grinned, showing his signature wild smile. You're standing up now, aren't you? Odin looked up suddenly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Roger continued, it's not the mistakes you make that are scary, it's the mistakes that crush you. You don't look like the Kazuki Odin I knew who dared to drink with Rayleigh and swordfight with Jabba. Rhett leaned against the door frame, his lips curled slightly as he interjected, that's right, just be stupid once. If you keep being stupid again, I'll really have to clean up the mess for the captain. Odin's pupils trembled slightly, as if Roger's words hit him deep inside. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Rhett scoffed, and the blood mist turned into a small fist, gently hitting Odin's head. Did you hear that? Even this old B*******, he said so, why are you still fussing about it? Roger turned and glared at Rhett. Who are you calling the old B******, little brat? Rhett rolled his eyes. Whoever answers is the one. The bickering between the two livened up the atmosphere of the banquet. Odin looked at Roger and Rhett, the haze in his eyes gradually dissipating. He took a deep breath, suddenly straightened his back, and said loudly, Captain Roger, Rhett. I understand. I will never let anyone underestimate the name of the Roger Pirates again. That's right. Come on, cheers. Roger nodded with satisfaction and raised his newly filled glass. But, the Roger Pirates ended when I announced their disbandment. Now is the era. Advertisement. Roger glanced at Raquan, Rihei, Perona, and even little Lati. It belongs to these young people. Cheers to this era. Cheers. Everyone responded in unison, and the sound of the glasses clinking was crisp and pleasant. Rhett comforted Odin. That's right, the new era belongs to us young people. Huh? Roger asked in confusion. A-hole? You're a suspicious banana stick hammer? Rhett roared with shark teeth. The next morning, on the coast covered in blood mist, Rhett was touching Roger's face all over. Don't move. Old B****************. The blood mist at Rhett's fingertips moved like a living thing, slowly changing Roger's facial features. If Sister Rouge recognizes you, all my efforts will be in vain. Roger bared his teeth and said, be gentle, your mist is freezing. Odin watched from the side and marveled, Rhett, your ability is really convenient. Kazuki held Hiyazumi and Hiyori by the hand and said with a gentle smile, this way, Mr. Roger can go see his wife without any worries. Rhett took 2 steps back and looked at his work. His once prominent nose hairs were now obscured by mist, his iconic straw hat was gone, replaced by an ordinary bamboo hat, and even his always smiling expression was adjusted to look even more out of place. Perfect. Rhett snapped his fingers. Now you're just an ordinary retired Marine named Roz, remember? Roger touched his unfamiliar face and suddenly smiled slyly. Kuhahaha. Then should I pretend to be that old man Garp's comrade? You dare. Rhett grabbed him by the collar. Sister Rouge will kill me. Odin laughed and interrupted. Okay, the boat is ready, let's go. Rhett. Chapter 253. Who is more powerful? Rhett raised his eyebrows, and the blood mist turned into a small hand and poked Odin's forehead. Recently, Rhett likes to shape these weird little gadgets. After all, the little guy likes it very much. Hey, you, Wanokuni has only been stable for a few years, and you're just going to quit and run away? Odin laughed and brushed off the misty little hands, then turned and dragged out 3 bulging packages from the inner room. Kuhahaha. What do you mean by running away? I brought plenty of gifts. He took them out one by one. This is Julie's specialty sake, this is Wadu's lacquerware, and this is. Hiyori stood on tiptoe and pulled out a small, delicate wooden sword from the package. Father, this is my practice sword. Raquan held the other one, his eyes sparkling. Look, father, this is mine. Kazuki covered her mouth and chuckled. Odin started preparing last night, even ignoring the red scabbard's dissuasion. Rhett looked at the pile of luggage and twitched his lips. Are you going to empty Wanokuni? Odin suddenly turned serious, pounding his fists. Because it suddenly occurred to me, his eyes sparkled. Captain Roger's wife. She's a legendary woman who could tame the captain. I must pay her a formal visit. Bang. It's really rude to use the word tame to address such a gentle mother. Rhett smiled gently. I don't care if you say Roger is a B****ch. But when it comes to Sister Rouge, watch your words, or you'll die. Odin's tears streamed down his cheeks. Private Marseille, Rhett, Private Marseille. Mrs. Roger must be a very gentle person. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Rhett's smile grew gentler, his eyes curved into crescents, but a faint aura of danger lingered around him. Blood mist slowly flowed from his fingertips, and a ferocious blood dragon emerged behind him, as if it had accidentally escaped from the mist. Uncle Rhett's smile was so gentle, but Hiyori and Hiyazumi unconsciously took a step back, hiding behind Kazuki. The 2 children swallowed, and Hiyazumi muttered softly, Father, looks like he's going to die. Kazuki gently held the 2 children's shoulders and smiled gently. Mr. Rhett was just joking, but she also took half a step back without leaving a trace. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Odin's forehead, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Rhett's smiling face was filled with countless comments. Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. Kill you. He raised his hands stiffly. Red, I was really praising Rouge, you just said something incredible. Red tilted his head, and the blood mist suddenly expanded, transforming into dozens of small hands dancing in the air. Keep talking, I'm listening. Coo, ha ha ha. Odin laughed dryly and suddenly hid behind Roger. Captain, help me. Roger was chewing an apple while watching the show, and he almost choked when Odin pulled him. Ahem, Odin. Advertisement, Rhett's voice was sickeningly sweet. Where are you going, Odin? The blood mist instantly transformed into chains, binding Odin tightly. Hiyori covered her eyes and peeked through her fingers. Father, this is so embarrassing. Raquan looked at Red with admiration. Uncle Red is so awesome. Kazuki coughed lightly. Mr. Red, Odin. Don't worry, Red interrupted her with a smile. I'm just having a deep conversation with him. Odin's wails echoed through the blood mist. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sister Rouge is the most gentle, kind, and beautiful woman in the world. Don't hit me in the face. Roger took the last bite of his apple and wiped his mouth. It's great to be young. Perona was floating in the air, holding a pink umbrella. Mr. Red is having a great time. Laboon tilted his head and said, what game are they playing? Half an hour later, Odin, with a bruised face, sat quietly in the corner. Red clapped his hands in a refreshed manner and said, okay, time to go. Hiyori carefully handed over the handkerchief. Father, wipe the blood from your nose. Odin immediately started to cry. My daughter is so caring. Raquan added, because it's too embarrassing, I can't bear to watch it. Odin's tears began to spurt out, in the physical sense of the word. As everyone boarded the ship, Red suddenly turned around and gave Odin a bright smile. By the way, after meeting Sister Rouge. Odin straightened his back immediately and said, I will be very careful with my words and actions. I will never say anything nonsense. Red nodded in satisfaction, and the blood mist turned into a big hand and rubbed his head. Good boy. Kazuki looked at this scene and chuckled. What a lively family. Kazuki gently tugged at Odin's sleeve and said, Husband, if you delay any longer, the tide will pass. Oh yeah. Odin picked up all the luggage and said, let's go, let's go. Red looked at the excited family of four and asked, hey, are you really not going to care about Wanokuni anymore? Odin jumped onto the deck, turning back with a bright smile. Denjiro and the others are here. Besides, he suddenly lowered his voice and winked at Red. Didn't you just leave a blood mist clone to guard the general's mansion? Advertisement Red. Roger stood on the dock, looking up at the brand new Oral Jackson, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly opened. Skay, is this Rhett's Bruma Jackson? Roger's voice trembled. Red leaned against the side of the boat and raised his eyebrows proudly. Well, Captain? Uncle Tom's cooking is pretty good, isn't it? Roger didn't answer. He rushed up the gangway in 2 steps, like a man possessed. His fingers gently stroked the new alloy armor of the hull, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Shush. Roger suddenly burst into laughter and jumped up and down on the deck. Great, this is absolutely great. He rushed to the bow and hugged the roaring dragon head statue. Old man, you have become more handsome. Perona was floating in the air, covering her mouth and laughing. Mr. Roger is so cute. Rhett walked over to Roger and pointed at the muzzle of the dragon's mouth. Want to try out the new feature? Roger's eyes lit up immediately. Can you fire? Not only can it fire. Rhett pressed a button on the console, it can also do this. The entire ship was suddenly enveloped in blue electric light, and the hull emitted a low hum. Wow. Roger danced excitedly. Swish, Captain, you look like a humanoid now. I know it's cool. Wow. Rhett proudly introduced. This is Uncle Tom's newly developed propulsion system. Combined with the Wind Blaster, it can reach 3 times the speed of a warship in the comm belt, and paired with our Thor. Roger rushed to the cockpit impatiently. Let me drive. Rhett grabbed him by the scruff of the collar. Wait a minute, old B******************************** D. You don't even know what a console is. What does it matter? Roger broke free. Ships have souls. The Oro Jackson, no, the Bruma Jackson will definitely recognize me. As if to confirm his words, the entire ship suddenly shook slightly and the engines roared happily. Rhett was also shocked. Bruma Jackson is leaving. The entire ship also shook slightly and the engines roared. Rhett. Was it me who was awesome with the Oro Jackson, or was it Roger who was awesome with my Bruma Jackson? Chapter 254 Ace. Roger. You're looking for death. Odin scratched his hair in the mirror, applying medicine, and suddenly turned to ask, Rhett, does Mrs. Rouge know about the captain? The sea breeze suddenly became quiet. The blood mist on Rhett's fingertips trembled slightly. I know. Roger is the Pirate King. He looked toward the horizon. I knew it all along, and the isolationism has made me stupid. Odin was silent for a moment, then suddenly patted Rhett's shoulder. Ha. That's even better. I brought 20 bottles of liquor. Are you here for a visit or a drinking contest? You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* the stern. The two turned around and saw Raquan half hanging over the side of the boat, trying to retrieve the small wooden sword that had drifted away. Of course it is impossible. The Bruma Jackson is a large ship. It is impossible to fish out these two little creatures. So there was a rope tied around Raquan, and Rihei was holding the other end tightly. This was because she had been training since she was young, otherwise it would be impossible for her to hold on. Raiha's face flushed red. Sister is too heavy, hurry up. Almost, my sword. Rhett's blood mist instantly turned into a long arm, and with a light roll, he retrieved the wooden sword. He also retrieved the sun spring. The blood mist transformed into 2 small hands, which kept attacking the heads of the 2 little ones. Blood mist little hand. I poke, and I am a ruthless poke hand. The 2 little ones were poked and squatted down with their heads in their hands. Wrong, Uncle X2, tell me you took the wrong one. We shouldn't have tried to retrieve the sword ourselves. He looked at Rhett with his big watery eyes, ready to get away with it. That's right, half. Rhett answered with a smile, but the blood mist hand didn't stop at all. Your mistake is that you didn't properly assess what you can and can't do. Do you understand? I understand, Uncle. Too quiet. Yes, Uncle. Rhett then handed the sword to Raquan and said, Little one, just tell your uncle if you want anything. Raquan took the sword, his eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle Rhett, I want to learn that move. No, Rhett flicked her forehead. Wait until you can beat Perona. Hiyori covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Sister was defeated by Perona's sister's negative ghost yesterday. Weather. Advertisement amid the sound of the waves. Odin looked at the children playing and suddenly whispered, Rhett, thank you. East Blue Shimotsuki Village. Roger couldn't wait for Rhett and his group to take a leisurely boat ride. He couldn't wait to see Rouge and the children. He grinned and waved to Rhett. Kid, I'm leaving first. After that, he stomped his feet and rushed into the sky like a cannonball, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Rhett looked at Roger's receding back and shook his head helplessly. This old B************ D is still so impatient. Odin scratched his head. So what should we do? Rhett sighed. What else can I do? I'll just speed up and just get through it slowly. Rouge was hanging clothes out to dry in the yard. The sea breeze was gentle and the sun was warm. She was humming a song, feeling happy. Ace and his friends can no longer be described as the 4 little ones, because there are even smaller ones. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. I'm coming. Please wait a moment. She wiped her hands and walked towards the door. The moment the door opened, Rouge froze. Standing outside the door was an unfamiliar old marine, wearing a bamboo hat and with a face slightly weathered. But those eyes, the eyes she would never forget, were gazing at her tenderly. You. Rouge's voice trembled slightly. Roger took off his hat and grinned, revealing his signature bright smile. Rouge, I'm back. Rouge's pupils suddenly contracted. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Even with Rhett's blood mist covering it up, how could the wife not recognize her husband? Roger looked at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes filled with tenderness and apology. I'm sorry, I'm back. Rouge's tears instantly burst out. She didn't scream, didn't question, didn't even hesitate. She threw herself into Roger's arms. Roger hugged her tightly, resting his chin on the top of her head, and said in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Rouge's fist hit his back, but the force was as light as a feather. A-hole. You a-hole. Originally, it should be a reunion of peaceful times. There has to be a but. Pervert, die, advertisement. Ace Sabo's long sword and En's heavy sword were already slashing down on him. Things have to be pushed forward a few minutes. The door rang, and Rouge went out to open it. Ace, Sabo, and En were practicing swordsmanship. Kuina went out with Mr. Sarashiro to do some shopping, but no matter how long she waited, Rouge didn't come back. Why hasn't Mom come back yet? Ace wiped the sweat off his face and frowned. Sabo put away his wooden sword. Let's go check it out. And followed silently. The 3 children walked through the corridor and came to the front yard. From a distance, they saw Rouge standing at the door. A strange man was holding her hand and pressing it against his face. Rouge's tears slid down her cheeks. The 3 little ones' brains exploded. No one can bully their godmother. Rouge adopted Sabo as his godson. You be asterisk D. Ace was furious, grabbed his wooden sword and rushed forward. Sabo and followed closely behind, and the 3 of them rushed towards Roger like cannonballs. Let go of Mom, godmother. Roger was stunned, and before he could react, Ace's wooden sword had already chopped towards his head. Bang! Roger reflexively raised his hand to block, but the wooden sword struck his arm and broke in 2. Hey, little brats, Roger was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to explain, Sabo's fist had already hit his abdomen. Bang! Roger groaned, but he didn't dare to use the armament hockey, so he could only take the punch. Before he could stand firm, En's heavy sword swept towards him with a whistling sound. Wait, go to hell. Ace roared, his fist wrapped in a faint armed color, and hit Roger in the face. Roger's pupils shrank. Armament hockey. He had to take it seriously, dodging sideways and hitting Ace's wrist with a backhand knife to relieve his strength. At the same time, he raised his leg to block Sabo's kick, and with his other hand, he held down En's heavy sword and said helplessly, Listen to me first. Listen to you. Ace didn't even give him a chance to speak, punching and kicking him like a storm. Sabo's attack was fierce and precise, focusing on Roger's joints and weaknesses. Although En's heavy sword was suppressed, her little face was tense and her eyes were as fierce as a little animal protecting its cubs. Rouge was stunned watching from the side. and finally reacted and shouted, "Ace, Sabo!" And, "Stop, he is. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to bully mom will be beaten," the three little ones shouted in unison. Roger was parrying while laughing. "Kuhahaha, not bad. Ret taught you guys well. Stop talking nonsense." Ace gritted his teeth. "If I don't beat you today, I'm not Portgas D. Ace." Chapter 255 Eagle Blood Steamed Buns. Roger laughed and stepped back, breaking off a branch and weighing it in his palm. "Ha ha ha, kids, try this. Ret, look, he infringed the copyright, and no one is doing anything about it." Hawkeye. "Humph, Eagle Blood Bun." An's eyes darkened, and he swung his heavy sword fiercely, the blade emitting a black light of armed color. Anshin Ryu. Ghost Attack. Her petite body suddenly rushed forward, her heavy sword slashing in a sharp arc, slashing straight at Roger's shoulder. This move was inspired by Uncle Ret's Mist God style, Ghost Attack. At that time, Ret hadn't yet fully integrated Mist into his swordsmanship, so it was relatively easy for him to imitate. Without the blood mist to assist, the pure swordsmanship combined with armament hockey made the blow even sound like it was piercing the air. Roger raised his eyebrows and flicked the branch lightly. Clang. The branch collided with the heavy sword, making a metallic sound. Anne's palms trembled, and she almost lost her grip on the hilt, but she gritted her teeth and steadied herself, using the momentum to spin around, and swept the second sword across Roger's lower body. At the same time, Ace's sword and flintlock rifle attacked from both sides. Dual blade hands. Fire gun slash. The sword pierced Roger's throat, but the muzzle of the flintlock rifle turned strangely, aiming at the position below Roger's belly and above his calf. Little Roger. "It's broken, it's coming towards me." This move is hard to tell, a sneaky one invented by Ace. "Anyway," Uncle Ret said, "winning is winning." Roger looked at Ace's moves and felt a little scared for the first time, but he still laughed out loud. Fancy. He flicked his wrist, and the branch was blocked directly. Ace's sword was pulled violently. Crack. Ace's sword flew out of his hand, but the trigger of the flintlock had already been pulled. Bang. The lead bullet whizzed out, but at the moment it was about to hit Roger's knee, it was accurately knocked away by his branch. What the? Ace's eyes widened. Sabo's sword has quietly arrived. Unlike Ace's wildness and An's domineering style, Sabo's sword moves are as precise as a scalpel, and each sword is aimed directly at the gaps between Roger's moves. This is the rapier style he honed in the Koshiro dojo. Whoosh, 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 3 swords stabbed in succession, pointing at Roger's wrist, elbow, and shoulder respectively. Roger's eyes flashed with admiration, and the branch followed him like a shadow, intercepting Sabo's sword tip with every block. Not bad. Who did you learn this from? Sabo didn't answer, and suddenly changed his tactics. Advertisement. Reverse blade. Swallow return. The sword suddenly turned and slashed towards Roger's wrist at an impossible angle. Oh, Roger finally showed a hint of surprise. Roger's eyes flashed, and he flipped his wrist suddenly. Snap. The branch unexpectedly whipped back at Sabo's hand at an even more treacherous angle. Sabo felt the pain and his sword momentum faltered. Roger took the opportunity to advance, and the branch pointed at his throat like a lion majesty. At the critical moment, An's heavy sword swept from the side. Anshin Ryu. Dragon Tail. The sword was so powerful that Roger had to retreat. Ace took the opportunity to pick up the sword and attacked from both sides with Sabo. Dual blades, crossed musketeers. The flintlock rifle opened fire, and Ace immediately charged forward. Ret's attacks were never over in one go. No wonder, in ancient times, one could tell which school he belonged to with just one strike. Lead bullets and sword light intertwined to form a death cross. Roger laughed loudly, spinning the branch in his palm. God avoid. God avoid slightly, very quietly. There's no way. Even if Roger is sick and his strength is not as good as before, with the fixed state of pure gold, they cannot touch him. Boom. The blast of air exploded, sending the 3 creatures reeling back several steps. Ace was sent careening backward, Sabo's knuckles bled, and An's heavy sword sunk deep into the ground before he could regain his balance. The yard was dusty. Roger stood there, the branch intact. He grinned. Not bad, you forced me to use this trick. The pupils of the 3 little ones contracted at the same time. Ace's fists clenched and crackled, his eyes blazing with anger. How dare you use that? Sabo's eyes suddenly turned cold beneath his hat. God's retreat is my father's technique. An's heavy sword vibrated with a humming sound, and the armor color wrapped around the blade like black flames. Unforgivable. Roger froze. Wait, you. Shut up. Ace leapt up in rage, his sword slashing down with unprecedented hockey. This strike was completely random, yet filled with monstrous fury. Sabo's figure flashed like a ghost, and he thrust his knife straight at Roger's throat. Don't tarnish my godfather's sword skills. An's heavy sword swept across, and the ground cracked. Give back my father's moves. The attacks of the 3 men were several times more fierce than before, and every move was filled with determination to fight to the death. Roger blocked hastily, and the branches began to crack under the continuous attacks. There was nothing he could do. Roger's branches could easily cut off their weapons. Seeing the children fighting recklessly, Roger saw the shadow of Ret. He was really afraid that the 3 little ones would do the same as Ret and fight with injuries in return. Advertisement, but he was lying when he said he didn't dare to move. Hey, let me explain. Explain what? Ace roared. How can it be asterisk 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 D like you possibly understand what our father means to us? Sabo's knife grazes Roger's cheek, leaving a bloody streak. Even if he's not here, it's not your turn to desecrate him. And sword thrust grew heavier, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Uncle said, father was the greatest of the pirates. Roger's heart skipped a beat before he finished speaking and suddenly drew out his heavy sword, and his petite body rushed forward like a cannonball. Anshin Ryu. God's avoidance. Double blade hands. Divine evasion. Reverse blade. God avoid. Ret. Why are you looking at me? Of course I have to be a bit polite when I'm out there. As soon as I make a move, you know who's got my back. I don't see anyone daring to disrespect me. The heavy sword slashed down with the force of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Roger was about to block it, but he found that Ace and Sabo had circled to both sides without knowing when. Ace thrust his sword straight into his heart. Got it. Sabo's short sword slashed at his throat. It's over. Three-sided attack. And aimed at Roger's head with great force and momentum. Sabo aimed at his heart from behind, and Ace aimed at little Roger. Roger's pupils suddenly contracted. Kuhahaha. Amidst the wild laughter, his figure suddenly became blurred. What? The three little ones' weapons missed at the same time. Roger appeared behind the three of them and tapped the back of their heads with a branch. Here. Bang. 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 The three little ones stood still panting, protecting Rouge behind them, staring at Roger fiercely. And had already taken out a red summoner in his hand. When it was turned on, blood mist would spread out, hiding the body, and there would also be a blood mist clone of Ret. The yard was silent. Roger looked at his empty hand, the branch finally breaking, and then looked at the three little ghosts who were facing a great enemy, and suddenly. Kuhahaha. He laughed so hard that tears came out. That's great, you guys are really great. Three little ones. Rouge finally couldn't help it and rushed forward to grab Roger's ears. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you really have to make the kids fight? Chapter 256 Those who won't come back for dinner tonight. Roger grimaced in pain. It hurts, Rouge, I was wrong. Ace and Sabo and Anne. Mom, godmother, do you know this pervert? Rouge let go of her hand, wiped her eyes, and suddenly smiled. Of course I know him. She nudged Roger's back gently. Come on, introduce yourself. Roger rubbed his ears and stood up straight. Nice to meet you, little ones. Roger grinned, revealing his white teeth. I'm your father, Ace. Huh? New. N. Oh. The next second, Ace's roar echoed throughout Shimotsuki village. You're kidding. The sea breeze blew, and the camouflaging mist under the hat quietly dissipated, revealing a face that Ace was very familiar with. The family portrait hanging in the portrait room of Uncle Rhett's room. The B asterisk 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 D face that always had a smile on his face. Ace's voice suddenly changed from roaring to roaring? Me? Dad, just then, stop it, everyone. Rouge smiled and explained to the three little ones. He didn't use the word, like, to avoid. Rouge's voice trembled. The gods he created, the three little ones were struck by lightning. Ace, I'm here, Mom, and, with an expressionless face, he immediately started to act cute, ran to Rouge, put Rouge's hand on his head, and rubbed it. Advertisement, new. Mom, I see your clothes haven't been dried yet, so I'll go now. The three little ones are trying to awaken their mother's love in their own way. Rouge shook her head. That's not urgent, and Roger. Roger was already sweating profusely, the children's father. Roger's clothes were soaked. It was raining so hard on a sunny day. Look how wet Roger was. Rouge looked around at the four guys and said, Can you explain to your mother why no one listened even though you were yelling so loudly just now? It's all your fault that your mother has been feeding you meat all the time, which has led to nutritional imbalance. Eat bitter melon today to improve your diet. Rouge's smile grew gentler, her fingers gently curling the ends of her hair. It seems Mom is usually too gentle. She walked slowly towards the vegetable garden in the corner of the courtyard, and cold sweat instantly soaked the backs of the three little ones and Roger. Mom, remember planting bitter melon, coptis root, and that super bitter cactus I brought back from Sky Island last time? Rouge hummed as he plucked a bitter melon. Today, let's enjoy a special, bitter feast filled with a mother's love. Wait, Rouge. Roger slid down to his knees and hugged his wife's calves. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have suddenly appeared and scared the children. Ace reacted immediately. Right, Mom, we were wrong. We shouldn't have failed to recognize Dad. Sabo pushed his glasses up. Godmother, I suggest letting Father eat alone. After all, he's been absent for so many years. And looked serious. Mom, and can eat double the meat as punishment, and Anne's portion can be given to Ace and Sabo. Rouge tilted her head, smiling so sweetly that it made people cringe. But, where's the loving dinner that Mom specially prepared? At this moment, Ace suddenly pointed to the sky. Look, there's a flying dragon. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone looked up, the three little ones and Roger turned around and ran. Rouge still smiled gently. Those who don't come back for dinner tonight. I'm going to eat bitter melon for the next month. The four of them had just run a few steps when they suddenly stopped in unison, looked at each other, turned around tacitly, and walked back as if nothing had happened. Ace scratched his head and laughed dryly. Ahahaha, Mom, it was all a misunderstanding. Sabo pushed his glasses up and said seriously, we just suddenly remembered that we haven't finished hanging the clothes yet. And nodded silently, his face serious. Yeah, and is very good. Roger rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Rouge, let me help you cook. Rouge still maintained her gentle smile, the bitter melon in her hand glinting strangely. Oh, really? Just then, hey, are you all here? Advertisement. Rhett's voice came from the door, and the four people's eyes lit up instantly. Uncle Rhett. The three little ones shouted in unison, as if they had seen a savior. Roger was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Kid, you came just in time. At this moment, Rhett seemed to have a 1,000-foot-long light behind him, and the sun was not as bright as Rhett now. The light of righteousness, the light of morality, shines on the earth. It seems like they get along very well. Rhett looked at the four people's sparkling eyes, then looked at Rouge's gentle and creepy smile, and instantly understood something. He lifted his leg and turned around smoothly. Ah, I suddenly remembered that the boat is not tied up yet. Brother, Rouge's voice came lightly, where are you going? Rhett froze in place, slowly turned around, and smiled a very friendly smile. Sister, I'm just moving around. Rouge gently raised the bitter melon in her hand and said, since everyone is here, why don't we try my special mother's love full of bitterness feast together? Everyone. Rhett took a deep breath and suddenly rushed to Roger's side, grabbing him by the collar. You old B****************. What did you do? B***************. Roger. I regret this too, Rhett. Rouge's voice sounded again. Do you want to eat bitter melon with your brother? Rhett instantly let go of Roger and stood at attention. Sis, I'll go help in the kitchen. After saying that, he rushed to the kitchen without looking back, his movements so fast that an afterimage appeared. Roger and the three little ones were stunned. At this time, the Odin family and the Tesoro people approached. Rhett wanted to come in to make sure everything was okay. Odin laughed loudly at the side. Kuhahaha, Rhett, you have come to this day. Hiyori and Hiyazumi tilted their heads. What happened to Uncle Rhett? When Rouge saw the new guest, she immediately regained her elegant and dignified appearance. Although Sister Rouge was still smiling, everyone felt that Sister Rouge was different. She gently adjusted the hem of her skirt and smiled gently. Nice to meet you. I'm Roger's wife, Portgas D. Rouge. Mrs. Toki, holding little Hiyori, gracefully returned the greeting. I am Kazuki Toki, and these are our daughters Hiyori and Hiyazumi. At this time, Stella came over holding the newly born Letty. Little Letty was sleeping soundly in her mother's arms, and her pink little face made people want to pinch it. This is Stella, our ship's doctor, Rhett casually introduced as he slipped out of the kitchen, and newborn Letty. The three mothers smiled at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with the warmth of petals. Rouge gently stroked little Letty's face. What a lovely child. Mrs. Shi also came over and said, she looks just like Mom. Stella smiled gently. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 257 I will 1v4. It seems that this is the first time that all the members of the Red Pirates have met Sister Rouge. Everyone just knows that the captain has a beloved elder sister, but this is the first time they have met. In this warm atmosphere, Rhett cleared his throat and said, Ahem, since everyone is here, let me formally introduce the members of our Scarlet Pirates. He pointed at himself. Captain Rhett, the Mist Lord. Moria emerged from the shadows. Combatant, Shadow Mage, Moria, he. Enel floated cross-legged in the air, a proud expression on his face. Sniper, Thor, Enel. Lena saluted gracefully. Navigator, Eye of the Storm Lena. Tesoro appears in a glittering golden light. Second Captain, Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Laboon chirps happily. Woo, don't ask why it doesn't have a title. This is our partner Laboon, Rhett added with a smile, and our healer, Stella, and. His eyes fell on little Letty in Stella's arms. Our youngest non-Red Pirates member, Letty. Little Lottie seemed to sense something and smiled sweetly in her sleep. Rouge exclaimed, what a warm and loving family. Roger put his arm around his wife's shoulders and said, ha ha ha, we must have a grand party tonight. Ace raised his hand and cheered, agree. Sabo pushed his glasses up. I need help preparing the ingredients. And Momo raised his writing board. I can be in charge of the barbecue. And so, in the afterglow of the setting sun, the members of the Roger Pirates and the Scarlet Pirates gathered together happily. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing the sound of distant waves, as if they were also laughing at this rare reunion. Rhett looked at the lively scene before him, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He raised his glass and said, cheers to my family. Cheers. The cheers of the crowd echoed across the shores of Shimotsuki village. The next morning, on the training ground of the dojo, the four little guys were arguing fiercely. I'm the one who admires Uncle Rhett the most, Hiyazumi said, hands on hips, two katanas tucked into his belt. I practice the swordsmanship Uncle taught me every day. I'm planning on combining my father's and Uncle Rhett's swordsmanship. No way. Ace waved his sword in disbelief. I've even learned my uncle's Mist God style. Sabo pushed his glasses up and calmly retorted, in terms of swordsmanship precision, I'm closest to my uncle's style. Hiyori smiled gently, but her eyes were firm. But, Uncle said I'm very talented with dual swords. Advertisement. The four men quarreled more and more fiercely, and finally drew their swords against each other. Then let the sword speak, Ace grinned. Whoever wins will be the one who admires uncle the most. That's exactly what I want. Raquan unsheathed his two swords. Sabo sighed, but still assumed a fighting stance. How childish, but I'll keep you company. Hiyori silently clenched her swords tightly. Please give me your guidance. Dual blade style. Butterfly dance. Hizumi's petite figure spun like a whirlwind, her two small swords slicing perfect arcs. Ace retreated hastily, his longsword clanging to block the first blow, only to be slashed by the second. Damn it! Ace's eyes lit up with a fire of unwillingness to admit defeat. Dual blade hands. Ghost attack. His sword suddenly became erratic, and he rushed towards Raquan at a fast speed, but he had the flintlock on his back. It was easy to lose control of the musket. On the other side, Sabo's rapier accurately stabbed into the gap in Hiyori's sword path. Your rhythm is too fixed. He pushed his glasses. Uncle said that the most important thing about dual swords is change. Hiyori suddenly changed her tactics, pressing down with her left hand and thrusting up with her right, breaking through Sabo's attack. Uncle just taught me this last week. The fight between the four became more and more intense, and the sparks from the collision of wooden swords flickered in the morning light. Hizumi spun around, and the two swords slashed towards Ace's left and right sides simultaneously. Ace's pupils shrank, and he thrust his sword horizontally. Ace had never dared to underestimate the sisters. He grinned. Not bad, but my uncle taught me more than that. Anshin Flowtide, fourth senior sister Kuina, are we sure we shouldn't go over and stop them? What if Master finds out? Everyone looked at the four people who were fighting more and more fiercely, with a look of worry on their faces. Sabo was forced to withdraw his sword. Hiyori. Dual blade hands. Kasumi slash. Her heavy sword suddenly shook, and violent haki burst out like a wave. The ground of the dojo was cracked by being stepped on, and the disciples watching were already stunned. Her two swords suddenly crossed, slashing towards Sabo's rapier. The little ones knew it was just a sparring match, so they aimed at their weapons. Even if Sabo chose a flaw, he wanted to knock their weapons away. The four looked at In, who was usually taciturn, in shock. Kuina shook her head. It's okay, things haven't gotten out of control yet. If we only talk about strength, Conqueror's quality and safety are definitely ahead by a long shot. Physical fitness is the foundation of everything, unlike the eyeballs next door that can be inserted and used. Advertisement. Dual blade hands. Halo moon. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. The four of them were blown away at the same time and fell to the ground in a mess. Rapier bee sting. The battle between the four people became more and more intense, and their moves gradually evolved from basic swordsmanship to moves with names, and then to moves with armament color attached. Hiyori's blade blocked Sabo's sword in time. She said softly but firmly, Sabo-kun, your opponent is me. Two sword style. Cross scissors. Two swords style. Twin swallows return. And Ace's eyes widened. Raquan was caught off guard and nearly got hit in the shoulder by the sword. As she quickly retreated, Sabo suddenly appeared where she was standing, and Sabo's rapier stabbed her exposed flaw. There was no way around it. The battlefield had gone from 1v1 to 2v2. A cold voice suddenly rang out, and had unknowingly stood between the four men, his heavy sword thumping and blocking their attacks. Raquan's twin swords, Ace's longsword, and Sabo's rapier were all firmly blocked by the greatsword. Clang! And held the heavy sword, which was almost as tall as her, in one hand, motionless. That's enough. You're so naive, Miss Hizumi. I'm sorry. Sabo's glasses caught the light. My uncle said you should always pay attention to your surroundings during a battle. Dual blade style. Flying swallow. Anshin flow, nirvana. Your opponent is me. Raquan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Today, we must decide the winner. Just as the four were about to launch a full-strength attack. Dual blade style. Flower blowing snow. Before he finished speaking, his sword force suddenly changed, and his originally wide-open moves suddenly became even wider and wider. And slowly raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone, childish. Damn it. Ace was about to offer support when Raquan's double swords blocked his way again. Chapter 258 Impel down became a joke. Tesoro pushed open the door of the dojo, waving a copy of the latest newspaper in his hand. Captain, there's an interesting news. I believe you will be interested. Everyone gathered around. Tesoro spread the newspaper out on the table. The front page boasted a photo of Golden Lion Shiki, with a startling headline. Legendary Pirate's Golden Lion Escape. The legend of the world's toughest prison is now broken. Huh? Red took the newspaper and quickly scanned it. This guy actually cut off his own legs and escaped. That's just like him. Roger leaned over to take a look and grinned. Ha ha ha, Shiki is still so reckless. Rouge looked at Red worriedly. Will it affect you? Red shook his head, unconcerned. No, don't worry, Sister Rouge. But? He glanced at the three little ones. I'm afraid the landscape of New World is about to change. But Red is not worried at all. Judging from the intensity of the battle he showed with Golden Lion in the cartoon, it is no exaggeration to say that Golden Lion has completely fallen out of the ranks of strong men except for his courage. What about his flying pirates? As usual, as many as come, as many as die. To be blunt, Rhett feels that Tesoro can even single-handedly defeat the current Golden Lion. Ace jumped up excitedly. Golden Lion? Is that the great pirates who is as famous as my father? Sabo quickly pulled out his notebook. According to Uncle Rhett, he's a former Rocks pirate crew member and a user of the Lion Fruit ability. At this moment, another news item in the newspaper caught Odin's attention. Wait, it says here that before escaping from prison, Golden Lion yelled, "How could Roger be caught by the Marine?" The courtyard suddenly became quiet. Roger scratched his head. "Oh, that guy must be mad at me." Rhett had a funny smile on his face. "That lunatic has been refusing to acknowledge your surrender. Now I'm afraid there's going to be a big fuss." Tezulo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. According to economic intelligence, the remnants of the aerial pirates have begun to gather. Moria emerged from the shadows. "Hey hee hee, is a war about to start?" Enel picked his ears boredly. "Tisk, just an old man." Advertisement. Tezulo then shook his head. "After all, he is the strong man on Rock's ship, and you can flip to the other side and take a look." Rhett frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the newspaper. "Interesting. Bullet also escaped from prison. Shouldn't this be the storyline from the Summit War? It's been years since then, and they're escaping with the Golden Lion? The timeline doesn't add up." Rhett can only credit himself. Think about it, when Bullet targeted Roger, although he was caught and Roger died, he is now targeting Rhett. How can he accept that Rhett is calling the shots outside while he is locked up in this small cell? If he can tolerate that, he is not Bullet. He turned to look at Roger. "Old B************************************* D. How many surprises did you leave for the Marines back in Impel Down?" Roger picked his ear, looking innocent. "Ha ha ha. Who knows? Maybe that Magellan kid hasn't been feeding the prisoners well lately, and the prisoners are all upset." Rouge sighed helplessly. "You too, please be serious." Just then, Tessero's Den Mushi suddenly began to buzz rapidly. He answered, his expression grim. "Captain, I just received word that Bullet attacked a marine branch, stole a warship, and is currently missing." Rhett narrowed his eyes. "What does that lunatic want?" Moria emerged from the shadows. He, are you looking for revenge on the captain?" "It's very likely." Rhett suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Roger. "I remember Bullet, that guy, finally boarded the raftel, right?" Roger continued to smile innocently. "Yes, he is still the helmsman. It has been so many years." "Idiot Roger, what are you sighing about? You've only been here a few days." Rhett looked at Roger with contempt. But the atmosphere in the yard did not calm down because of these two pieces of news, because the two captains did not care about these at all. The tone of their conversation was just like what they had eaten today. This was the sense of security brought by the captain. Several little guys sat under the sakura tree in the backyard of the dojo, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, casting a warm golden light. Anne, Sabo, Ace, Kuina, Raquan, and Rihei recounted what they saw and heard while sailing with Rhett. Ace sat cross-legged, waving a branch in his hand, and said excitedly, "Did you know? We once encountered a huge sea king at sea. It was bigger than his entire dojo." Advertisement, really? Raquan's eyes widened, gesturing with his little hands. "Is it that big?" "Bigger." Ace spread his arms exaggeratedly. Uncle Red cut it in half with one stroke. The blood mist swished. Sabo added with a smile. "Then Uncle Moria put the Sea King's shadow into the zombies, and now that guy is still working as a janitor on our ship. Kuina has been practicing swordsmanship in the dojo since she was a child, and Izumi and Hiwa are daughters of the Wanokuni daimyo. Wanokuni is a closed-door country, so naturally they have no experience of going out to sea." Kuina listened intently and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the wooden sword in her hand, so powerful. Hiyori blinked her eyes and said with longing, "Sigh, are all adventures at sea this exciting? I love it." And nodded. "Sailing, adventure, freedom. Yeah. Ace nodded vigorously. "We even went to Sky Island. That's Uncle Rhett's base camp. The people there have little white wings growing out of their backs, and the clouds are soft enough to sleep on." "Yun. Can sleep?" Raquan looked incredulous. Sabo pushed his glasses up and explained carefully, "Sky Island's clouds are divided into island clouds and sea clouds, and their density is different from that of ordinary clouds." Kuina suddenly asked, "So, have you ever encountered other pirates?" The three little ones looked at each other and smiled slyly at the same time. "Of course." Ace jumped up, miming a battle stance. "There was a group called the Iron Barrel Pirates and we beat the crap out of them. Ace will be in charge of the frontal assault," Sabo pointed at himself, "and I'll be in charge of cutting off their retreat." And silently raised his sword. Bang! Chop the ship into pieces. Uncle Red said that if we let one pirate escape, we will lose money to buy a ship in the future. Hiyori covered her mouth and chuckled, "And is so amazing." Raquan looked eager and said, "I want to try it too." "And, will you go out to sea together later?" Kuina asked curiously. Chapter 259. Come become my crew member. Anne's heavy sword rested firmly in the ground. She looked around at the four people lying on the ground, her gaze finally landing on Kuina, Raquan, and Rihei. Her voice remained calm, yet with a firmness that brooked no refusal. "Raquan, Rihei, and Kuina, let's go out to sea together." Ace jumped up, rubbed his numb arm, and grinned. "Hey, and, you're so cunning. You invited them first." They are still children, but although Rhett has been following them during training, he has trained the three little ones' eyesight and also given them the confidence to match their vision. Sabo pushed up his glasses, and a gleam of light reflected from the lenses. As for why Sabo wears glasses, you'd have to ask Rui. The reason is simple, old man Rayleigh wears glasses. Rhett still remembers that he earned more than 10,000 Baileys from him. Of course, he had also been a deadbeat for decades. Indeed, we haven't made an invitation yet. The two looked in, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Hiyori asked softly, really? Can we join your adventure? Kuina gripped the wooden sword tightly, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. If I could go out to sea with you, my swordsmanship would definitely improve even faster. And nodded and replied briefly, well, I really want to sail with you. As my uncle said, we want to write our story together on the sea. Ace strode over to Kuina and held out his hand. It's settled then, we're going to form the strongest pirates. We're going to surpass our uncle's Scarlet Pirates and become the new Pirate King. Sabo smiled slightly and added, it's a shame. I thought we would go to sea together, but it doesn't matter. After all, everyone has their own dreams. Hiyori blinked and asked curiously, different fleets? Then will we be separated? Won't we sail together like Uncle Whitebeard? Raquan excitedly brandished his two swords. It doesn't matter if we're separated, as long as we can meet again at sea, we'll be partners. An's eyes swept across everyone and finally landed on Kuina. You, follow me. Her tone left no room for doubt, as if she had already decided that Kuina would become her crew member. Kuina was stunned for a moment, then smiled firmly, okay. Ace covered his chest exaggeratedly. An, you actually stole Kuina. How cunning. Sabo shook his head helplessly, looks like we'll have to find another swordsman. How about inviting Miss Raquan and Miss Rihei to board my ship now? Hiyori and Hiyazumi looked at each other, then stood up and shook their heads at Sabo and Ace. Advertisement, I'm so sorry, Ace, Sabo, but we want to get on An's boat. An nodded frantically, her eyes shining like stars, the corners of her mouth curling up unconsciously, her whole body radiating excitement. She grabbed Kuina's hand, looked at Hiyori and Hiyazumi, and her tone was full of unconcealed joy. Together, together. Ace's eyes widened, and he exaggeratedly covered his chest, looking hurt. Hey, you all chosen? That's so biased? Sabo pushed his glasses up, a helpless smile on his face behind the lenses. It seems our charm is not as good as An's. Hiyori smiled gently and explained, because An seems the most reliable. Tetsulo. Talk about reliable. Raquan waved his fist and said with a grin, and An's fighting style is super cool, his heavy sword is so powerful. An was a little embarrassed by the compliment, but still nodded firmly. Yes, I will protect you. The excitement of Hiyori and Hiyazumi suddenly froze for a moment. Hiyori gently squeezed her sister's hand and whispered, but, Father, Wanokuni is now. Raquan also realized it, and his face fell. Ah, the lockdown order hasn't been completely lifted yet. The two sisters looked towards Odin at the same time, their eyes filled with anticipation and a bit of uneasiness. At this moment, a burst of heroic laughter was heard. You two little ones, what are you worried about? Odin strode over, stood in front of his daughters with his hands on his hips, and had his signature hearty smile on his face. Father. Hiyori looked up, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Odin squatted down and rubbed their heads with one hand each. Listen, Hiyori and Hiyazumi. Wanokuni is your home, but the sea is your future. What's the isolation order? I, your father, have broken countless rules. Go, experience new adventures and make new friends. He stood up, pointed his thumb at himself, and grinned. Go chase your dreams. Denjiro and I will take care of domestic affairs. As for those stubborn old guys. He blinked and lowered his voice. You don't need to worry about Wanokuni. Advertisement, peeved. Raquan couldn't help laughing out loud, and Rihei also covered his mouth and chuckled, and the haze in his eyes disappeared. Is it really possible? Raquan's eyes sparkled. Of course, Odin laughed. But, he suddenly put on a serious face. Before you go out to sea, you must first pass the test of your father's passionate youth. Huh? The two sisters were stunned. Odin whipped out his two swords and assumed a fighting stance. Come on, let me see if you're worthy enough to be a warrior of the sea. Hiyori and Hiyazumi exchanged a glance, then smiled with high morale and drew their swords. Please give me your guidance, father. Two swords style. Swallow return. Two sword style. Flower blizzard. The figures of the three people intersected in an instant, and the sword light was like snow, drawing a gorgeous trajectory in the sunset. Elsewhere, and watched the scene unfold, silently tightening her grip on her heavy sword. Kuina stood beside her, whispering, their father is quite a good guy, too. And nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, Raquan jumped back out of the battle circle and took out a glittering golden object from his arms. Golden abacus. Raquan pulled out a gleaming golden abacus from her bosom, and the beads clattered against each other with a resounding sound. She raised her chin triumphantly, her fingers deftly moving the beads, making a crackling sound. Father, please don't underestimate me, Raquan said with a grin. Master Tessero said that as the future daimyo of Wanokuni, I must understand finance. Odin's eyes widened. Golden abacus. Wait, when did that Tetsulo guy become your master? Hiyori chuckled softly, covering her mouth. While you and Captain Roger were drinking together, Mr. Tetsulo and Hiyazumi were chatting for a long time. Raquan puffed out his chest proudly. Master Taizuolo said that although Wanokuni is rich in resources, its financial management is too backward. He promised to teach me how to increase the national treasury tenfold. 10 10 times? Odin's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 260 Red in debt. Sabo pushed his glasses up. I see. Mr. Tezulo is investing in the future of Wanokuni. Ace scratched his head, bewildered. Finance? What's that? Is it edible? And silently finished off the attack. Stupid Ace. Hiyori explained gently, to put it simply, it's about how to make money, how to spend money, and how to make the country rich. Raquan's fingers moved the beads rapidly, his eyes sparkling. Master Tezulo said that if I learn his business skills, Wanokuni will become a world economic powerhouse. Then, there's no need to abolish the isolation order. The whole world will be begging us to open up. Odin stood there in a daze, and after a while, he came to his senses and slapped his thigh. Kuhahaha. You're worthy of being my daughter. You can even handle that guy Tezuro. Sabo pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting light. No wonder Uncle Tezulo always said that economic warfare is the true invincibility. And blinked and suddenly turned to look at Ret. Uncle, can I learn to count? Ret. The whole audience was silent for a second. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Kid, how come each of the kids you raise is more interesting than the last? Ret held his forehead. Anne, are you serious? And nodded, his eyes firm. Well, Tezulo said that pirates who don't know how to settle accounts will be cheated out of all their treasures. Hiyori added quietly, though I think Mr. Tessero is the easiest one to deceive. Raquan held up his golden abacus and excitedly announced, it's settled then. When we go out to sea, we're going to make a fortune. Buy the biggest ship, eat the best meat. Oh, the children cheered in unison. Odin put away his two swords and smiled with satisfaction at his daughter's energetic appearance. He turned around and patted Ret's shoulder. Hey, Ret, the future of these kids is really exciting. Ret snorted, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Nonsense, I taught you that. Ret appeared behind the little guy, and the blood mist turned into a small hand and poked Raquan's head. Kid, don't just focus on selling accounts, you have to keep up the fighting power too. Raquan puffed up his cheeks in dissatisfaction. Uncle Ret. I practice swordplay every day. Advertisement. Hiyori smiled and added, furthermore, Mr. Tezulo also promised to provide support from the Golden Chamber once we go out to sea. When we build our ship. What did he say? That's right, give me a subsidy. Sabo's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean we won't have to worry about buying boats or equipment anymore? Ace jumped up excitedly. Great, I want to order a super fast boat. Everyone. At this moment, Tezulo's voice came from a distance. Raquan, have you finished checking the accounts for today? Raquan was startled, immediately put away his abacus, and shouted back, I'll be right there, master. She turned to Odin and stuck out her tongue. Father, today's competition is suspended. Thank you, Mr. Tezulo. Sabo pushed up his glasses and took it politely. Ret pointed at Roger unconvincedly. Where's that old B*****************? D. He just stole my stash of wine. I didn't drink that. Yeah, so, Mist God style. 9 dragons carrying the coffin. Ret suddenly swung his black-tied greatsword. You didn't think I'd forgotten you put me in debt, did you? Old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D Captain, don't think I forgot. You already received your pocket money at the beginning of the month. Tetsulo pushed up his glasses, a cold glint flashing through the lenses. Mr. Roger previously advanced next month's wine bill in your name. I figured since you're the captain, the bill was put in your name, so. Wow. Thank you, Uncle Tesoro. Ace was the first to rush forward, his eyes shining like stars. Ret. Then I'll advance you some more. Raquan came closer with a grin, Master is the best. And silently put the card into his arms, his face serious. Save it and buy a good sword. Tetsulo said coldly, no, you haven't paid for the overspending on alcohol last month. Kuina took the card a little embarrassedly. This is too expensive. Tetsulo spoke in a gentle tone, his words icy cold. You can withdraw the money directly by citing my name. Of course, you can also cite the captain's name, but they'll have to call me first to confirm. You are now in debt, and don't think you can get double the amount by talking. Advertisement, thank you, Uncle Tesoro, a familiar voice sounded. Tetsulo, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a stack of brand new Bailey notes, stood before the children with a broad smile. Here, this is your pocket money for this month, 100,000 Baileys each. Hiwa and Hizumi smiled at each other, and Hizumi playfully waved the money in his hand. Thank you, Master. Now I have enough money to buy a new sword. Ret was struck by lightning. What? Tetsulo nodded with satisfaction and continued distributing the bills. However, when he was about to pass it to the next child, he suddenly found that the bill in his hand was taken away by a hand that was obviously larger than his own. Chiete's eyes twitched. You. Are you teaching the kids bad things? Yeah, it's too dangerous for the kids to take so much money. Give it to Uncle, and Uncle will keep it for you first. As the sun sets, the laughter of young boys and girls drifts on the sea breeze. The future voyage is destined to be full of unknown adventures, but at this moment, their eyes are filled with only a yearning for freedom and trust in their companions. Hiyori bowed gently. Thank you very much. Red objected. You can also use my name. Ace grabbed the thick stack of Baileys in his hand, his eyes widening as he said, 100,000 Baileys. How much meat can that buy? Sabo quickly calculated, based on the market price of East Blue, I could probably buy enough to kill myself, or... Tezulo said confidently, that's called business education. This way, you won't be bound by petty favors. Besides, he suddenly looked at Red with disdain. Who do you think helped you launder the stolen warships as legal fishing boats? Roger was hiding behind a tree, drinking secretly. He choked and coughed when he heard this. Ahem. You betrayed me, little brat. Red glanced at him. Don't make yourself sound so young, you old B******************. D. Tezulo waved his hand and said, it's just a small amount of money. Remember, if you spend it, ask the Chamber of Commerce to reimburse you. Just mention my name. Well, thank you. And thanked him briefly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Roger laughed. What does it matter? Let them conquer the new era. Roger had stood beside him at some point, grinning, ha ha ha. Isn't this exactly what we were like back then? Tezulo was startled, and looked up. The children's faces turned red from trying to hold back their laughter. Rhett looked at them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. These little brats are really something to look forward to. Chapter 261 Kuina. You have already received your death. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the streets of Shimotsuki village. Mrs. Toki, Rouge, and Stella were walking home, talking and laughing, carrying baskets full of fresh vegetables. Stella, has Letty been sleeping well lately? Rouge asked gently, helping Stella tidy up her hair that was messed up by the wind. Stella blushed and whispered, it's okay. I just always wake up a few times in the middle of the night. Tezulo said he would take care of him, but he would fall into a deeper sleep every time. Madam She chuckled softly, all men are like this. Odin was the same way back then. We agreed to take turns taking care of Hiyori, but he ended up snoring louder than the baby crying. The three were chatting when suddenly there was a noise coming from the front. Hey, you green algae head, give us our ball back. Who told you to bump into me first? Come and grab it if you dare. I saw a group of children surrounding a little boy with green hair and pushing him. Although the boy was not big, he was as fierce as a little tiger. He knocked the other children to the ground in a few moves, and was still holding a worn leather ball tightly in his hand. Rouge blinked. Oh, this is. Madam She tilted her head slightly. It seems that he is not a child from the village. Stella was a little worried. Do you want to go over and take a look? As the three approached, they heard the green-haired boy roar angrily. Come on, come again. I can beat 10 of you by myself. Rouge couldn't help but laugh, squatted down and asked softly, little boy, what's your name? Why are you fighting here alone? The green-haired boy turned around warily, and was stunned for a moment when he saw Rouge's gentle smile. Then he turned his face away awkwardly. My name is Roar Zoro. I'm not lost. These guys provoked me first. Mrs. She and Stella looked at each other and laughed at the same time. This child was obviously lost but still acted stubbornly. What a dishonest child. Rouge gently patted Zoro's head. Zoro-kun, do you want to go back with the aunts? We're getting ready to make dinner. Zoro's stomach suddenly growled, and his face flushed red. I'm not hungry. Stella couldn't help laughing and took out an apple from the basket and handed it to him. Eat this first, there will be barbecue later. Zoro's eyes lit up, but he still pretended to be calm. Since you are so sincere, then I will reluctantly do it. Library. Huh. Zoro stood breathlessly in front of the gate of Ishin Dojo, looking up at the large characters on the plaque. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. This is it. Rouge, who was teasing Lahi, looked at the green little carrot head and said, oh, it's that kid I met 3 days ago. I thought you went home. Zoro blushed. Huh? Ah, yes. I went home and had a meal, and this is what it looked like. That's right. He swaggered open the door and shouted at the top of his voice. Hey, who's the strongest guy here? I want to challenge him. The disciples in the dojo stopped practicing and looked at the green-haired kid covered in dirt and with messy hair with strange expressions. Advertisement Koshiro came out of the inner room, adjusted his glasses, and asked gently, little boy, are you lost? I'm not lost. Zoro jumped up in anger. I'm here to challenge the strongest person in your gym. You're supposed to be the strongest person in the gym, right? I want to challenge you. Oh, are you here to challenge me? Welcome. Koshiro smiled slightly, and the others are out shopping. The strongest person right now. That should be my daughter Kuina. Many adults can't beat her. At this moment, a cold voice came from the back of the dojo. Who is looking for me? Kuina came out, bamboo sword in hand, followed by a group of disciples. She looked Zoro up and down. You want to challenge me? Zoro saw that it was a girl and immediately looked disdainful. You are the strongest? You must be kidding. Kuina's eyes turned cold. Look down on girls? I'm not looking down on you. Zoro stiffened his neck, then glanced at Koshiro, who was drinking tea. I just want to fight someone who's really good. Koshiro slowly put down his teacup and said with a smile, the strongest? No, 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 I'm just an ordinary kendo teacher. Zoro frowned. Who's the strongest then? Call him out. Kuina walked in holding a wooden sword, with a well-shaped mark on her forehead. Very good, how dare you ignore her like this? Koshiro smiled and said, Kuina, this little guest said he wanted to challenge the strongest person in our dojo. So far, you are the strongest here. Zoro looked Kuina up and down with a look of suspicion on his face, and it was obvious that he didn't believe what Koshiro said. Kuina's rage plus one the disciples in the dojo immediately exploded. Hey, what are you talking about? Sister Kuina can even defeat adults. He was even more disdainful. Huh, only fourth. What about the top three? Call them out. Koshiro took Zoro to where the wooden swords were placed and asked, can you use a sword? The next second, Kuina's bamboo sword slashed down with a sound of breaking through the air. Round 3. Kuina's rage +2. Although fourth senior sister was defeated by senior sister and the others, she is still very strong. So fast. Zoro's eyes widened. Zoro was slammed into the floor, leaving a big bump on his head. Koshiro wiped the sweat off his forehead. This kid isn't usually this grumpy. Advertisement, start. It's your first time, so you can take as much as you want. A disciple kindly explained. Originally, senior sister Kuina was the eldest sisters, but then senior sister and senior brother Sabo, and senior brother Ace came and defeated senior sister. Fourth senior sister. Zoro looked confused. Another heavy blow, and Zoro flew out like a top, crashing into the pillar of the dojo. Rouge looked out the door worriedly. Is that green-haired kid okay? Specific time, specific place, super special, watch carefully. Kuina rage +999, round 2. Saidu was happy. Zoro was holding daggers like Buggy, 3 in his mouth and 3 in one hand. There was one important point. Rhett looked at Zoro's butt. Bang. Koshiro was slightly stunned. Theoretically, it's correct. Kuina used a spinning kick and kicked Zoro directly out of the dojo door. Kuina. Zoro, you already have a way to die. Rhett whistled from the sidelines. Wow, Kuina was on fire today. As soon as Koshiro finished speaking, Kuina rushed out like lightning. Before Zoro could react, all 6 wooden swords were knocked away with a crackling sound. Kuina rage -1. Kuina looked at Uncle Rhett, who was staring at his opponent, and Kuina became furious. First round. The referee's disciple announced loudly. Kuina rage +10. Impertinent brat. Zoro heard the name, fourth senior sister. Chie Rui was disappointed. No, Zoro pouted, come on then. Zoro struggled to his feet. Wait, I'm not ready. Chapter 262. This is our industrial culture. I can still fight. Zoro staggered to his feet and rushed in again with a bruised face. Kuina sneered, very good, you have some guts. The following scene was extremely tragic, so tragic that even Chie Rui wanted to laugh. In the end, Kuina threw him over the shoulder and threw him into the water tank in the dojo. Gurgle, gurgle. Zoro blew bubbles and sank. Kuina shook her ponytail and breathed a sigh of relief. I feel better. Rhett squatted beside the water tank and poked the floating Zoro with a bamboo pole. Still alive? Zoro suddenly emerged from the water, gasping for air. I can still. Snap. Kuina smacked him on the head with a bamboo sword. That's enough for today. If you want a beating tomorrow, you're welcome. Zoro climbed out of the water tank dazed and suddenly bowed deeply to Kuina. Please teach me swordsmanship. Everyone was stunned. Kuina frowned. Huh? I want to become stronger. Zoro raised his head, his eyes brightening dramatically. You are strong. I want to become stronger than you, and then I will beat you hard. Kuina looked at the battered but still spirited kid, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Whatever you say. Chie Rui walked up to Zoro and said in a sly tone, although this scene of yours is very exciting, I have a question. Why don't you just become Kuina's master? Kuina's swordsmanship was also taught by his master. Zoro. Yes? Zoro bowed deeply to Koshiro again and said, please teach me a sword technique that can defeat Kuina. I smiled at Koshiro and said, I don't have that kind of swordsmanship, but I'm honored to be your teacher. After everyone got together for a few days, Rhett was ready to set sail. With Roger's return, Rhett was completely free of worries. He now needed to solve a question in his heart. Advertisement, Odin, aren't you going back to Wanokuni? Rhett looked at Odin, who was watching some little ones practicing swords. Odin shook his head. I'm still not in a hurry. The kids really enjoy practicing swordplay in this dojo. Let them practice for a while. Maybe they'll be in the same boat in the future. Woohoo, it's so touching to have developed a bond since childhood. Woohoo, this is youth. As Odin spoke, he shed tears like noodles, which reminded Rhett of a green-skinned young man with a watermelon head. Who deducted half of your pocket money? It's so hard to guess. Rhett nodded and suddenly looked at Roger, who had been silent the whole time. You old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** have them at my place. Tezulo. Ahem, isn't this meant to show off our noble character? He looked at Red with a malicious expression, just like the captain, who goes to great lengths to train my men, and calls me, Deputy Boss, thank you for your hard work, and, Deputy Boss, welcome home. This will become our industry culture, Bardo Club. Red. You still remember it after all these years? As the ship slowly sailed away from the harbor, Perona floated over to Red and nuzzled his cheek with her stuffed bear. Master Red, where are we going next? Red walked around the arc and suddenly frowned. Wait, what's with the bow? Laboon pointed at the stern with his fin. Huh? That's even more outrageous? Tezulo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. It's his hometown, after all. Sky Island's sea of clouds shimmered golden in the sunlight as the Bruma Jackson slowly descended into Angel Island's harbor. As the ship came to rest, Enel transformed into a streak of lightning and sprang out. Yahahaha. The god is back. The sails of the Bruma Jackson rustled in the morning breeze. Rhett stood at the bow, his cape made of blood mist fluttering in the wind. On the shore, The 6 little ones waved desperately, and Roger hugged Rouge's shoulders and laughed heartily. This guy. Moria emerged from the shadows, shaking her head helplessly. I'm always so excited to go back to Sky Island. Ret. Got it. Let's abandon this meaningless journey. I feel like I'll be scolded here, so let's get straight to the story. Library. Huh. Tezulo checked the gold reserves and said, Captain, the supplies are ready and we are ready to depart. Advertisement. The power system has been upgraded. Now it's not only powered by lightning, but can also directly absorb Sky Island's island clouds as energy. The doctor pushed up his goggles. The whole armor has been infused with seastone, so we won't be afraid even if we encounter a marine fleet in the New World. And it's now a 3-in-1 ship, allowing you to roam freely across the sky, land, and sea. Roger picked his nose and said, ha ha ha, my voyage ended that day. Now I'm just an old man who wants to spend time with my children. It's better for me to stay here with Rouge. We've discussed before that we should go and see Rayleigh and the others. You can leave the children to me without worry. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, besides. Sabo pushed his glasses up, which had almost become a habit for him because he thought it looked really cool. I wonder when we'll meet again after this one. Everyone turned around and saw a line of gold-plated characters printed on the stern. He pointed to a place not far away. Rouge was smiling gently, holding a handful of bitter melons full of vitality in his hand, which looked very fresh. Oh, what a nice day. Doctor, where were we talking about? He put on an expression that said, I'm listening carefully. Doctor, please speak quickly. Tezulo. That's right, Captain. I will always remember your teachings. Perona covered her mouth and chuckled. It was the doctor who said it needed to have Captain characteristics. Ret. Ret smiled and waved his hand, and the blood mist exploded into a brilliant firework in the air. Got it? You little brats, don't tear down the dojo. The originally majestic dragon head statue has now turned into a grinning Q-version red head with a small blood mist cloud floating above his head. You may not have any impression of this, so take a look at the Bardo Club. Orojia's father, Dr. Miskina Asie, was standing in front of the huge arc proverbs, excitedly showing everyone the results of the modification. Ret stretched, blood mist flowing through his fingertips. Let's go and see what the doctor has done with the arc. We might be in for a long journey. Be careful not to get sacked halfway through the journey, it might hurt a bit. Ret's gaze shot up into the distant sky. First, back to Sky Island, then. A deep glint flashed in his eyes, to the moon. Uncle Ret, I will definitely be able to withstand one attack next time I come back, Ace shouted at the top of his voice. I will become very strong. Ret had once laughed at Luffy's bow for being too abstract, but now, this pain has finally fallen on him. Anne just looked at Ret quietly. Mist Lord, Ret, Exclusive Throne, by Tezulo. Chapter 263 Little Lousy. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly changed the subject. Oh, yes. The ship has also been equipped with a state-of-the-art life support system. With this little device, you can breathe on the moon. The same ship can function normally even in the oxygen-free environment of the moon, a small patch. Always believe in science, it does not affect the plot. Ret raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's interesting. Moria poked her head out from the shadows. Hey, Captain, are we really going to the moon? I remember when we first met Enel, he was yelling about the infinite land, right? Who knows? Tezulo shrugged. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. At that moment, Enel flashed back like a bolt of lightning, clutching a roasted, fragrant giant prawn, a specialty of Sky Island. Yahahaha. I can't wait any longer. When do we leave? Enel, why do you feel so excited? Oh, by the way, why are you so obsessed with reaching the infinite continent? Red asked curiously. Enel thought for a moment and said, they say that was supposed to be God's temple. Where did I hear that? I can't remember. I can't quite recall. Are you ready to become a god in infinity? Haven't I always been a god? Enel looked at Red in confusion. In that place, only you can be the god, no one else can. Red looked at Enel meaningfully. Red glanced at Perona, who was playing in the water with Laboon, and then at Moria, who was checking her weapons. Alright, let's make arrangements for after I leave. We'll be ready to leave tomorrow. The next day, Arc Proverbs, the huge golden spaceship, slowly ascended into the sky, and the sea of clouds parted on either side of the ship. The residents of Angel Island looked up at this spectacular scene and waved goodbye. Farewell, my king. Wishing him a happy return. X 10086. Red turned his head and stared at Tessero. You killed the devil. No, did you teach him to do that? Tezulo waved his hand helplessly. I've already told you this has become our industry culture. Who started it first, Captain? Ret was about to retort when Tessero waved his hand and took out a Den Den Mushi, signaling a temporary ceasefire. This is Tessero. What's going on, Nakata? Advertisement. Quack, quack. After hearing this, Tessero roared at Den Den Mushi. What? Are there celestial dragons causing trouble at the auction house in Sabaody again? Tell them, if they can't stop it, I won't pay a penny for next month's military budget. Ret sat in the captain's seat, blood mist swirling around his fingertips into a small uzumaki. Tezuro, forget about that. It's going to be very inconvenient to contact you for the next while. Tezulo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. I see. I made all the arrangements. Marine's military spending is the bottom line of the world government. The bottom line of the world government plus red equals we can talk about it again. This wasn't Red handing over the money from heaven and then receiving the funds from the world government. Instead, Red allocated funds directly to the Marine. This was originally Red testing the world government, testing how important the Marine was in the eyes of the world government. Red would rather see the world government call him directly and ask him not to interfere in the Marine's military spending. This acquiescence was the last thing Red wanted. Perona floated over and nuzzled Red's face with her stuffed bear. Mr. Red, how long will it take to get to the moon? According to the doctor's calculations, it should take about 10 days. Red rubbed her head. If you're bored, you can go play with Laboon. The Ark Proverbs sailed through space, its portholes gazing out at the vast starry sky and endless darkness. Enel floated overhead all day, illuminating the cabin like a human-shaped light bulb, euphemistically calling it God's gift. Let me tell you, when going to the moon, Enel is a special weapon and you must bring it with you. Enel flies to the moon. Perona floated over to Red, holding a stuffed bear. Red-sama, how long will it take? Laboon is so bored he's just chewing on the gold deck. Red glanced at Laboon, who was grinding his teeth in the corner. Almost there. The doctor said we've entered the moon's gravity range. At this moment, the ship suddenly shook violently. Warning. Warning. The doctor's mechanical assistant issued a shrill alarm. Unknown energy field interference detected. Tezulo stumbled and almost fell. What's going on? Enel instantly transformed into lightning and rushed to the control panel. Yahahaha. Let me see. This is. Advertisement outside the porthole. Countless glowing lines suddenly emerged from the originally dark space, spreading across the surface of the moon like a huge circuit board. Red was very sure of the story on the title page. There was definitely no such texture on the surface of the moon. What changed the surface of the moon? Red narrowed his eyes, blood mist gathering in his palms, everyone on alert. Red hated the feeling of being out of control. The Ark Proverbs slowly descended onto the lunar surface, pulled by the energy field. The moment the hatch opened, a strange feeling of low gravity made Perona float up, exclaiming, "Wah!" Enel floated proudly beside her. Mortal, now you understand the convenience of being a god, right? Red was the first to step onto the lunar surface, the blood mist forming a stable support beneath his feet. The surface he saw was a cratered mess. Craters were common on the lunar surface, but each one had a texture similar to that of a circuit board. A kick smoothed it out, but it sank back down again moments later. Stay close to me, everyone. We're unfamiliar with this place, so don't make any mistakes. Then the blood mist filled the air, and Red was looking for a small green lousy. Should his name be Spacey Lieutenant Junior Grade? He really looked like a small old man, but to be honest, those robots on the moon were all small lousy, and that tuft of mustache made him look a lot older. Red's blood mist spread across the moon's surface, and soon he found his target in the shadow of the crater. Enel, chop him. Red raised his chin. Discharge. Here it comes. Lightning flashed at Enel's fingertips, and a bolt of lightning accurately struck Lieutenant Junior Grade of Spacey. Crack. The Lieutenant Junior Grade Spec, who was originally lying dead, suddenly jumped up, and the mechanical joints made a clicking sound. It only took a simple move to make this little guy stand at attention, and he even saluted us. Lieutenant Junior Grade it felt its body up and down, and suddenly cried out, "Wow. Although robots don't have tears, still alive. Wow, I'm so touched." Then, it slid down to its knees and pounced to Enel's feet. Its short arms hugged Enel's legs, and its electronic eyes flashed with stars. Thank you for waking me up, boss. From today on, you are my new boss. Chapter 264. If you can't find it, you'll die. Enel. Perona floated over and curiously poked Spacey Lieutenant Junior Grade's head. This little robot is so funny, it even cries. Tezulo looked at the little creature and asked, is this a product of ancient civilization? Red shook his head. I'm pretty sure this isn't from the moon, at least not this one. Moria's zombie soldiers had already gathered around. Hey, do you want to take it apart and examine it? Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Junior Grade Spice immediately hid behind Enel and said, Boss, help. These horrible guys are trying to tear me apart. Enel. Red rubbed his temple. All right, stop it. He looked at Lieutenant Junior Grade. Do you still remember this? What about the other robots? Lieutenant Junior Grade Spencer looked dejected. We can't remember. I don't even know how long the power was out. Red looked at the lost little Lieutenant Junior Grade and said, oh, he's lost his memory. What a poor little guy. Enel, chop him. When watching the animation, he was shot and his memory was restored. I feel that being struck by lightning should be similar. Discharge. Oh. Do you remember? What are you talking about? What do you want to remember? And I don't need to charge anymore, thank you. Enel. 1000 volts. I remember now. Don't use force anymore, I remember now. Wow. Tears welled up in Lieutenant Junior Grade's eyes. I remember. It wiped its tears with its short hands, then took a deep breath and began to brew its emotions and tell its own story. Advertisement. I was born on Robot Island in Shanghai. I'm Dr. Jianyu's most proud creation. Lieutenant Junior Grade, Spicy, puffed out her chest, but quickly sank back down. The doctor's favorite thing is to take us robots out to admire the moon and eat dessert. Perona hugged her stuffed bear, her eyes sparkling. That sounds so romantic. Until that night. Spencer's voice suddenly dropped. We were watching the moon in the yard as usual, and the doctor was eating his favorite Anko dumplings. Tezulo pushed up his glasses. And then there was a huge explosion on the moon. Spacey, a lieutenant junior grade, waved his short arms excitedly. The doctor was so frightened that he choked. We tried our best to pat his back and give him water, but its little head drooped. Doctor or Lena looked at the little guy with a worried look on her face. Did he get scared and have some problems? Like a heart problem? Spacey shook his head. No, he said, the doctor choked to death on the dumplings. Cause of death. Moria scratched his head, a little fragile. Don't you dare say that about the doctor. Spacey, lieutenant junior grade, jumped up in anger. The doctor is the nicest person in the world. Moria emerged from the shadows. Hey, so you came to the moon? How did you get out? Wait. Rhett raised his hand to stop him, a dangerous smile on his lips. They're still useful. That's the sound. It must be the pirates. The little guy stared at the explosion in the distance, his voice unusually firm. Yo, they popped out on their own. I thought it would take some effort to find them. He paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold. If you can't find it, you'll all die here. The blood mist spread silently. Rhett gently released a trace of Conqueror's hockey, very weak. Rhett was really afraid that if he used too much force, he would kill them all. There's a high probability that there are ancient ruins here, so just keep digging. Yes. Dig now. The big bad wolf shuddered with fear and turned around and roared at his men. What are you all standing there for? Get to work. We'll turn the entire moon over to find the ruins. You have to know that this group of pirates dug for more than 10 years before they found such a place, but it was split by Enel as soon as they found it, or they found other ruins. What Red is looking for is the place full of small robots. There are not only many small lousy, but also several stone walls that record the moon people. He wants to go and see them. Tezulo leaned over to Red and whispered, Captain, are these guys reliable? The leading space pirates was a massive catfish-like figure, operating a massive drilling rig. Beside him stood a man in a black hat and coat, holding a blueprint, seemingly directing the mining plan. Got it, boss. Advertisement. That's right, Lieutenant Junior Grade Spencer nodded proudly. We went to the moon in a balloon. The leader of the space pirates, Big Bad Wolf, looks like a wolf, right? When Red first entered, he really thought his face was a shoehorn. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and the crutch in his hand trembled slightly. Big brother. We really didn't know this was your territory. Rhett smiled and waved his hand. A blood mist slowly spread under his feet. Don't be nervous. We're all brothers. His voice was so gentle that it was creepy. Keep digging. Help me find the ruins. After burying the doctor, I decided. Spacey, Lieutenant Junior Grade, clenched his fists. We must find out the truth about the moon explosion. We can't let the doctor die in vain. Pirate Enel's eyes flashed with lightning. How dare you touch the territory recognized by this god? Let this god. Rhett held Enel's shoulder. Continue. They're simply superhuman. That's right, you heard it right. 4 little guys came to the moon with 4 balloons. Even Lao Rui had to ride on the Ark Proverbs. What's so special about being 800 or 1,000 years ahead of the world? He was just a recruit in front of these 4 little guys. Moreover, these 4 little guys didn't have any particularly superb strength. They could be killed by interstellar pirates in seconds. No more. The little guy was even more disappointed. We were defeated in seconds. Boom. Woo. Then you must have unfortunately lost after fighting with them. That's very brave. Laboon wanted to encourage this sad little guy. When Rhett and his team arrived, they saw a group of strange-looking pirates using heavy machinery to dig into the lunar surface. Everyone. But I finally landed on the moon. Its eyes suddenly dimmed. All these explosions were caused by space pirates. You have to know that even after decades, these things still can't beat Enel, who was defeated by Luffy. Rhett shrugged. It's better than digging it ourselves. In the distance of the moon, huge explosions continued to be heard. The invisible pressure swept across the entire venue like a tsunami. All the universe pirates froze in place, cold sweat soaking their backs. The space pirates immediately started digging like crazy, and the roar of the drilling machine echoed across the moon. Very good and energetic. I admire you very much. Rhett led the group out. Chapter 265. This journey is more interesting than we thought. Days passed, and the interstellar pirates dug tirelessly day and night, until the lunar surface was covered with craters of all sizes. Despite the abundance of old craters, they still hadn't found the ruins Rhett sought. Rhett stood on the deck of the Ark Proverbs, a bloody mist swirling around his fingertips, his eyes growing colder. This bunch of rubbish. He murmured in a low voice, with a hint of impatience in his voice. Rhett plans to replace a group of pirates, although I don't give you time to rest, nor provide 3 meals a day, but can't you treat the company as your own home, and regard excavating ruins as your lifelong pursuit? You are still not working hard enough. Tezulo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and walked over to Rhett. Captain, how about a different approach? Like, have Enel split the moon directly? Or maybe have Moria's zombies help? Rhett's eyes lit up. Forget about Enel. It makes too much noise and might damage the ruins. But asking Moria zombies for help is a good idea. He paused, his eyes looking off into the distance. Then let's wait another day. At this time, our little Lieutenant Junior Grade was pulling a small wooden trailer with 3 little ones similar to him lying on the trailer. They knelt in front of Enel and asked him to help charge his phone. Boss. Please save them. He pointed at the 3 unconscious kids on the trailer. Enel raised his eyebrows and scratched his ears impatiently. Hey, what's going on? Bang, a bolt of lightning struck down. If you don't know what's going on, just let it strike first and think about it later. Ah, Lieutenant Junior Grade was also among them. Boss God, I don't need awe. Enel's mouth twitched, and he stopped the electrotherapy. Who allowed you to add any words without permission? Just calling him God is enough. Yes. Boss God. Lieutenant Junior Grade immediately stood at attention and saluted crookedly, if you didn't look at his afro. Tezulo held his forehead with his hand and said, why is this name getting weirder and weirder? The three little guys in the trailer shuddered and began coughing violently. One of them, with his afro, sat up and mumbled, am I in heaven? Idiot. It was Boss God who saved you. Lieutenant Junior Grade rushed over excitedly and hugged them. The three little guys finally saw Enel clearly. Their eyes widened from initial confusion, as if they had convinced themselves. They all knelt down and shouted, God boss. Enel. Advertisement read. Should I be speechless? But why are you holding your head so high? Enel has long since changed those bad habits since he joined the Swiss group, but he still likes the feeling of being admired like this. Perona floated over and poked one of the still dizzy kids. Are you from Shanghai too? Ret. Ha 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 ha, since you ask sincerely, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace, to implement love and true evil. There is no one safer than by Ret's side. The wolf grinned and shouted, your name is Ret, just wait, sooner or later, we will settle this account. Dazzling lightning flashed from the sky, and the thick lightning column directly covered the entire spacecraft. Lieutenant Junior Grade went up and did an Alpine Gaia flying kick with a spiral kick. Boss Shen, there's nothing, he didn't say anything. However, just as Red was thinking, when their spaceship just took off, Big Bad Wolf suddenly stuck his head out of the porthole and made sure that the distance was safe enough. Oh, according to his understanding, the distance was safe enough. Before he finished speaking, Enel had already transformed into a flash of lightning and leapt into the air, his fingertips crackling with arcs of electricity. You're looking for death. I hate noisy ants the most. As the dust was cleared away, a metal plate engraved with ancient patterns gradually emerged. A faint blue light shone through the patterns, as if energy was flowing. Boom, but this is a good thing. It prevents them from causing trouble on other planets. He turned and walked towards the entrance of the ruins, a slight smile on his face. Now, it's time to get down to business. I thought this trip would be boring. At this moment, the drilling machine suddenly made a sharp metal collision sound, and then the ground began to shake slightly. Red ignored them. His eyes were drawn to the circuit boards. He remembered that Enel's cover comics didn't have these. Red's eyes flashed with excitement. Finally found it. He waved his hand. Everyone, gather and get ready to go down. The corners of Tezulo's mouth twitched, and he looked at the pirates with a look of idiocy. What a statement. That shows no desire to survive. You've all left, so why did you say that? Are you kidding yourself with your own lives? It's hilarious. A younger brother trembled and said, Boss, we've been digging for several days, but we haven't found even a single hair. Let's start our adventure, little ones, God's judgment, divine punishment. Advertisement. Lieutenant Junior Grade Spicy suddenly jumped up. Energy reaction detected. It's a relic. It's a relic. He waved his hand and said, I'm not Mube, you can leave. Boss. There's something down there, one of the pirates exclaimed. The atmosphere here is warm and cozy, but if it were a space pirate, it might not be so beautiful. The big bad wolf was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly called to his men. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We will definitely reform ourselves and become wolves again. Working for you is the happiest day of our lives. Hurry. Retreat. A group of interstellar pirates scrambled towards their spaceship, and the roar of the engine instantly resounded across the moon. Red shrugged. I might understand them better. After all, it's just a simple foul mouth, the ultimate enjoyment. Copy that, Captain. X7 Perona covered her mouth and exclaimed. Wow, it's beautiful. I'll tell you about this later, or after I'm far away. Shut up. The wolf kicked him away. Keep digging. Red went to the cave entrance and watched the pirates trembling with fear. The entire spacecraft exploded into a brilliant fireball in the night sky, with fragments flying everywhere. The interstellar pirates were already exhausted and out of breath, but no one dared to stop. Because the Moria zombies were right next to him, they froze and whipped. The leader, Big Bad Wolf, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the zombies in the distance, and roared at his men. Dig deeper. If we don't find the ruins, we're all doomed. But we don't remember. Jimmy Lin dug day and night for so many days. Even if he didn't get any credit, he still worked hard. The main reason was that they were too weak, just like the crayfish you ate on the first day. You would never have thought that he would turn into Bolton, afraid of this and that, and become an emperor. The Big Bad Wolf's eyes lit up, and he quickly came over. Quick, clean it out. Revenge of the crayfish. Titan is always ready. At this time, someone asked, Red, why did you bring little laddies too? Chapter 257. Power on the cave looked similar to the one in the comics, except for the texture of the circuit board, which was different from what I remembered, but it was basically the same. Wow, such a spooky environment, so dark, I love it. Little Perona smiled as she floated around. Don't stray too far from us, little Perona. Red walked into the cave. Enel discharge. 100,000 volts. Dazzling lightning exploded in the cave, and the electric current spread wildly in the circuit texture on the bed. Although it was not quite the same as in the original comic, it was activated after all, and the entire cave was instantly illuminated by golden light. Crackle. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground began to tremble, and the lines on the wall lit up like blood vessels, and then... Caw, 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 countless, little lousy robots sleeping in the stone walls suddenly opened their eyes and walked out of the walls one after another. They blinked and looked at Enel in unison. Miracle. It's a miracle, Lieutenant Junior Grade Spiker shouted excitedly. He and his 3 friends fell to their knees and kowtowed frantically. The Lord God has appeared. Tezulo looked at the ancient building. Captain, it seems we accidentally activated an ancient city. You knew this a long time ago, right? Red looked around. The blood mist was floating slightly. In fact, he had already spread the blood mist to every corner of the city. A hint of interest curled up at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The entire cave gradually awoke under the stimulation of the electric current. The once pitch-black passageway lit up with a soft light, and the circuit patterns on the wall flickered and flickered as if breathing. Rhett was very sure that these circuit patterns were definitely not in the cover comics. The ground shook more and more violently, and finally... Boom! Deep in the cave, a huge stone gate slowly rose, revealing the ancient city hidden behind it. Wow, Perona floated in the air, her eyes sparkling. How spectacular. Advertisement. The city's architecture was bizarre, with towering spires and domed palaces engraved with circuit-like patterns, somewhat similar to the Roman Empire style. The streets were densely packed with activated little robots, all turning in unison towards Enel, their electronic eyes filled with awe. As we all know, the little lousy robots that just appeared are not very smart after waking up. They looked at the 4 robots wearing different clothes worshipping a person. Hey, if you worship, I worship too. God has appeared. Long live God. Enel. Why aren't they afraid of getting electrocuted? Rhett looked at Enel and smiled. Small toys, power banks, poof. Enel Shark Fang looked at Rhett and said, Captain, you just said something very rude to me, didn't you? Welcome back, God. The sound echoed throughout the city. It was truly spectacular. Enel. Huh? Moria poked his head out from the shadows and grinned. Hee, Enel. You've truly become a god now. And it seems your subjects, in this place, are likely inseparable from you. You're a god who is in great demand. A vein popped out on Enel's forehead. Stop talking nonsense. Red ignored their bickering and walked towards a huge mural in the center of the city. The mural depicted winged moon people standing on a high platform, looking down at countless robot soldiers at work. At the top of the mural, a line of ancient words was engraved. Burka, the eternal city. Burka. Is there a city called Burka in Shanghai? Red whispered the name. He already knew the contents of the murals, but seeing it with his own eyes still felt magnificent. The murals record the history of the city in detail. Advertisement. The moon people, who have wings on their backs and are very similar to the Sky Island people, once built a highly developed civilization here. They created countless robot soldiers to keep the city running. However, as resources became depleted, the moon people had to leave their homeland and go to other planets to find a new home, which is what we call Qinghai. Qinghai built an island, which was then lifted into the sky by a golden air current. This gave rise to the 2 gangs of Sky Island. These robot soldiers were left here, waiting for the awakening of the gods. Of course, the above are all Rhett's guesses. Enel should be the person closest to solving the mystery. Unfortunately, our god doesn't seem to be interested in this thing. Or to put it another way, if he really cares about these things, he is not Enel. So, Tezulo stroked his chin, thoughtfully. The people of Sky Island might be descendants of the moon people? Enel crossed his arms, looking unhappy. Humph, I don't care about history. It must be said that on this moon, Red is far less popular than Enel. It turns out that solving the problem of food can gain people's support. At this moment, Spacey Lieutenant Junior Grade suddenly rushed over and pointed excitedly at the depths of the city. Boss Shen, there's something over there. Everyone looked in the direction he was going. On a high platform in the center of the city, a huge blue crystal hovered. Something seemed to be sealed within the crystal, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Rhett narrowed his eyes, blood mist silently swirling. It seems, we have found the real treasure. Enel, charge it up, quick, charge it up quickly. Rhett stared at the blue crystal. Let's see what treasure there is. Oh my god. Is this what we call pirates in the truest sense? Treasure hunting. We've always just had to rob. Enel curled his lips. HMPH, I'm not some power bank. Despite saying this, he raised his hand and unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning. 200 million volts, God's judgment. The moment the blinding lightning flashed into the crystal, the entire ancient city of Burka shook violently. Fine cracks appeared on the crystal's surface, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire surface of the moon. An ancient stone platform slowly rose within the beam of light. Embedded in the center of the platform was a faint, almost imperceptible blood-colored mist. Even so, Rhett could tell at a glance that it was his own blood mist. Is this my power? Rhett's pupils shrank. He'd never been to the moon, but this aura of life truly belonged to him. He could feel his blood mist sustaining her, while the electronic patterns around her provided energy. Rhett's first reaction was what he'd done in the future. He honestly had no idea. A crystal coffin appeared in the center of the stone platform, and beneath the transparent lid lay a white-haired girl. She was wearing a pure white dress, her hands folded across her chest, her face as peaceful as if she were just asleep. Chapter 268 Red. She must be very despicable. Red reached out his hand, and the life force that the blood mist needed to carry continued to fill the crystal coffin, and the girl in the coffin also began to absorb his life force. When his life force was almost delivered, the girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were a pair of deep blue eyes. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the girl pushed open the coffin lid and threw herself into Rhett's arms without hesitation. Her embrace was warm and genuine, and her voice was gentle but firm. "It's my own choice." Rhett froze in place. "Aren't you a sister? We've only known each other for a few seconds, you've crossed the line." Perona looked at Rhett, who had long black hair and red eyes, and then looked at the girl with white hair and red eyes. Perona floated in the air, her face swaying from side to side, as if repeatedly confirming, "Lord Rhett, is this your daughter?" Tezulo pushed his glasses up. "Captain, when did you? No wonder it took all of our crew to pick you up. The princess certainly has the credentials." "Shut up, you bastards. Stop gloating over my misfortune. I don't even know her," Rhett yelled at his companions, looking down at the girl still clinging to his arms. "Who are you? Why do you have my life force?" The girl saw that Red didn't remember her, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she stood up gracefully, brushed her long silver hair back with her 5 fingers, and smiled brightly. "Hello everyone, please forgive me for not being able to remember you all clearly as I just woke up. Nice to meet you. My name is Wet." She emphasized the pronunciation of the Tay, and blinked. "Oh, Tay is my last name, not Rhett's daughter." "The name is so weird." "Oh, according to your 2-character grammar, Wei should be the surname, right?" Rhett complained mercilessly. This playful addition instantly lightened the tense atmosphere. Enel, on the other hand, had a look of, "who cares," on his face. "Gu." Wei Tay touched her flat abdomen and showed a slightly apologetic expression. "Sorry everyone, I haven't eaten for a long time. I'm a little hungry. Can you give me some food?" Her gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Tessero. "He's covered in gold, with a wedding ring on his ring finger. I heard the Golden Emperor always has the finest wine and desserts on board his ship." Advertisement. Tezulo raised his eyebrows. "How do you know?" "I guessed," Vid interrupted with a smile, turning to Moria. "The shadow fruit user is tall and has grayish-white skin, so he must be Mr. Moria. Then the one next to Moria should be Little Perona?" Moria nodded and saluted Enel again. "Thank you, Mr. Enel, for getting this city running again." Little Perona flew to Wei Tay's side. "Do you know me?" "I just heard about it. If you're talking about meeting her, this is the first time. She's such a cute girl." "Thank you, beautiful sister. Here's the marshmallow for you." Rhett narrowed his eyes, a blood mist slowly flowing around him. "You know every one of us." "Didn't you tell me that?" Vet naturally took the marshmallow from Perona and savored it. Just as sweet as I imagined. "I hope to join the Red Group on my next adventure. What do you think, Captain?" She looked at Red frankly, her red eyes filled with indescribable affection, yet she maintained a perfect distance. This ambiguous attitude made Red feel both familiar and unfamiliar. "I refuse," Red said coldly. Wei Tay didn't get angry, but just sighed softly. "It's still the same as before." She extended her hand, but then withdrew it. "It doesn't matter. I will prove my worth." Just as she wanted to continue, at this moment, fine cracks suddenly appeared on Red's arm. Her face changed, and she quickly took 2 steps back. "Sorry, I think I mentioned something I shouldn't have." The cracks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This strange phenomenon was clearly related to Wei Tay. Tezulo pushed up his glasses and said, "It seems you have a lot of secrets, young lady." Vet curtsied playfully. "Everyone has a past they don't want touched upon, right?" She looked at Red, her eyes gentle yet firm. "But don't worry, I would never hurt you." Advertisement. So Red is now 100% sure that she made this up. She said that things in the past, how can you bring it upon me? Are you sick? Time. Okay, stop frowning. I know you don't like this feeling of being out of control, Wei Tay said with a smile. "Being able to speak probably means that I am older than all of you, much older, much older." Why does Red feel that this person is a scumbag? Don't be fooled by her well-behaved and polite attitude towards everything. This is a feeling. She is absolutely very scumbag. This is Red's garbage feeling. Red stared at Wei Tay for a long time, and finally scratched his hair irritably. "Tisk, whatever you want. But don't expect me to take special care of you." "Great." Wei Tay clapped her hands happily, her eyes curved into crescents. "I will be a good sailor." Red. "Definitely. Absolutely. She's absolutely despicable." In this way, Wei Tay temporarily joined Red's group. During her days on the ship, she acted both familiar and unfamiliar, and this contradictory feeling made Red very concerned. The energy on the moon was replenished by Enel in one go, and the entire ancient city of Burka came back to life. According to Vid, this power reserve can keep a city running for at least 10 years. The little robots cheered and worshipped Enel as the god of thunder and lightning, who could give them new life. They revolved around him every day, making him very annoyed. "I don't have time to play with you." Enel kicked away a small robot that was holding his leg. Instead of letting go, the robot was so moved that it burst into tears. "God boss kicked me. This is a gift from God." "Wow, Enel. These little guys could have charged their batteries in the holes on the city wall, but they would line up at a fixed time and place every day to ask him to charge them. They looked like they were star chasing. Although Enel said he disliked it, but every time he discharged the electricity, why did he keep pressing on his face and couldn't press it? Accept God's gift well. Yes, boss God. Enel obviously enjoys the feeling of being admired. No wonder they later established an Enel Legion, belonging to Enel here. Chapter 269. I am your dear Captain Vid perfectly integrated into the daily life of the Red Group. Her presence was natural and unobtrusive, as if she had already been a member of the ship. Similarly, there were many things on the moon that needed to be rebuilt, so the Red Group temporarily stopped on the moon. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the deck, Wei Te had already brewed black tea. Rhett was about to reach for the snacks on the table. Tea, Captain. She placed the cup gently next to Rhett's hand. Rhett glanced at it and didn't answer. He just said coldly, I don't remember saying I like this. To be honest, Rhett's vigilance towards Wei Te was far greater than any other emotion. He really hated this feeling of being out of control, so much so that some of this emotion was transferred to her. Rhett did not have a very good attitude towards her. Wei Te smiled slightly. But your body needs it. She pointed at the blood mist unconsciously swirling at his fingertips. Too agitated, it will easily cause wrinkles. Thank you then. Rhett narrowed his eyes and finally picked up the teacup. Vetter began to integrate into the lives of every crew member. In the clearing on the moon, Perona floated in the air, commanding the ghost dolls to attack. Sister Vetter, be careful on the left. Wei Te leaned sideways lightly, and a slender silver sword appeared in her hand. The sword blade cut through the air, bringing up an ice blue arc of light with a faint rose scent. Wow, that's amazing. Perona's eyes lit up. Have you ever practiced swordsmanship before? A little bit. Wei Te sheathed the sword and smiled gently. A friend taught me before. Red, who was in the distance, frowned slightly when he heard this. At lunchtime, the atmosphere on the boat is always lively. Laboon flapped the deck with his fins, expressing his desire to eat Wei Te's special, moon-flavored grilled fish, which she prepared with spices from the ancient city's storage room and unexpectedly suited everyone's appetite. Here, eat slowly. Wei Te cut the grilled fish into small pieces and fed it to Laboon. Little Laboon was obviously bribed. He rubbed Wei Te with every bite. Laboon is very sensitive to people's good and evil, which is why everyone is very nice to Wei Te. As Tezulo cut into the steak, he joked, Captain, isn't it time to pay Vet a salary? She's the cook, the doctor, the fencing instructor. She does so much work all by herself. Rhett snorted. She wanted to stay. Advertisement. Wei Te was not annoyed, but just smiled and picked up a piece of grilled fish for Rhett. Captain, try this. Rhett. Ah, thank you. At night, the deck is starlit. White sat by the side of the boat, humming an ancient ballad. Her voice was gentle, as if it could soothe any fatigue. Enel, for once, didn't complain about the noise. Instead, he leaned against the mast, closed his eyes, and rested. Rhett walked over, the blood mist looking particularly dark in the moonlight. Where did you learn that song? Wei Te stopped singing and turned to look at him, in a dream. Another answer like that. Rhett frowned impatiently. Wei Te chuckled. One day, you will remember it. Her eyes passed Rhett and looked at the distant starry sky. When the time comes, don't think I'm annoying. Rhett was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what exactly do you mean by the future? Wei Te blinked and replied playfully, the future with you is the best. Rhett. Bullshit. Rhett's blood mist surged, and he extended his hand to Vit. Welcome to the Crimson Dawn Pirates. I am the captain of the Crimson Dawn Pirates, Mist Lord, Rhett. Wei Te looked at Rhett with a smile. This morning, I could feel that you were full of vigilance towards me. How come you came to understand it in one day? Should I say it or not, you were worthy of it? Because I'm Rhett. It has nothing to do with strength or identity. It's just because I'm Rhett, that's all. You were quite the style. Vet stood up and bowed slightly. Vet, Vice Captain of the Scarlet Pirates, I am at your service, my captain. You seem to have said something extraordinary? Who knows? Vit looked at Rhett with a funny face, stretched out her index finger and swung it left and right. I'm talking about the Scarlet Pirates, not the Scarlet Dawn Pirates. The captain is just stupid. Since I approve of your fighting, it's not impossible for you to be the deputy captain. No one has set any rules. I only allow one deputy captain on my ship. Rhett stared at Wit, and he was really despicable. Advertisement. I feel that Mr. Tessero is doing a great job, sigh. Wit wanted to refuse with a smile. Tezulo suddenly walked out from the shadows, followed by a group of peeping crew members. Tezulo Moria even held little Lottie Stella, and they were all together again. Please seize this opportunity. Tezulo hurried out and bowed deeply to Vet. You must give the captain a good beating. Everyone likes you very much. The two of us can manage the captain's property together. The crew members behind him nodded in unison. Wei Te blinked. Huh? Can you understand? Tessero gritted his teeth. Can you understand the despair of a top-tier royal group on the sea, with 3 vice-royals and the largest territorial alliance, when there are so many people left to expand the territory and no one to rely on to handle affairs? He glared at Rhett. This guy always leaves things to us and goes to sleep. Perona came over to finish the attack. Last time, the pile of documents was taller than Moria-sama. Moria. Fussfuss, I saw him stuff the document into my zombie's mouth with my own eyes. Enel snorted coldly. I would rather not deal with those scraps of paper, but this guy. Ret. No, wasn't he just being so cool and cool? How could a single sentence from him have turned into a struggle session? The old saying about talking too much and making mistakes is absolutely true. His blood mist began to surge restlessly, and he felt that he should run away now, because he saw that Tezuro's style was a little broken. Looking at the resentful crew, Vet suddenly laughed out loud. I see. She turned to Ret, a sly glint in her icy blue eyes. It seems the captain needs a good lesson. Tezulo took the opportunity to hand over a stack of documents. Here are 3 months of backlog reports. He took out another map and said, this is the route we need to confirm. Finally, he pulled out an account book. This is the report of our underground industry. Ret looked at the deck that was instantly filled with people, his shark teeth bared. Are you rebelling? Wei Tay rolled up her sleeves gracefully. No, this is the 3 fires of a new official. Her silver sword had already been unsheathed. Captain, please advise me. Ret's blood mist instantly erupted. Interesting, let me see what you can do. Chapter 270 Ret. Great, now I'm awesome. Ret's blood mist suddenly surged, and the dark red mist spread like a tide, instantly enveloping the two of them. Since you want to be the second captain, you have to show me your abilities. Ret's voice echoed in the fog. Because Ret was unsure of her strength, he used the most common pre-war oppression, mixed with his own conquerors. In a scarlet world, it seemed as if countless pairs of eyes were peering in the fog, oppressive and dangerous. Wei Tay chuckled and raised her fingertips slightly. As you wish, Captain. Instantly, ice blue roses blossomed from beneath her feet, spreading rapidly with a chilling chill. Icy vines grew and spread unchecked in the red mist, the roses intertwined with the blood mist, a bewitching and eerie beauty. I looked up roses, some climbing, some clustered. There are all sorts of varieties here. I'm using general descriptions anyway. The figures of the two people are looming in the mist and the sea of flowers. Rose. Red raised an eyebrow. Beautiful. After all, Shay Wei tilted her head slightly, smiling slyly. Roses have thorns, don't they? And Captain, this flower is very fragrant. Don't you want to try it? My mist can refresh your mind. Give it a try. Shay Tay answered with a smile. As they spoke, they both took a few deep breaths at the same time. Titan analyzed from the sidelines. Analysis, it's a fake move. The air didn't enter the lungs. The air contains corrosive elements and toxins. This move is highly not recommended. Captain, you are dishonest. One another. Shiete got angry again. Let's have a fair fight. With great pleasure, Captain. Scarlet blood mist and icy blue roses intertwined under the moonlight, forming a realm of eerie beauty. Ret clenched his right hand, and the blood mist instantly condensed into a pitch-black sword. Dark red mist swirled around the blade, slowly flowing as if alive. Mist god style. Dragon's fury. Ret turned his wrist slightly, and the sword blade slashed across fiercely. The blood mist surged, and a ferocious dragon head roared and swept towards Wei Tay. Wei Tay was not in a hurry, the silver sword gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Flower language. First bloom. She tapped the ground with the tip of her sword, and ice blue roses instantly broke out of the ground, forming a flower wall that split the dragon's head in two. Advertisement. Ret's eyes flashed with admiration, and he was in front of Wei Tay in a flash. Mist god style. Blood dragon tribulation. 9 blood dragons circled around Ret, and Ret's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Wei Tay. Flower language. Blooming. Wei Tay retreated lightly, leaving a blooming rose in the air with every step. The sword accurately blocked every attack, and the sound of metal collision was crisp and pleasant. Mist god style. Blood devouring. Ret suddenly changed his moves, and the black sword turned into countless blood mist filaments, attacking Vit from all directions. Flower language. Dance of thorns. Wei Tay spun her body, and the silver sword drew a perfect circle. The ice blue rose instantly grew sharp thorns, which bounced off all the blood mist. The battle became more and more intense. Ret's black sword and Vid's silver sword kept colliding, sparks flying. Ret looked around and suddenly smiled. Not bad, really good. He snapped his fingers, but... Laboon. Huh. When did they start? How come I didn't notice it at all? Wei Tay curled her lips. How boring, can't you let me win for once? Ret. Let me tell you, illusionists are all very sinister. There are fewer and fewer people like me who are sunny, upright, cheerful and handsome. Perona floated over and hugged her. Congratulations, Sister White. Oh no, I've been discovered. She turned around, not caring at all about the sword pressed against her chest. But Captain, are you sure you're not in my illusion now? Ret's silence was deafening. Now Ret really wanted to slap himself twice. Why did you come back? But, Ret said, his voice tinged with amusement, in the face of absolute strength, illusions are ultimately just tricks. I'm also quite skilled at using illusions. Yeah. Wei Tay happily made a victory sign and turned to the crowd watching. Did you hear that? I'm now the official vice captain? Mist god style. Twin dragons playing with a pearl. Tezulo pushed up his glasses. Captain, the cost of the repairs will still have to come out of your pocket money. I saw through it a long time ago. Ret sheathed the black-tied greatsword, and the blood mist returned to his body. From the moment you said your first word. The entire space seemed to solidify, and all the blood mist shrank to the tip of the sword in an instant, and 2 blood dragons roared out, one on the left and one on the right. Suddenly, all illusions shattered simultaneously. Ret appeared behind Vit, the black-tied greatsword gently resting against her back. Advertisement Ret. Yes, that's absolutely right. The style is so high, Ret, you are really a little genius. Tesoro didn't buy Ret's trick and pointed to the big hole on the nailplate, which was still corroded by blood mist. Let's wait until you become first officer. Ret turned and walked towards the cabin, a slight smile on his face. But, your illusion is indeed impressive. Ice blue roses bloomed around her, petals falling one by one, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Same here, Vet's chuckle drifted through the mist. The captain's was wonderful, too. Wei-Tei blinked. Ret. I'm absolutely stunning right now. Great, Ret. Keep it up. Don't turn up your lips. Just walk slowly back to your room, leaving them with the image of a reliable parent. Interesting. Ret's voice came from all directions. Your attainments in illusion are quite impressive. Just barely passable. Tesoro touched Laboon's head. These two people were naturally nemesis to a battle tank like Laboon. Wei-Tei took a deep breath and raised the silver sword. Flower language, eternal covenant. Flower language. Kyoka Suigetsu. Vet bowed gracefully. This is my ultimate illusion. Do you think the two of them collided? In fact, they didn't collide at all. They just shattered into pieces. From the beginning, it was a battle of illusions. In the realm of blood mist and roses, the real battle had already begun on another level. Wei-Tei trotted after him. Does that mean I passed the test? One last move. Ret suddenly put away his sword. The moment when the two forces are about to collide. Ret frowned. Oh no, she blinked. Xie Wei's blink was as sharp as the Dragon King's twisted mouth. Ret raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when he realized the black sword in his hand had transformed into a rose. The surroundings had also completely changed. They were now standing in a boundless rose garden. What? With a crack, the entire rose garden shattered like glass. The two returned to the deck. Ret's sword still pointed steadily at White's heart. Ret instantly flashed in front of Tezulo and headbutted him. No, Tai, what do you mean? You're targeting me, right? We fought together, and you want me to pay for it alone. Chapter 271 World Summit Invitation. During the 1-month stay on the moon, everyone successfully found the ancient city of Burka. I found out there is also an ancient city of Burka in Qinghai, which is not strictly speaking the case, but everyone understands, so I used it. It was transformed into the real sky base of the Crimson Dawn pirates. If you are not familiar with Sky Island, you will be unfamiliar with it. The underlying logic of this base on the moon is that these 4 little guys can use balloons to reach the moon. Red. If you want to argue that this isn't scientific, then explain to me how they got to the moon using 4 balloons. Rhett's understanding of this is incredible, right here on the cover page. The 4 little robots, Lieutenant Junior Grade and his 3 friends, I couldn't find their names, were officially appointed as governors of the moon, responsible for managing the daily operations of this ancient city. Listen, little ones. Enel sat on the golden throne with his legs crossed, lightning dancing on his fingertips. If I find out that you are slacking off, we absolutely wouldn't dare. Boss God. The 4 little ones saluted in unison, their eyes gleaming with loyalty. We must polish the circuit boards every day. Maintain the relics of God. Enel nodded in satisfaction and casually sent out a few bolts of lightning to charge them. That's more appropriate. Don't lose the dignity of a servant of God. It's Boss God. On the other hand, Vet has completely integrated into the crew's life, and the happiest one among them should be Tezzolo. Because Vet can skillfully help Tezzolo organize financial statements. Although the two are in different timelines, their control over finances is similar. Tezulo only needs to teach Vet the current market conditions, prices, and other issues that need attention, and Vet can give him some accurate and useful suggestions. Someone here might ask, Red, doesn't Tezulo have capable subordinates? Why is he the happiest? This is a question of whether the status is equal. No matter how capable or smart the subordinates are, they're still his subordinates. Vit's identity is the second captain, which is on the same level as his. Vit only gives suggestions, while Tessero's subordinates only give requests for instructions. The final decision is still made by Tessero. Vit has the ability to take responsibility, which is the most important thing. Deputy Captain White. Perona floated beside her, and the teddy bear rubbed her cheek. You are really amazing. Just call me sister. Wei-Tei rubbed her hair, her ice blue eyes full of tenderness. Rhett stood on the deck of the Ark Proverbs, blood mist flowing through his fingertips. He looked at the gradually brightening moonlight. In the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Captain, are you still thinking about those murals? Tesoro walked to his side, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a cold light. Advertisement, yeah. Rhett nodded. The history of the moon people, those circuit patterns, and the appearance of Vet. I always feel like my future self has accomplished something great. Tezulo pushed up his glasses and asked, do you want me to send someone to investigate? No need. Rhett shook his head, and the blood mist slowly dissipated. What needs to be known will be known sooner or later. At worst, I can go there myself. At this moment, Wei-Tei's voice came from behind. Everyone, breakfast is ready. The long table on the deck was filled with sumptuous food, Sky Island's specialty pumpkin soup, grilled fish with moon spices, and Wei-Tei's special, rose honey muffins. Woo, I want to eat. Okay, I'll give you the biggest piece. Wei-Tei smiled, cut off a piece of muffin, and handed it to Laboon's mouth. Rhett watched this scene, his lips curling up unconsciously. He turned and walked towards the helm, a blood mist condensing into a compass in his palm. Guys, after dinner, everyone, get ready. Set off back to Qinghai. The Sea and Pirates King is not it, go back to Qinghai City. There are Qinghai people in Qinghai City. Oh, everyone cheered in unison. The Ark Proverbs engines roared, and the golden ship slowly lifted into the air. 4 small robots, accompanied by thousands of little lousy, lined the lunar surface to see them off, tears glistening in their eyes. Farewell, Boss God. Farewell, Bloody Dawn. Rhett, how did industrial culture get here? Enel stood at the stern and waved his hand in a rare serious gesture. Take good care of the house, wait for my next inspection. Rhett stared at Enel and said, there must be someone pushing you from behind. Perona floated over to Rhett, and the stuffed bear pointed at the vast starry sky outside the porthole. Master Rhett, where are we going next? Rhett's gaze turned towards the distant blue planet, his blood mist cloak fluttering in the cosmic wind. Advertisement, go home. As the Ark Proverbs broke through the clouds and landed in the Qinghai Sea, the golden Den Den Mushi in Tessero's arms suddenly screamed. Blue blue blue. Hello. Tezulo answered lazily, then jerked upright the next second. Tanaka, what's up? The deck suddenly became quiet. Even Enel, who was fighting with Laboon for a pancake, stopped moving. It wasn't because the matter was serious, or what Tanaka said was important, but because they were simply free. While sailing on the sea, they could still play Sea Kings. But flying back from the moon took a long time and they couldn't do anything. Of course, they had to listen carefully. Rhett's blood mist churned slightly. Open the hands-free bug. The Den Den Mushi immediately transformed into a round, funny-looking golden rhinoceros beetle, and uttered a respectful voice. Boss, the world government wants to invite us to the World Summit. Should we answer the call? Tezulo looked at Rhett, who nodded, then give him the Den Den Mushi. Then another voice came over. The world government cordially invites His Majesty, Lord of the Mist, Rhett, to attend this World Summit. However, I have searched your territory and could not find him. Even finding Mr. Tanaka was a complete failure. The 5 elders have specifically instructed. Huh? Rhett laughed out loud. Did those old bastards take the wrong medicine? They're going to come after me, mad? Cold sweat broke out on Den Den Mushi's forehead. Your Majesty, you're joking. As the largest member state, you naturally attend with your status. This meeting will discuss important issues like the abolition of slavery and the revision of member state regulations. Considering the Bloody Kingdom's special status in the New World. Den Den Mushi fainted with a pop and was hung up by Tessero. He already knew the answer when he saw his captain's watch. Perona floated over to Vet and whispered, are we really going there? There are so many annoying celestial dragons there. Rhett smiled and said, go, why not? I want to see what the World Federation Congress looks like. It would be fun. And Rhett thought of something even funnier. Chapter 272 The Greatest Evil Known Before Us. When the Den Den Mushi rang again, Tessero had just put down the golden rhinoceros beetle-shaped receiver for less than 3 seconds. Bulu bulu bulu. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Take it. The Den Den Mushi instantly transformed back into the same person, but its voice was 10 times more respectful than before. Your Majesty, Lord of the Mist, we were impolite just now. Could you please tell me your next itinerary? I will be sure to welcome you to the next island. Rhett. Garlic bird, it's not easy for garlic birds. This old guy thought he died because he didn't respect Rhett enough. Little did he know that it was because Rhett didn't want to listen to his nonsense in official language. Before the time travel, the boss made promises to me, and now he still has a strong smell of promises in his words. I'm Rhett. As soon as Rhett said something, the Den Den Mushi's 2 eyes fell down with a click. According to Rhett's understanding of Den Den Mushi, the other party should be kneeling down and listening. Rhett. No, am I some kind of unreasonable person? Speak, my lord. You know the sea is full of dangers, and what about me? I'm just a weak, pitiful, and powerless king of a member state. It's too dangerous to go to Mariajoy. First need the marine to at least send an admiral to protect my safety. The person on the other end of the phone immediately looked up. No problem, Your Majesty Rhett. Protecting our allies is the job of a marine. I will notify the 5 elders and have them send a marine to pick you up. Rhett glanced at Vit and made a funny face. Vit saw Rhett's funny face and made a funny face too. Marine is so busy at work. I don't need to go to Marineford by myself. Lord Rhett truly understands the people's sentiments. Your country is fortunate to have a king like you. My admiration for you is as endless as the flowing waters of a river and as bright as the moon in the sky. Omit 30 minutes here. Shiete didn't hang up the phone. Shiete liked people who spoke their mind. The person on the other end of the phone was sweating. Alright, I've always been a humble person. It's about the same as the idea. Just go ahead and make the arrangements. Rhett saw that the way his crew members looked at him was not right. No, they admire me so much, what's wrong with saying a few more words? Well, Your Majesty, your light will surely envelop your country. I will make the arrangements. Mariajoy looks forward to your arrival. Advertisement Enel's apple clattered to the ground, huh? Rhett looked at his chest and said, don't talk nonsense. You went to the wrong set. You have to go to the super seminary to see the greatest evil. The entire Marine headquarters was silent. Of course it was silent, because the bosses were not here and no one could make the decision. Okay, you're fully responsible. What? The officer looked up suddenly. staring at the hung-up Den Den Mushi in disbelief. Remember, the last time someone went to pick up Red, no one was alive, and he just pulled it off like that. He wasn't CP0, but he was even better than CP0? Licking 3 was stunned for a moment, then became even more proud. Humph, you guys are smart, Lord Rhett's schedule. As soon as the call was connected, the official fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed against the ground. Sir, His Majesty Red has agreed to attend the World Summit, but he requested that the Marines send an admiral escort, citing he's weak and helpless. A passing Chatten holding a bouquet of flowers was stunned. What are you making? Licking 3 looked at them suspiciously. Why, are you suddenly so cooperative? Sengoku's expression twisted instantly, as if he had eaten a fly, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. He took a deep breath and looked around. The 3 young admirals were not there, only the 2 old friends. He gently put down her teacup, but he is indeed the king of a member state, and she glanced meaningfully at the military expenditure report on the table. 10% of the Marine budget comes from his donation, and Tessero just called me and said that adding another 5% is the maximum the world government can tolerate. But the 5 old gentlemen basically didn't have much communication. Third, Furky's voice suddenly rose. Lord Rhett likes quiet, so he pointed sharply at the harbor. Transfer all those recruits who keep shouting, justice, and justice, to wash the decks. As soon as the Den Den Mushi hung up, the official called 5 elders. In other words, he invited the owner, Rhett. Other officials did not have the conditions to contact 5 elders directly. Garp was in the corner trying to hold back his laughter until his face turned red. Moria poked half of his head out from the shadows. He, weak and pitiful? Unarmed? He flicked open a roll of parchment and cleared his throat. Hush, we understand. Crane replied gently, besides, we've prepared some special rice crackers that Lord Rhett will probably enjoy. Advertisement. The blonde 5 elders adjusted his glasses. Does he think he's funny? Den Den Mushi closed its eyes with a snap, without even saying a word. Puff. Garp bit into the cracker, and the cracker crumbs sprayed all over Sengoku's face. When did Rhett have such support from the world government? Ha ha ha. Licking 3 nodded in satisfaction. That's more or less the same. Remember, Lord Rhett likes. Sengoku's smile remained unchanged. It's just pure respect. After all, he's the king of the largest member nation. That's right, in Rhett and 5 elders, he had no name there, but when he came to Marineford, he was master for key licking. He came here with the imperial edict of His Majesty Rhett and Lord Wu Laoxing, and he felt like he was about to fly. First, the admiral will provide close escort throughout the entire journey, and the boat speed must not exceed 20 knots to avoid turbulence. Sengoku wiped his face, veins bulging. That be asterisk 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 D Rhett. Weak asterisk, he's the emperor of the sea, the greatest evil known. Sengoku's office was filled with smoke. Staff Officer Suru was leisurely sorting through documents, Garp was crunching on senbei, rice crackers, and Sengoku was staring at the Den Den Mushi feed. Fulky Kozo was arrogantly giving orders down the hall. Secondly, the route must avoid all Sea King nests. If the weather changes, immediately activate the bubble shield. The bald 5 elders rubbed his temples and said, forget it. Promise him. I always get names mixed up, so I'll still use them when they're appropriate. Listen up. He stood in the middle of the lobby of the Marine headquarters. Fortunately, the bosses were not there, so he was about to start his work, pointing his finger at the air. Your Majesty Rhett. No, Lord Rhett. He is about to arrive in Maryjoy. His body is fragile and he can't stand the slightest bump. You Marines must do the following. As for recruiting, Sengoku continued, I've already ordered them all to wash the decks. Furky Lickinson walked into Marineford with his head held high, his shoes clicking on the marble floor. Behind him followed a group of CP agents, holding gold-rimmed documents in their hands. Licking 3. When Licking-san strode into the office, Sengoku had already laid out the refreshments. Thank you for your hard work, Master Furuki. Please take a seat. Very good, Sengoku suddenly smiled amiably. Come, please invite Master Furuki in. We completely understand. Sengoku interrupted with a broad smile. Admiral Aokiji will escort them personally. I'll have them order the membranes to be applied. Even if we don't dive to the bottom of the ocean, we need to be fully prepared.